Hello everyone and welcome to the HTML CSS full course by Intellipaat. This course is designed to help you become job ready by learning just the right HTML scripting skills and to land a job as a fresher front-end developer. Let me take you guys through the agenda that we are going to cover through this complete free HTML CSS training course. Since this course is designed for beginners, we will start from very scratch by setting up the environment. Then we go ahead and talk about what exactly is HTML and what features it has to offer. We cover HTML components like tags, paragraphs, styles, etc. Next up, we cover the HTML tables, and then we dive into the introduction to CSS. We will talk about inline CSS and external CSS, multiple CSS components, etc. After done with that, we discuss the box model in CSS, padding margin, etc. And towards the very end, you'll learn to create your first website using HTML and CSS. You also go through some of the commonly asked front-end developer interview questions towards the end. I hope you guys are clear with the agenda. So without any ado, let's get started.
The agenda of today's class is HTML installation. Okay. Now, those who have earlier studied HTML, they know that HTML is something that does not need to be installed. Okay, HTML is something that does not need to be installed. It is pre-installed. Where it is pre-installed? HTML is pre-installed in your browsers. HTML is pre-installed in your browser, so you don't need to install it. Then you will ask me, then what? What are we going to do this? Like, what are we going to do today? Anyone? If HTML is already installed, then what we are going to install today? Today we are going to install where we are going to write HTML code. Okay. Where we will write our HTML code, we are going to install that. That is your code editor, or it is also called as IDE, that is Integrated Development Environment, where you can write your code, run your code, manage your projects, debug your code, everything in one place. That is called as an Integrated Development Environment, where you will do all these things. We are going to install that. Right, Nisha, we are going to install VS Code only, along with its some extensions. Okay, so we can write our HTML code in the notepad also. No hard and fast rule, you can write your HTML code over here. Okay, I will show you how you can write your HTML code over here. You have to just write HTML like this. I'm not really sure if you guys are aware about HTML tags, but I'm just showing you for an example that you can write your HTML code over here also. Like this. Like, hello class, how are you? Okay, so this is my HTML code, basic HTML code. All these things will be taught to you in the class, don't worry. And it's not close, so sorry. So this is body and you're closing HTML also. Okay, so this is basic HTML code I can write over here. It took me some time to write, but if it was by code editor, I would have written it very fast. Okay, because all of the suggestions are coming quickly. I don't need to write everything. I can just press enter and it will auto-complete it for me. Okay, so in order for me to run, I have to save this. All these things you don't have to do in the code editor, which we are going to install. Like, I install it called as index.html. Every HTML file is saved with .html extension. Okay, like a text file is stored with txt extension. Python files are stored with .py or ipynb format. Java files are stored with .java format. So HTML are stored with .html format. Okay, storing it on the desktop and it's saved. No, it did not save. It did not save with the, yeah, it is. It did save. You can see it is not stored as a code format. It is showing as browser, home browser option over here, right? So if I run this, it's open. You can see, hello class, how are you? The thing which I wrote. It is being presented on my screen, but it is not the right way. Actually, it is the right way, but it takes time. It takes time to run these things, right? to write the code. We don't have time. Developers don't have time to do all these silly things. What we're going to do, we are going to install code editor where we can quickly write our code, or quickly manage our projects, and quickly see the output. Not save, then go here. So as I write the code, changes should be side by side made. Okay, I made a change in the code side by side. The output I can see what exactly the code is like, what exactly the changes happening in the screen. So all these things can be done with the help of uh, your IDE, which you are going to install. It is by the name of VS Code, Visual Studio Code or VS Code. Okay, so we're going to download that. So open your browser and type VS Code download. VS Code download. Okay. Very first link is download Visual Studio Code for Mac, Linux, and Windows. So you can go to this link, sharing this link in the chat. Go on and download VS Code from over here. If you are on Windows, you can download it from over here. If you are on Linux, you can download it from over here. If you are on Debian or Ubuntu or Red Hat, Fedora or SUSE, you can download it from over here. If you are on Mac, you can download it from over here. Okay, both the chips are supported. That is, Intel one is also supported, and Apple Silicon, that is the latest one, M1, M2, that is also supported. Okay. You can download it. After download, the installation process is very simple. Just have to click next, finish. Like normally you install anything, right? Simple installation process. So once you're done with that, please let me know. And after that, I will tell you how to run your project. Okay. Once you are done with download and installation, please write installation done in the chat. Please write installation done in the chat, and we will move forward as soon as everyone is done. Till then, I'm giving you around 5 to 10 minutes of time for everyone to complete their installation, because this is just an installation session only. So take your time. You have 10 minutes. Today is about installation only. Nothing I'm going to teach you. We're going to tell you how everything is installed, and I will run a program for you. That's it. That's it for this. Okay. Okay. People are starting. I think almost all people are done with it. Okay. I think everyone is done. Right. Going by the head count of how many people have written done, I think everyone is done. Okay, so let us start with the next process, that is how to open a project. Okay, so what you need to do? So create a folder, create a blank folder on your desktop. Okay, create a blank folder on your desktop. How you create that? Right click anywhere and go to new and folder. Okay, this is called as a blank folder. I created a blank folder. Let us rename this to something. Let's say HTML class. Guys, everyone focus on my screen. I will not be repeating this. So everyone on my screen, I've created a blank folder. You can see there is nothing over here. Nothing in the screen. So there's nothing in the folder. So if I go inside this, right? Inside this, we will be managing our project. You can say that this is our project. Inside this, we will have our files. Okay. So what does this has to do with the VS Code? Okay, this is our VS Code. Oh, yeah, here is our VS Code. So we'll be opening this folder in our VS Code. How will you do it? Now everyone on my screen, focus properly. Okay. How you can do it? There are two ways. Either you can go to this, you can say arrow over here in Windows. Okay. And copy the location of this folder. Copy the location of this folder. Okay. You can see the location of this folder is over here now. You can copy the location. Okay. Or you can copy the location by this also. Right click, properties, and this is the location of the folder. Till desktop. So after desktop, HTML class 28jan.html. That is the location of the folder. Okay. After that, what you need to do is, if you are on Windows, go to CMD command prompt. If you are on Mac, you have to go to your terminal. So I am on Windows, I will open command prompt. Okay. Now this command prompt tells you where is your command prompt currently pointing towards. Like it is pointing towards the location currently is inside C users del. Right. Inside C users del. We need to go to this folder. On the desktop, we need to go to this folder called as HTML class 28 Jan. HTML class 28 Jan. We have to change over there. We already have the copied thing. We know the location of that folder. So what we need to write? We need to write CD, meaning change directory. Change from this to something else. So CD means change directory, space, and paste whatever you have. We're saying that we need to change from this C users del to C user del inside desktop. Inside that there is a folder called as HTML class 28 Jan. As soon as I hit enter, you can see I have been shifted from C users del to C user del desktop HTML class 28 Jan. And I can write something over here. Is this clear to everyone? Please say yes or no till now. Copy the location. After that, go to your terminal and write CD and the location. Got it, everyone? Yeah, I can show you one more time. So you need to copy the location. Okay, location of this folder. Okay, that is just HTML class. I can copy the location from over here also. That is, this is the location, not the exact location. This is the desktop location. So what I can do is I can go to my command prompt, write CD, change directory to this. Now this is pointing towards desktop, not to my HTML folder. So I have to write the name of my folder after this, that is HTML class 28 Jan. I do this. Okay. And enter. So I have been shifted to this folder. CD and the location. Okay. So we have been shifted. Now what we need to do is we need to open the VS Code. We need to open the VS Code in this folder. Okay. So what we can do is we can write code. We need to code na. So code dot space dot. Sorry, code dot. Okay. Code dot. Sorry, I think it is code dot. Code space dot. And hit enter. Code space dot. Code space dot. And you will enter the VS Code. You can see code space dot. Hit enter. And you will enter VS Code. You can see over here, you need to write in the command prompt, go to command prompt, CMD, command prompt, write CD, meaning change directory, CD, space, and paste the location. Paste the location, exact location. Okay? And hit enter. After that, after you have been moved to that location, you have to write code dot, code space dot. Clear? Everyone, please let me know. Everyone, is this clear what you have to write? Code space dot. Code, okay, HTML class, okay. And after that, if you're like, is your code dot is not working, the code dot is not working, try to open VS Code once, like this. And after that, try that, okay. After open it one time yourself, after that, close it and try it one more time. I'm using Windows 10. I didn't get copying location. If you not see, Sad, if you're not seeing this, you can copy from like this also, na? Right click and go to properties. This is available in Windows 10 also, Windows 11 also, Windows 7, Windows 8 also. Okay, got it, everyone? Please say yes or no in the chat. To open the command prompt, go to your search bar over here and write CMD or command prompt. You can write command prompt or CMD. Open this, okay, like this. After that, write CD, meaning change directory, space, whatever the location you have to change. I have to go to this location, C users del desktop. Inside my desktop, I have to go to that particular folder now. So I will paste that particular folder's name like this. C user del desktop and the folder name. If I hit enter, I have been changed to that folder. Okay. Are you able to change the directory? You've written it. Do one thing. Can you, if you are in the folder, try to right click and do you see open with Visual Studio Code option like this? If yes, you can do it like that also. If not, I will help you out. Okay. So guys, everyone's screen will be similar to mine only, na? You can see the folder name over here. HTML class 28 Jan. Everyone can see this? Yes or no? Yes or no? This folder everyone can see now. HTML class 28 Jan. Now inside this folder, everyone on my screen, everyone concentrate on my screen. Okay. In this folder, you have to click on the first plus button. We will create a file inside this HTML file. Okay. So click on the first plus button over here. First plus button. Yeah. It will ask you to give a name for the file. Okay. So write anything. I will be writing index.html. .html because I want to create a HTML file. Index.html. Hit enter and a HTML file has been created here. You can see on the right hand side. Please write HTML file created in the chat so I can know everybody has created it. Please write HTML file created in the chat or I created, just that is also fine. Created or HTML file created. Can you please write in the chat so I can have a write count? Everybody's done with that now. Nobody's facing problem. So this is our HTML file. Here we can write our code. You can see if I try to write HTML, as I have written HT, I can hit enter and you can see opening and closing tags automatically being created, which cannot happen in my can say notepad. I wrote just HT. You can see it is automatically creating it, opening and closing tag. One more thing, one more easy way of writing it is you can press this sign, exclamation sign. What is the sign? Exclamation sign. Okay, shift and 1 if you press, it will give you exclamation sign. If you hit enter now, it will give you basic HTML code. It will give you basic HTML code with HTML head, body, and everything written over there. Okay, we don't need this meta tag. I don't need this meta tag. Useless tags. I will remove this. So we'll have a basic HTML thing. Okay, basic structure boilerplate of HTML. It's over here. Here, whatever I want to write inside the body, I can write. Okay, so how I can do it? I can write h1 tag we wrote now. H1 like this. You can see it is already created a closing tag for me. So I am writing hello class. And H2 tag I'm writing H2 meaning heading 2. H1 means heading 1. H2 means heading 2. Right, inside the body. I'm writing welcome to installation of HTML. Now this is not the first HTML class, this is just an installation. All these things, what is the meaning of HTML, head, body, H1, H2, all these things will be taught to you in your first class. Don't worry. So this is just an example. So to see everything is working fine. Okay. I've written H1 and H2. Now if I have to run this, I can go to over here where it is. Okay, I don't think you have. Right. So yeah. In order for you to run this, you cannot run it from over here. You can see if I minimize this inside HTML class, my HTML has been created. My HTML folder has been created, which I just created. If I just open this, it will give me this thing. Hello class, welcome to HTML, welcome to the installation of HTML. Okay. But if I want to open it from over here only, from over here, and whatever change I make, it should be visible on there. So how we can do it? And we need to create a extension. We need to create a extra extension in the VS Code. Okay, extension we need to download. So from where you can do it, you see this option, extensions option. This blocks is over here. Go to this extensions and type here live server. But you need to type live server. Go to this and click on install. Go to this and click on install. I have already installed it, so you cannot see it over here, but go to this live server and hit on install. It will take less than 1 minute for it to install. Okay, click on install. Once you're done with the installation, do let me know. So once you have done this, you can right click. Once your installation is done of live server, once you right click now, you will see one option of open with the live server. Open with live server. This option will appear now. If you do this now, live server will automatically open this page for me. Right? I have used split screen on my screen. So here is my code. Here is the output. So if I make any change over here now, let's say I'm using split screen. Let's say I'm writing welcome to installation of HTML. I'm writing welcome to the installation of HTML. And as soon as I press Control S, meaning save, you can see live all the changes are made over here also. Okay, if I make another tag, let's say it's 3 live server test. Press Control S and you can see it is appearing over. Okay, so all these things can be done with the help of live server. As soon as you write the code, it is visible on the right hand side of your screen. Is this clear to everyone? Is this clear? What is the use of live server? Everyone? Okay. Any doubts, anyone? Okay. If no doubts, then I will be ending this session now. Thank you everyone for joining this session. If you face any problems, do let us know, and we will be very happy to help you guys. Okay, and you all have a very nice day.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a full stack developer course which enable you to learn tech stack from both front end and back end. Through this course, you will gain hands-on experience with the skills and technologies such as SQL, Java, data structure, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, Node.js, and React under the guidance of industrial professionals. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards a career growth with the full stack developer course.
So today we'll be studying the basics of HTML. Okay, what exactly HTML is. Okay, what are the different things that we have to go ahead and understand about HTML. Okay, why is it important to understand HTML. Okay, and everything. Okay, great. Okay, so before starting the session, let's first discuss about today's agenda. Okay, what we'll be covering in today's session, and after that we'll be stepping ahead. Okay, by one. Okay. So the very first thing that we'll be going to study today is what exactly HTML is, okay? By taking a simple definition and examples, okay? After that, we'll be studying why is it important, okay? Why to learn HTML? After that, we'll be going ahead and understanding the importance of HTML in the real world, okay? Like why it is important since it is a basic language, okay? Then why it is important, okay? After that, we'll be taking a very simple example, okay, to understand the whole hierarchy about the HTML, okay, how it's work, okay. And after that, we'll be covering few of the topics, okay, that is the core concept behind HTML, okay, while creating anything, what are the basic things that we have to go ahead and understand. So that we'll be discussing. So the very first thing will be tags, okay. And after that, we'll be going ahead and understanding the concept of headings, okay. After that, we'll be covering paragraphs. After that, we'll be covering attributes. What are the different types of attribute, how to use it, okay, how to incorporate attributes while, writing the code for HTML. After that, we'll be understanding the concept behind the styles, okay, how to style different things. Like suppose if you want to style the font, if you want to style the background and everything, so what are the concept behind that and everything, we'll be covering over here. And after that, we'll be discussing about the formatting elements, okay? Because it is very necessary to understand the concept of formatting elements, how to, emphasize the importance of your, essential thing on your web page, how to, just format those things. So that we'll be covering today. After that, we'll be going ahead and understanding the links concept, how to link different things. Let's suppose if we want to link some of the PDF, okay, so let's suppose if we are styling any sort of edtech product over a web page, okay, we are styling a web page for an edtech company, so there are some sort of PDFs that we want to link over the website so people can normally download it and understand. Let's suppose if we want to attach a brochure for our course, so how to attach those things, that will be covering over here. And after that, we'll be discussing HTML list, okay, because anyways it is an important concept for HTML, and these are the things that we'll be covering today. And at the end, we'll be covering one new thing about HTML, okay, that people usually don't know, okay, so we'll be covering one new concept of HTML. So these are the few things that we'll be covering in today's session. Okay, I hope everyone is clear with today's agenda. Yes or no in the chat box. The very first thing is, before just stepping toward the core definition of HTML, okay, like how exactly HTML work, what is the definition and everything. Let's understand the concept behind the HTML, okay, how we can relate it to the real world example if we are working upon, okay. So let's suppose how we can, discuss HTML in a very simple term. So what is HTML? What is HTML? How you guys will go ahead and define HTML if someone will ask, okay, tell me what is HTML? Everyone in the chat box. What do you understand by HTML? It is a basic programming language to create web pages. Great. Okay. So if we talk about the very simple, in term, creating web pages and web applications, great. Okay. So if we talk about the very simple term, okay, what exactly HTML? So you can say HTML is sort of a application or a language that allows us to go ahead and create our web pages, right? This is the definition that everyone go ahead and tell you, okay? Now, let's understand the concept behind the HTML, okay? So let's understand HTML in a very simple term. So HTML is sort of a framework or a structure, okay, that we go ahead and create. So let's suppose we have one house, okay? So this is my house, okay? So this is my house. So you can understand HTML is sort of a framework or a structure of a house that holds everything together, okay? This is what HTML is. Everything inside this house is structured and held by some sort of a language. That is what HTML is, okay? So in a very simple term, you can say HTML is a framework or a structure of the house or a system or of a web page that holds everything together. Now, inside HTML, we have different things. The very first thing is we understand is tags, correct? So what are tags? Tags are nothing, you can say it is sort of a special codes, okay, that help you to go ahead and define a part of a web page. Let's suppose we have one web page, okay? Inside that web page, we have different sort of a things. We have paragraphs, correct? We have headings. We have images inside a web page, correct? We have different links. So how to attach these things, how to differentiate these things? Okay, this is my paragraph, this is my heading, these are my images, these are links. This all things can be done through our tags. Okay. Now, coming to the different thing is what? Nested structure. Okay. Now, what is nested structure? Everything. Okay. Everything in HTML is organized in some sort of a structure. Okay. So tag inside other tags is what allows us to create an hierarchy. Okay. So you can understand it in a very simple term. This is my house, and inside my house there are different rooms. Yes or no? So tags allows us to go ahead and basically organize it. Okay. Just like rooms inside a house we have, similarly tags allow us to basically create and organize our thing in a structured way. Okay, that's why we need a tag. Okay, now inside a house, what we have? We have different rooms. So we name them. Let's suppose this is my living room. Okay, this is my dining room. This is my bedroom. Okay, so these are what a content inside a room are. Okay, so you can say tags allows us to tell web browser how to display the content over your website. Okay. So let's suppose, so how these tags are helpful in order to create those things. So you can understand these tags help us, the web browser, to understand and allows us to display the content. Now, these tags are allows us to define the purpose of different parts of our web pages. So similarly, we have living room, we have dining hall, we have bedroom. So these, it's not SQL, it's HTML, okay? So these tags define the purpose of different parts of a web page so that user can go ahead and understand, okay, these are my headings, okay, these are my images, these are my links, and these are my paragraph. Similarly, in a house, we have different room tagged like living room or dining room. Similarly, we have different tags available over our website in order to differentiate the content. Okay. This is what HTML is. Okay. Now, let's break down this HTML into a simpler part. So, what is the full form of HTML? Everyone, what is the full form of HTML? Hypertext markup language. Correct. Correct. Now, everyone is saying that hypertext markup language. Now, I would like to go ahead and ask, what is hypertext? What is hypertext? Anyone in the chat box? What do you understand by hypertext? Because in a definition, in a full form of HTML, we have three things. One is called hypertext, other is markup, and third is language. Okay. Now, what do you understand the concept behind a hypertext? The one from which we can create things which is visible. Okay. Which contain text, links, and images. Now, first understand the definition of hypertext. If someone asks you what is hypertext, what will you go ahead and say? So you can say hypertext refers to a way of organizing and structuring information that allows the user to navigate through related piece of content. If you all see on a website, okay, we have different content available over a website. Yes or no? Correct? Now, how these information, how these content are connected. So hypertext is a medium that allows us to go ahead and do that. Okay. So it is a way that allows you to structure the information so that user can easily navigate to a web page. Okay. If we talk about in the context of web, okay, so hypertext allows user to interact with text, images, and other elements. Okay. So that all the content are interconnected so that user can easily jump from one topic to another. So let's suppose in a website, we have content, we have images as well, we have different links as well. Okay. Now, if we click on a link, we can easily redirect it to a different page. Yes or no? How these information are interconnected with each other. How this image, how this content or a piece of content, how these links are interconnected in a one web page. So this hypertext allows you to go ahead and do that so that you can interrelate different types of information. Okay. In one go. This is what hypertext is. I hope everyone is clear with the definition of hypertext. Great. Now, coming to the next thing, that is markup. Now, what is markup? What do you understand by markup? Anyone? So basically, highlighting things, you can say markup involves adding special symbols to a document to provide instruction how the document should be processed or displayed. The way you all mentioned that it is used to specify certain things or highlight things. So basically, markup consists some sort of a tags, okay, that allows us how the content should be presented over a website. Now, how these things are processed? Through a help of tags, okay, that define different elements such as paragraphs, heading, links, and more things, okay. So basically, markup is a thing that allows you to go ahead and differentiate your different sort of a content over a website, okay. This is what markup do. So basically, when we use tag, so how we are able to use those tags? Through a help of markup, because this is a method, you can say, that allows us to go ahead and add different sort of a symbols or a code in a way of tags like paragraphs, headings, and etc. to differentiate your different sort of a instruction in a different manner. Okay. Now the third part of our definition is what language is. Okay. In a very simple term, you can say language is sort of a system of communication that used by human or computers to convey information. Similarly, in HTML, if we talk about language, so HTML is sort of a language because it provides a set of rules and syntax that both human and web browser understand. Correct? Because if you all remember, if you all know how computer understand in a binary code, yes or no, 0 and 1, that's it. But HTML is sort of a language, okay? The way we write, it displays same as it is on website, correct? So language is sort of a way of communication that allows us to go ahead and understand between a web browser and a people, okay? So this is a whole definition for HTML. Basically, HTML involves three things. One is hypertext, second is what markup is, and third is language. I hope everyone is clear with the definitions. Now, let's move to the next part, that why to learn HTML. Now, everyone in the chat box, what is the reason behind learning HTML? Anyone in the chat box? Why to learn HTML? Why is it important? The very first reason anyone could say is it is a base of creating a website. Structure of a website, great. It allows us to go ahead and structure the website. So that's why it is important to learn HTML. It is a base, exactly. It is the foundation of a website. Correct? It is the basic building block of a website, exactly. Correct? So the very first reason, if we can conclude from your answers are, it is a foundation of any sort of a website. Yes or no? The answer that I can conclude from your answer is, it is a foundation of any website. The very basic and a simple answer is correct. Now, what could be the other reason? What are the other reasons why to learn HTML? I'll be just concluding your answers over here. What could be the other reason in order to understand HTML? Everyone in the chat box, think of other reasons as well. What could be the other reason? Why you all guys are learning HTML? The very basic thing would be, it is a basic block in order to create a website. HTML is easier than other languages. Absolutely. It could be the one reason because HTML is easy. So why not to go ahead and learn it? Exactly. It could be the one reason. Without this, it won't be possible to do advanced programming as well. Correct. Absolutely. So basically, I can conclude from here that it is easy to learn. Yes or no? Since it is easy to learn, so why not to learn? Correct? So for better understanding of our website, okay, we need to go ahead and understand HTML as well. Okay. Now, what could be the other reason? We can conclude also that it allows us to go ahead and create your web pages, right? Web pages, your websites. So basically, if you are aware of HTML, okay, because anyways, at the end, you'll be able to, go ahead and create your own website. If you understand HTML well, you know how to organize the content, you know how to add images, you know how to define the page layout well, right? Because see, HTML, exactly, it is user-based interactive, correct? Because anyway, HTML is the whole soul structure that structured the web pages, correct? If you understand HTML well, you understand how to display your website, over any sort of a site, right? How to add content, where to add content, where to add images, okay? Why it is crucial, okay? So these are the few reasons that why we are learning HTML, correct? Now, let's move to the next topic, that is importance of HTML. Now we understand that why to learn HTML. Now, what is the importance of HTML in real world? Anyone in the chat box? What is the importance of HTML in real world? Anyone? What is the importance of HTML? It is a backbone of website, exactly. So we can conclude that it is a foundation of web development, correct? We can conclude that web development foundation. So you can say HTML is the fundamental building block of a web development, okay? Because anyhow, it is a markup language, it is a basic markup language for structuring your content on World Wide Web. Yes or no? What could be the other reason? What are the other importance of HTML? It provides responsiveness to the website. Correct. We can say HTML allows us to create responsive web designs, right? The responsive web designs. Okay. So basically, it allows us to go ahead and implement responsive web designs that adapt various screen sizes. Either it could be your desktop, either it could be your laptop, either it could be your mobile device. Whatsoever screen it is, it allows us to go ahead and create responsive web design, correct? It can be linked foundation and blocks are the element or tag, correct? It provides structure for web pages, exactly. The third reason could be SEO, okay? Now, why HTML is important? This is one of the very important thing to understand. Now, what is SEO? SEO means search engine optimization. So HTML plays a key factor in SEO. How? Let's understand. So basically, search engines basically rely on HTML markup to understand the content and the structure of a web page. Okay. So let's suppose we are creating anything. So the very first thing that SEO are influenced is how your web pages are indexed. Okay, and based on that indexing, how you have created your web pages, how you have given your titles, how you have given your headings, based on that, your rank in a search result will be influenced. So basically, HTML is very important in SEO, okay, because it allows you to rank your web pages, okay, what sort of index you are using, what sort of headings you are using, what sort of tags you are using. So what we are talking about, the SEO, okay. So basically, see what sort of indexing you are doing over your web pages, okay? How we are creating our headings, how we are tagging our elements, this directly influence our web page to be ranked over a search result, okay? So this is very important. See, people don't understand the concept behind the heading. They thought, okay, in HTML headings, we have 6 things, H1, H2, H3, that's it. No. But basically, it directly impacts on the search result while creating your website. Okay, how your website will be ranked, it directly connected to your headings, how you are tagging your things, how you are indexing your headings. Okay, so that's why it is very important to understand the concept of HTML. Okay, this could be the one reason. Now, what could be the other reason? Anyone in the chat box? We have 3 reasons as of now. One is web development foundation. Other is it allows us to go ahead and create responsive web design. Third is SEO. Now, what are the other reasons? So basically, we can conclude that it allows us to make things compatible between different browsers, correct? So we can conclude over here that it allows us to go ahead and create cross-browser compatibility, okay? So basically, the concept behind this is, see, what developers do, they basically create, okay, they use HTML to create different sort of a content, okay? How they are creating those contents so that their content are compatible with different web browser, okay? Why this compatibility is important? Understand. So compatibility is essential to ensure that regardless of browser, either it is Chrome, either it is some other browser, whatsoever browsers are, the content should be, rendered easily. The experience of my users are easily, okay? It's not like, my content is, just fixed for one simple browser. So cross-browser compatibility is very important and it is ensured by your HTML developer itself, okay? So this could be the one importance of HTML. I need more answers from everyone. What could be the other reason? Everyone in the chat box. Let me take one example. Have you all heard about CMS tools? CMS tools. So let me go ahead and first tell you what is CMS. So CMS are basically content management system. Okay. Now what is this? So we have different platforms. We have WordPress. Have you heard about WordPress? I guess WordPress you all have heard. So basically WordPress is one sort of a CMS tool, okay, that allows you to go ahead and, manage your things over a website, okay? So when you create, so basically WordPress is sort of a, platform that allows you to go ahead and create websites, okay, directly. You don't have to write full-fledged code over there, okay? For CMS also, for CMS tools as well, we have to understand the basic concept of HTML. Why? Because once you understand the concept of HTML, it allows user to customize and optimize their website within these CMS frameworks, okay? Because anyhow, on these CMS tool as well, you will be creating some sort of a website, correct? If you understand the basic of HTML, okay, you'll be able to understand what user basically wants from the website. So understanding the concept behind that, okay, how to generate things, how to render things, how to make things easily available, what user are expecting from your website, these things are also be concluded through HTML itself, okay? So basically on CMS as well, in order to create website without typing a full-fledged code, if you understand the things of HTML, you'll be easily, ready to go to work with these tools as well, okay? Because anyhow, if you're good to go with HTML, then only you'll be able to create a website. And if you are able to create a website, you know what user exactly demanding from your website, correct? So for that reason also, for working with CMS tools as well, we have to understand the HTML, okay? So we can conclude from here, these are the basic things that allows us to know about HTML, okay? Even we have different tools in order to launch website, then in order to work with that, we have to understand the things as well. Okay, I'll repeat CMS as well. So basically CMS are content management system, okay? So for content management system, we have WordPress, we have other website as well. If you have heard about it, we have Drupal as well, okay? So basically these are the tools, okay, that allows us to create website. We don't have to write a full-fledged code over there like we do in HTML. But again, if we have website, why to learn HTML? This could be your one question, correct? Now, in order to work with these website, okay, in order to use these tools, how you can use these tools if you don't know how the website actually functions? Yes or no? So for that reason also, we have to understand HTML as well, correct? So these are the importance of HTML. Exactly, for modification as well. Because let's suppose if we are working on WordPress, okay, and we need to modify something, how you will understand what to modify, correct? Exactly. So for that reason as well, we have to understand HTML as well, okay? I hope everyone is good to go with these things. What are the reason behind? WordPress is totally different thing. It is sort of a content management system that allows you to go ahead and, basically create different websites. In a very simple term, you can say it allows us to go ahead and create websites. Tools which has template and APIs ready to make. We just have to go ahead and work over there. We have to write few of the things and it is good to go to launch the website. But again, as I already mentioned, if we have different sort of systems available over a market, okay, then why to learn HTML? Because in order to work with those tools as well, we have to learn the basics, correct? So that is why HTML is important, okay? So let's move to the examples to understand HTML, okay? So let's take one simple example from a web page itself to understand the concept. So what we will do now, we will scroll to Wikipedia page itself. The very simple and good to go to take the example from here. So this is my Wikipedia page. I hope everyone is able to see the screen, correct? So what we do, we will just simply inspect this page, okay? And let's understand the concept behind this page. I hope everyone is able to see this code, yes or no? Now, if you all can see, the very first thing written over here is doc type HTML. Now what is this? What is doc type HTML? Why it is important to mention over here? Everyone in the chat box, why it is important to mention over here doc type HTML, document type to identify, document type to browser, correct, exactly, for parsing, exactly. So basically, why this is important? You can say this is sort of an instruction, okay, that tells the web browser that what sort of thing you are using, which thing you are using, okay? What sort of HTML you want to use, okay? So this is what doc type HTML stands for. It allows us to go ahead and inform the web browser to tell which version of HTML to expect and what exactly to render over there, okay? I hope everyone is clear. Why to include this at very first, right? Because you are saying to your web browser that, okay, this is my HTML code and you have to function according to HTML what I am writing inside there, correct? Coming to the next part, that is HTML language is equals to English and class is equals to JS enabled. Now what is this? HTML language, it is simple that we are using English as a language. What if this class is equals to JS enabled? Exactly. So basically, when we use this class is equals to JS enabled, that means I am saying to my HTML code, or we are labeling that, hey, JavaScript is active. Okay, so you can include JavaScript code as well on your HTML code. Okay. Now, before going to the head element, let's first discuss what is this HTML element. Okay. So what is HTML element? HTML element is the root element of your HTML page. Okay. So basically it is an outermost element, okay, that encapsulate all the content on a web page. So what I meant by this is, so basically inside this HTML element, okay, inside this HTML element, we have all the things inside this only. So basically this particular element allows us to encapsulate all the things whatsoever included inside my code. It should be inside this HTML element itself. Okay, that is why it is considered as a root element as well. Okay, that is why we consider HTML as a root element, because this particular element encapsulates all the information related to your web page, website inside them only. Okay. Now, coming to the next part that we have over our code is head tag. Okay. Now, what is this head tag? What is this head tag? So, if you all can see over here, inside this head tag to set a header, if you are using HTML, then HTML will be same like this. If you are changing the language, so see, if you are using Python, then there are different things to modify, right? There are different methods to tell the browser, okay, this is my Python language. So let's suppose we are writing any C code. So what we do? Hash include, if you all remember, correct? So why we are using hash include? What is this hash include and everything? To tell the browser, okay, this is my C code, correct? Similarly, whenever we are defining anything, we have to make sure that my web browser act like that only, okay? Like the code we are doing. So that is why we need to identify what sort of coding language we are using. For that only we use HTML. In order to work with HTML code, we have to make sure everything is inside the HTML element itself. Okay. Now coming to the next part, that is our head element. Okay. Now what is this head element? So you all can see basically we have few of the information that is incorporated inside a meta tag, right? Correct. If you all can see over here, meta cat set, meta name, what are these things? First tell me what is meta. What do you understand by meta? Anyone? So basically in a very simple term, we can say meta is nothing but information about the information, okay, or data about the data. So basically what meta tag is used, it is used to provide metadata, or you can say additional information about the document. What exactly this document is, why we are using this. So these all sort of information, okay, that will not be included inside your content of a web page. This is where we include these sort of information, okay. All the additional information about your document get inside this meta tag, okay. And why it is important? Exactly. Title of a page we can set with header, correct, okay. So the information that are not included inside the body of your web pages are included inside this head tag only, okay. Now, I would like to go ahead and ask you one question, that is, why to include this meta information? Why these things are important? If these are not displayed over your web page, then why need to include these sort of information? Why to include the description? Why to write these sort of lines? Why it is important? Anyone? So basically we add these sort of information for search engine optimization, for understanding backend developer. So basically, we go ahead and include these sort of information that is not visible to our web body, okay? That is not included in our body of the content of a web page. But why it is necessary to include? Because this allows us, okay, this is very crucial for the purpose of SEO, okay? Because browser behavior, the set of character that we are defining over here, if you all can see, char set is equals to UTF-8. These all things are important for SEO purpose, okay? That is why we need to include these sort of information, okay? These sort of a description. These are very important part for SEO. So anything that you can see over your web page, each and every aspect, each and every part is really important for different purposes. Even if it is not showing on your body of the content, then too it is important, okay, for different purposes. I hope everyone got the clarity why this SEO is important for HTML, right? Why it is important, why we have discussed this SEO term, right? Because all this information that we are including over here, no, these are directly connected to SEO itself, okay? Because if you are creating any web page, let's suppose you are creating any sort of a website, you want your website to be ranked, right? To be ranked over search whenever people are searching, correct? So for that purpose, these things are important, okay? Coming to the next thing, and you can take one more important thing behind this SEO thing. See, for linking sheet, yes, absolutely, Nisha. So basically what we do now, when we, let's suppose on HTML, what we do, we create one HTML page, then we create CSS, right? So include a style sheet, we include here itself, okay? In the head tag. Absolutely, we link style sheet inside here itself, okay? Okay. So let's move to the next thing. If you all can see over here, the title tag, okay? So title tag are nothing. It basically defines the title of a web page. I hope everyone are clear with this thing, title tag, right? Because title tag are the tags that allows to define what sort of web page this is, okay? So that's why we have written over here Wikipedia. Not in the title tag, but inside a head tag, okay? We can include a style sheet inside a head tag, okay? So how to add, let me go ahead and show you over here itself. Yes, I'll show you. So basically, through a method called link, okay? So you can write like this. Link, then you have to add this relative. So basically relative is nothing but you are adding some different style sheet over here. So you can give any sort of a style sheet over here, and after that your style sheet, okay, name, let's suppose style.css, okay? So you can include your style sheet through this method, okay? Let's move to the next part. We discussed about title tag, okay? The title tag or element are nothing that specifies a title for your HTML page, okay? That will be basically shown on the web browser's title bar, okay? Now, coming to the next part, we have is called body tag, okay? Now, body tag defines the document body, or you can say it is a container for all the visible content over your website. So what are the content that is visible across your web pages? All are included inside a body tag. So you can refer body tag as a container, okay, inside which each and every information whatsoever you are seeing over a particular web page, all are included inside this body tag itself, okay? Either it is paragraph, either it is images, links, table, whatsoever it is, okay? Everything is included inside a body tag. So you can say body tag is sort of a container that holds all the documents body, okay? I hope everyone is clear with the definition of body tag. Great. So these are the basic things, okay, that we go ahead and understand. One is called title, one is called body, then we have paragraph tag, H1 tag, heading tag, each and everything. These are the basic concept of HTML, okay? Now, let's move back and understand few of the basic terminology. That is, the very first thing, why is it important to close and open the tag? Anyone in the chat box? We know what are tags, we know what is head tag, we know what is body tag. But what is the importance? If you all can see, here my head tag is open, correct? Here we have closed this head tag. Why is it important? Why it is important? In order to close and open the tags, rendering to complete the section of a web page, correct? for correct interpretation. Exactly. So what we can conclude from here, if we can ask the question that why is it important, okay, to open and close the tags? What I can conclude from your answers are, the very first thing is, we can say it defines the structure, correct? For defining the structure of your web page, it is important to close and open the tag. Yes or no? This could be the one conclude answer from your answers. What could be the second answer that we see? So we can say that accessibility, this could be the answer for correct interpretation of a web page. So basically, in order to close and open the tags, without it, we can't say where our things are started and where it ended. So basically, we can conclude that accessibility. So closing and opening of tag allows us to easily accessible the elements, correct? We can also say it includes the consistency, correct? In order to maintain the consistency across the web pages, it is important to use these tags, correct? Arrangement of tag, exactly. So we can conclude from here that tags create a clear boundary of our content, correct? It allows us to create a boundary between different content of over the web page. Yes or no? So we can write over here that it allows us to create a boundary of our content. Correct? What could be the other reasons in order to open and close the tag? One is it allows us to define the structure. It allows us to easily accessible all the content over the website. It includes the consistency. It allows us to create a boundary over different section of the content. What could be the other reasons? If you remember, one person had mentioned about this DOM thing, right? I don't remember the name actually, but someone had mentioned the DOM concept. Okay? See, in DOM, first understand what is DOM. So basically, DOM is nothing, the full form of is document object model. Okay, so for opening and closing tag, it is directly related to your DOM manipulation. What is DOM manipulation exactly? Basically, it is a fundamental aspect of a web development, okay, that allows us to go ahead and interact with different, model of your object using JavaScript. Okay, so once you are good to go with HTML and CSS, you have to work with JavaScript, correct? Exactly, it is the layout of your HTML. The DOM represents the structure of an HTML document. So basically, it is sort of a tree of your object, okay, that allows you to manipulate different things dynamically, okay, to update your content over a structure of a web page, okay. So closing and opening of a tag allows us to script your content easily, and it helps us to manipulate the DOM, okay. So DOM manipulation, I will write over here. Okay, so these are the few reasons that is important in order to open and close the tags. Okay, I hope everyone is clear till now. Now let's directly move to the different things, okay, of HTML. The very first thing is HTML headings. The very basic and the very first concept of HTML is HTML heading. Now I hope everyone knows what are the different types of headings available over HTML. How many types of HTML headings we have? 6, exactly. So basically, in HTML heading, we have H1 to H6, right? That basically structures and organize your content on a web page. Exactly. Correct? Now let's move to the different thing, that is HTML paragraph. Okay? Now why we use HTML paragraph? So basically this P element used to define a paragraph of a text, okay? So what we will do over here now, we'll be going to VS Code itself and we will quickly take an example as well, okay, in order to see the output for a particular thing, okay? So what I'll do, I'll first take a simple code for HTML, and here we will work with different part of HTML concepts, okay? So the very first thing that we are discussing over here is the paragraph element, correct? Now how to define paragraph element? Simple P tag, correct? Exactly. So what we have to write, simply we have to go ahead and write P. We have to use P tag. And after that, inside this, you can define anything. So let's suppose this is my HTML day one. Okay. After that, we will simply close it. Exactly. We can use this as well. Okay. After that, what we have to do, we will simply save this code first. I'll give any sort of a name. Yes, sir. This recording will be provided to you. It will be available over LMS as well. Okay. Do not worry about it. Okay. After that, we can simply run this code. So you can see this is my HTML day one. Okay. So this is how we go ahead and work with paragraph tag. Saving is important. Otherwise, how your VS Code will understand what sort of changes you have done over there. Okay. So every time whenever you are changing anything, it is necessary to save that changes. Okay. Yeah, I'll tell you. See, why to use paragraph? Understand. Let's suppose I want to write something. Let's take a Wikipedia page itself and understand the concept between a heading and a paragraph. Okay, so what we will do, we will simply go to any of the articles. Okay, let's suppose this is my article. Okay, now what are these things? Wait, let me annotate how we have written these things and how it is different from this. How this is different. These are the things that are inside headings. Okay, exactly. And these are the things that are inside paragraph. Okay, so this is how headings and paragraphs are different. I hope everyone got the clarity. Yes or no? Exactly. Exactly. So basically, in order to add a lot of content, we use paragraph tag. In order to add simple things that makes your website or that you want to emphasize your things, then we use heading tags. Okay. I hope everyone is clear. So this is my paragraph tag. Okay. Now, yeah, definitely we'll be coming to that itself. Okay. Do not worry about it. We'll be discussing the tags only because these are the things that are important. Okay. So let me go back to my documentation first. So what we have discussed till now, we have discussed HTML heading and we have discussed HTML paragraphs. Okay. Now let's discuss different tags. Okay, that are important in HTML. So the very first thing is what we will write. We will write HTML attributes, and inside that we'll be discussing different tags. Okay. So one we have headings as a tag, then we have paragraphs. Okay. Now let's move to the next things that we have inside attributes. Okay. Now what are attributes? But let me go ahead and discuss this thing. What do you understand by attributes? Properties. Okay. Characteristics. Correct. So what I can conclude is basically HTML attribute allows us to add additional information about your HTML element. Okay, that help you define their properties. Okay, this is what HTML attributes are. Okay, so let's discuss different types of attribute that are available over HTML. The very first attribute we have is source, SRC. Okay, now what does this particular attribute do? So basically it allows us to go ahead and attach different sort of images over our web pages. Okay, so let's suppose if I want to attach any sort of an image over my website, over my web page, how to do that? Through HTML attribute, that is source tag. Okay, so let's quickly go to the VS Code, and here we'll be attaching some sort of a image over here. Now how to work with source tag? What we have to do in order to attach any sort of an image, what we have to do? First we have to write img. Exactly. After that, source. So basically source attribute specifies the source, or you can say URL, or you can say path of your external resources. What could be those resources? It could be your images, it could be audios, it could be videos, whatsoever. Okay. in order to incorporate those external resources inside your web pages? Exactly. You need a path or a URL that can be attached to your web pages through a source attribute. Okay. So here, let me quickly find some sort of an image. So let me search for that. Okay, let me take. Okay, so I have this image. I'll copy a part of this particular image. I'll paste it over here inside this. Okay. And after that, what we have to do? If you want to give some alternatives information about your image, okay, before adding alternative information, why it is necessary to add alternative information for your image? Everyone in the chat box. Why is it important to use alt attribute? If we are already adding an image, then why it is important to add an alternate attribute to our images? Exactly. So basically the concept behind this is, if image is not displayed, then we can understand which image or which sort of image we are using for the users. Okay. That's why we go ahead and use this alternative attribute. Okay. So how to do that? We will simply write ALT. So ALT is the tag. Okay. Is equals to, and inside that you can give, let's suppose I'll write cartoon. Okay. And after that, just close your image tag. Okay. This is how you can add any sort of external resources, okay, through the source attribute. Okay, I'll save this code and I'll run it. Okay. So you can see we have this image over here. Okay. I hope everyone is clear. Now, let's move to the different thing. Okay. We have added an image. We have given the alternate name to our image. Now, if we want to set the width and the height of an image, because if you all can see, if we have just rendered our output, you can see the image is too big, right? Now, in order to add the width and the height of our image, what to do? Which exactly, correct. So what we have to do basically, either we can go with style attribute as well, or either we can directly add it through width and height attribute. How to do that? Simply write width is equals to, we can do through CSS as well. We can set through HTML as well. So we have this option called width and height in order to set the width and the height of our image. Okay. It can be done both ways. Okay. So let's suppose I'll set my width of my image to 800, and after that I'll set the height of my image to 400, for example. Okay. I'll save this and I'll run it again. Okay. So accordingly, my image height will be set. See here. Okay. So this is how we can go ahead and set the image and the height of our image. Okay. Great. Now let's move to the different concept. So what we have done till now, let me write over here. So we have worked with source attribute, then we have worked with alternate attribute, right? And third, we have worked with width and height, correct? Now what I'll do, I'll simply take the screenshot of this as well and attach to the document. I'll paste it over here as well. Okay. Now, let's move to the next thing that we have is what style attribute, as mentioned by someone over the chat itself, to set things through style attribute. Now, how to work with that? Let's discuss this as well. Okay. Now, how to work with the style attribute? We'll quickly go back to VS Code as well. And here we will understand. Now, In order to work with style attribute, what we have to do, we have to use this term called style. Okay. Now, if I want to style my paragraph, so how to work with that? We have to first write P. Okay. Inside this, we have to use the style attribute. Okay. In order to add a style to your element. For example, if you want to add a color, if you add font, if you want to add the size, if you want to customize those things, okay, you can use this style attribute. How to work with that? What we have to do, basically we type a style is equals to, and inside this we define the color of our paragraph. So let's suppose I want to use the color of my paragraph as, let's suppose, blue violet, for example. I'll simply choose that. After that, I'll close this p tag, and inside this I'll write this is my blue violet paragraph. Okay. So in order to customize your paragraphs, you can use style tag. Okay. After that, I'll quickly save it and I'll run it again. Okay. So you can see now my paragraph is coming in blue violet color. Okay. So this is how you can customize your paragraphs, headings, whatsoever through style attribute. Okay. Now, let's work with different part of this style attribute. How to work with that? Let's discuss it. Okay. Now, second thing, we have worked with paragraph. Now what we have, in order to set the background color, okay, of your web page, how to work with that? So let's suppose I'll inside a body tag itself, okay. If I want to set my background color as anything, okay. So what I'll do over here inside this body tag itself, I'll be setting style is equals to, okay, inside that I'll choose background color. Okay. So once you will type anything, no, all the recommendation through your VS Code will already available. Okay. Now which sort of color you want to use? So I want to set my background color, let's suppose this one. Okay. I'll simply choose this one. After that, everything is done. Okay. Inside the background color, whatsoever thing is available, what sort of paragraphs we are using, whatsoever it is, my background color will be changed to this particular color. Okay. I'll save this code and run it again. Okay. You can see that my background color is to change to the color that we have chosen. Okay. I hope everyone is following these things. Okay. Great. Now, if you want to customize your font, okay, here we have set the color of our font to blue violet. Okay. Now, if I want to customize my font as well. Now, how to do that? What we will do, we will simply choose a p tag. Inside that, we will define a style tag is equals to, okay. So in order to use font family, okay, you can see over here, we have different options. We have font size, we have font family, weight, style, different things. So what we want to customize the font, right? So we will use font family. And after that, we'll be choosing any one out of these, okay? So let's suppose this one, okay? I'll be choosing. And after that, I'll simply close my p tag, and inside that I'll write, this is my customized font, okay? I'll save this and I'll run it. Okay? You can see my font is changed to this, right? To the default one, it is changed, correct? So this is how you can customize your fonts as well, okay? What we have to do, very simple thing. You have to choose a style. Inside that, just write fonts. So you'll be having different options, okay? To work with that. Just choose any of this and you're good to go with that, okay? You don't have to learn each and everything, okay? Just understand the concept, how to use these elements, how to customize these things, what exactly attribute you have to use, okay? I hope everyone is able to understand these concepts. Now, what I want to set the font size as well. So till now what we have did, we have set the color, we have set the font family. Now what I want to set the font size as well. So for that also, simply inside a p tag, I'll be choosing style attribute, and after defining that, I'll be choosing font size. Okay, I'll choose font size, and inside that, I'll define it. So let's suppose what I want. You can see we have different option already available. Okay, if you want to set inside a percentage option, you can set this as well. So I'll be choosing 300% for example. Okay, and after that, I'll just write this is my font size. Okay, I'll save it and I'll run it again. So this is how you can customize the size of your font as well, right? I hope everyone is clear till now how we have set the font color, how we customize the font style, and how we customize the font size. Yes or no? Great. Now let's move to the different options available in order to work with font. That is, if you want to align your text, now what you want, I want to customize the font alignment. I want it into center, left, right, whatsoever it is. So how to do that? Again, p tag I'll be using. Inside that I'll be choosing style. Okay, is equals to, and now I want to align my text. So you can see we have different option available. Okay, so you can choose this one, text align, and inside that can we can use padding as well, we can use alignment as well. Now you can see we have different options, center, and justify, left, right. Okay, so what I want to keep my things in the center. Okay, so I'll simply write this is center. Okay, I'll save this, I'll run it again. So you can see now my font is in center. Right? Let me show you over here. Right? Everyone can follow, right? So this is how you can align your things. Everyone is following, yes or no? Great. So these are the different things in HTML that allows us to go ahead and customize our, different things. Okay? Now what I'll do, I'll simply just take a screenshot of this and I'll attach it so that you can follow that. Okay, let me take a screenshot. So what we have learned till now in a style attribute, the very first thing is background color, correct? After that, what we have learned, we have understand how to set the text color. So text color. After that, we have understood the font as well, how to set the text size. Work with text alignment. So these are the few things that we have understood till now. I'll paste the screenshot over here. Okay. I hope everyone is clear till now. Yes or no in the chat box so that we can move ahead. Okay. Great. These are not difficult thing and you understand the concept. How to include these attributes? You have to use style attribute. Once you have chosen a style attribute, you have different option already available over there. If you want to set the background color, text size, alignment, whatsoever it is, okay? You simply choose it. Just understand how to define those things, okay? Because anyway, these inverted comma, semicolon, these are important things that you all have to understand where to put those things, okay? Correct? Because anyway, VS Code is a good editor that even allows you to go ahead and you don't have to write these colons and everything. They will define by themselves itself, right? So you just have to understand the concept, how to include these things, okay, inside your web pages. Correct? Okay. Now let's move to the next part that we have to understand over here is text formatting, okay? Now, what is text formatting? Anyone have any sort of a idea behind this? What is formatting elements in HTML? In order to get everything in sequence, you can say that basically it allows us to design to display special types of text, because anyway when you are designing any sort of a website, so there are few things that you want to make it bold, there are few things that you want to mark it as important, right? So these are the things that you can do through formatting elements that are available on HTML, okay? So first understand what are the different formatting elements available, okay? So the very first thing is, as mentioned by Mayur itself, bold text. If you want to make your things bold, make your headings bold, so we can use beta, okay? After that, exactly, we have underline, italic, different things available, okay? So we have bold text, the very first, okay? After that, what we have? No. BR is not a formatting element. BR is something different. It is a tag that allows you to break the lines, okay? BR is not a formatting element, okay? Then we have strong element, okay? So basically this particular tag allows us to highlight the important content over your web page, okay? Then we have italic. If you want to make your things italic, you can use I tag, correct? If you want to highlight text or if your content is important, okay, then you can use strong. After that, we have EM for emphasized. Now, quickly tell me what is the difference between emphasized and italic? Because anyway, if we will talk about the appearance, both italic and emphasized are same, correct? What is the difference then between italic and emphasized? Then we have mark text. If we want to mark any text, okay? So basically, if we talk about the appearance, okay, both comes in italic form. So basically, what is the difference between them? Okay, when your screen reader will pronounce those words, okay, then there's some sort of a verbal stress over emphasized text. If you have used EM, okay, anywhere inside your web pages, so when your screen reader will pronounce those words, then there will some sort of a verbal stress over that content. Okay, this is the difference between italic and emphasized text. Okay, I hope everyone is clear. Okay, now let's quickly work upon these formatting elements as well. Okay, now the very first thing is bold. Okay, so we will work upon that. So how to use that? Very simple. We will simply use beta. And inside that, I'll write this text is bold. Okay. Now, after that, how to work with italic? Again, I for italic, correct. For important word as well, but see, again we have a strong, correct? We have a strong as well for important text. And again, bold is also used for important. So don't be confused between these stuff. Okay, bold is also used for important text. Strong is also used for important text. Again, emphasize, if you can say, if you render, screen reader is rendering your content, then it will emphasize the content. So basically, I can say that emphasize thing will be used, basically help those users who are not able to listen. There we can use emphasize, yes or no? Correct? the people who are not able to see things, correct? There we can use emphasize, correct? So that they will understand, okay, these things are important, correct? Again, now how to use a strong? We can use strong term, okay? That's it. And inside that, I'll write this text as important, okay? I'll save this text in one go so that you can understand between the difference, okay? I'll first show you here how to use these things, okay? After that, how to use italic, simple I, okay? And inside that, I'll write this text is italic, okay? After that, I'll use emphasize as well, EM. Emphasize, EM is for emphasize, okay? So I'll be writing over here is this text is emphasized, okay? I hope everyone got the clarity over emphasize, right? After that, what we have? We have mark text, okay? Now, what this mark element do for you? It will basically define the text that should be marked or highlighted, okay? For highlighting your text, mark is used, okay? Now, how to work with that? I'll show you an example as well. Okay, see here. Inside a p tag, okay. Inside a p tag, what I'll write? Do not forget to buy. And inside mark, what I'll do? Milk, okay. And I'll pay off this today. Okay. Now let's first see the output of these content first, okay? See here. This text is bold. This text is important. Okay. Now you can't find the difference between these things, correct? These two things. Let me, correct? Again, bold is also used for important text. This is also used for important text, okay? Again, see here. This text is italic, this text is emphasized. Both are in italic, correct? There's only difference between these elements is where you are using it, okay? Now, coming to the mark, you can see over here, do not forget to buy milk today. So you can see milk is highlighted, okay? So this is where we use this mark tag, okay? I hope everyone is clear. Great. Now we have different element as well. Let's discuss those as well, okay? Now after that, what we have element called delete. Now what this delete element do for you? It basically defines the text that has been deleted from a document, okay? So how browser will understand? Browser will basically strike out that line. Yes, we have small tag as well. I'll show you over here how to use that. So what we do, we will simply write small. You can, customize the color as well. It's not important actually, okay? So how to use small tag? What we can do? We will simply write small, and inside that, let's suppose I'll be writing this is some smaller text, okay? That's it. So this is how we go ahead and work with small tag, okay? Now, let's work with delete item, okay? How to work with that and how to define those things. Understand, okay? So let's suppose inside a p tag, I'll be using p tag. And inside that, I'll write my favorite. What should I write? Car is, okay? After that, inside this, I'll be using del element, okay? I'll write over here, what should I write? Let's suppose data, for example. Okay, I want to delete this. And after that, I'll be writing, it will strike a line through a Tata, okay? And here I'll write BMW, for example. Okay? I'll save this and I'll run it. Then you will understand the difference between small and this delete element. Okay, see here, this is some smaller text. You can see the size difference between this and this. Okay, and similarly understand the work of delete element. Okay, so basically what browser will do for you, it will basically strike out the element that you want to delete, instead of it will display the thing that you want to display. That is BMW. Okay, I hope everyone is clear. Now let's understand few more things that we have for formatting. Okay, we have subscript and superscript as well, correct? So subscript basically appears a character below the normal line, and superscript half a character above the normal line, right? So how to work with that? Again, I'll use a p tag, and inside p tag I'll write this is okay, and I'll use sub tag in order to define subscript. I'll write subscripted. Okay, and after that here I'll define something, let's suppose text. Okay, similarly superscript is used. So basically where these things are used, anyone. So let's suppose if we want to define H2O, so how to write that? So there we use this subscript and superscript. If we want to raise the power of a number, so there we can use, right, superscript. Again p tag, and here I'll simply change the element, that is sub n. Okay, I'll save these things as well, and I'll run these things. Yeah, so you all can follow. This is subscripted text and this is superscripted text. Everyone is following till now? Yes or no in the chat box? Till now what we have discussed? We have discussed p tag. We have discussed how to attach an image over a web browser, how to fix the size and the width of an image. After that, we have discussed how to set a color of a font, how to customize the font appearance, how to set a different font size, how to align the things. Okay. After that, we have discussed some of the formatting element, that is bold, important, italic, emphasized. After that, we have discussed about highlighting tags, how to display the content in smaller area, how to use delete, how to use subscripted and superscripted. Till now, anyone has any doubt? Yes or no in the chat box. Make sure you are understanding each and everything, because to use these concepts and make something out of that. Okay, so be prepared of this as well. Okay, we'll be working only on these things itself, but how to use and where to use, where to include these things, this you all have to understand. Okay, yeah, great. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll take a screenshot of formatting element as well, and I'll paste it in a. So from here we have discussed about formatting elements. I'll paste it over the document as well. Okay, so we have discussed about bold text, strong, italic, emphasize, marked. After that, delete, subscript and superscript. Okay, I'll attach a screenshot over here. A small we have already discussed, Dhanush. I'll show you again over here. See here. You can see the size of these content and you can, make a difference between them, right? This is little smaller than this, right? So this is where we use small text, okay? Yeah. Everyone is clear till now, no? Great. So basically span, you can say we can use in when we are, creating tables where we go ahead and span the rows, columns, okay? There we generally use span. But for small, we can say it's more like when you want to, customize your fonts, there you can use small, okay? That's why it is formatting tag, okay? Where you can, just format your things, your content, okay? So till now, what we have done, we have covered this topic, right? Till formatting elements, correct? Now what we have to discuss about links, how to link different things, okay, on our web pages. And after that, we have to work upon HTML links, correct? So first, let's discuss about links, okay? Now, what are links? If I'll talk about the web page, what do you understand by links? What are HTML links? That's correct. So basically, HTML links are used to create clickable elements, correct? That allow user or you to navigate from different pages or resources on the web. Yes or no? Correct? So for this only, in order to attach links over web pages, we have one element called anchor tag, okay? That is used to define links. Now, how to work with that? Let's discuss that, okay? So what we are discussing right now is HTML links, okay? So let's go back to VS Code first and we will discuss about that. Okay. Now, in order to attach links, okay, what is the structure? How to add that? Let's discuss that. So in order to work with links, we have one thing called anchor element, okay? That start with A, and in order to attach any link, what we have to do, we have to use href, okay? That basically allows us to go ahead and add any sort of a link over a web pages, okay? Is equals to, inside this, we will give any sort of a link. So let's suppose I want to give Google link, for example. So what I'll write? .google.com, okay? After that, I'll close the A tag, okay? And inside that, I'll write visit Google, okay? After that, I'll save it. So in order to attach any sort of a link over your web page, what are the things that we have to take care? The very first thing is we have to use A tag, okay? After that, in order to define the link, we have to write href, and inside that, we define the link, okay? And we will run it. So you all can see we'll be having one option called visit link. And if I click over this link, I'll be redirected to Google. Everyone is clear? Yes or no in the chat box. Okay. So this is how we go ahead and attach different sort of a link. It is not compulsory. Okay. How you can utilize these things. Understand the concept. It is not mandatory that you can attach only Google link or, YouTube or anything. Let's suppose I'll give a task to you. That create one simple web page, okay? Even I'll give you a task as well, okay? What you want, I want that you have to create one web page that include all the concept that we have discussed today in different format. You can come with some sort of an idea, okay? So that you can incorporate these things that we have learned today and just create one link that if I visit over there, I can download the PDF, okay? Whatever you have did till now. So I'll give a task as well. Do not worry about it. Okay, so this is how we attach different links. Okay. And in this link, what you can do, you can give your drive link so that I can basically redirect to your drive link and I can download the PDF. Yes or no? There are different sort of ideas that we can attach. Let's suppose you want to create your portfolio website. Okay. So how you can allow users to download your resume? You can simply attach a link, right? In order to download your resume through your drive link, correct? So this is how you can go ahead and work with links. Now, coming to the next part, let's suppose you want to link your email address as well, okay? So how to do that? Again, we have to use a tag. After that, href is equals to, and inside that, what we have to use? Mail to, and let's suppose I'll write my email ID that is Intellipaat1234 at the rate, okay, gmail.com. Okay. After that, I'll close the A tag and here I'll write contact us, for example. Okay. I'll save this again. I'll click on run and debug. Now you can see once I click over the link, okay, I'll be redirected to my mailbox. Okay. Directly. And there I can type anything and send it. Here. Okay. So this is how you can go ahead and work with that. Okay. Now, coming to the next thing that we have is, let's suppose what you want to allow your user to download any sort of a PDF or a brochure of your website. How to do that? I'll write again, use a tag, href, okay, is equals to, and inside that, what you have to do, you have to give the path of any sort of a PDF file. So let me see if I have any sort of a PDF available. I don't have the different things. Yeah. Okay. So let me see what can I attach over here. So let's suppose this one I'll attach. Okay, for example. So what I'll do, I'll go on properties and I'll basically copy the whole path. Okay. Or I can directly. I don't have any PDF available right now, but okay. Let me go ahead and wait. We have this document, right, that we are creating over here. What I'll do, I'll simply download the PDF, okay, of this. Okay. And after that, I'll copy the path of this particular PDF and I'll paste it over here. Okay. So this is how you can even go ahead and, attach any sort of a document that you want over here. Okay. What I'll do, I'll simply go back to my desktop. I'll copy the whole path from the property section. And after that, I'll go back to my VS Code and here I'll paste it. Yep. Okay. And after that, I can simply close my A tag like this. And here I'll write download PDF. Okay. So this is how you can give a path in order to download any sort of a PDF over your web pages. Okay. Now, so these are the, yes, that we have to mention, that is HTML, I guess we have html.pdf. Okay. Basically, you have to define the whole path. Okay. That's it. Okay. In order to allow the user to download any sort of a PDF. Okay. Yeah. So these are the few things that you all have to remember: how to add different links to your web pages, how to add the contact information, how to add in order to allow the user to download any sort of a things through your website. Okay. Everyone is clear? What I'll do over here, I'll simply copy these things as well. I'll paste it over here as well. So here we have discussed basic image. Okay, basic image tag. Basic links. After that, we have understood about how to link email address. After that, link to files. Okay. Similarly, you can add anything. If you want to attach any sort of images, anything, okay, any sort of a word file, whatever. You simply have to provide the path of that particular file, okay, and the user can navigate through your files, okay. Now, let me paste the code first. After that, what we have to do, we have to discuss about the list. Now, what is list? What are HTML lists? Everyone in the chat box, what are HTML lists? Yes, sir. It is mandatory. Okay. Yes. No. First, define me what are these things. What are lists? Everyone. What do you understand by this terminology? Okay. So basically, you can say it is sort of a way that organize and display different part of your content. Okay. Correct? Now, how many types of HTML lists we have? One is called unordered, correct? We have unordered, then we have ordered, correct? So these are the basic lists that we have, unordered and ordered. After that, exactly, we have definition list as well. Okay. We have nested list as well, okay, where we just nest down different sort of a list, correct? Now let's first discuss unordered. Now how to define that? What we will do, we will simply go on VS Code again, and here we will define unordered list, okay? How to do that? The very first thing is we use UL. So UL stands for unordered, okay? And inside this, we define different list item, okay? So for example, I'll write li in order to define different item inside unordered list, okay? So let's suppose I'll write item 1, okay? Similarly, what I'll do, I'll simply copy paste these things and I'll change the sequence number, okay? So here, this is my item number 2, this is 3, and this is 4, okay? So basically this UL, okay, this UL element represent an unordered list. After that, this li element are list items that is representing an item inside the unordered list, okay? Now, everyone in the chat box, how this list will be displayed over your web page? In what format? Exactly. So it will be displayed in a bullet wise, like this, okay? Similarly, we have ordered list. So the only difference is what we have to use. We have to use OL, right? In order to work with ordered list. And inside this, what we use again, in order to define any sort of a list item, I'll write first item over here. And similarly, I'll just copy this code and paste it again. Here, I'll just change the sequence, that is second. And this is third, okay? Again, I'll save it. And this will come in a numbered form, correct? First, second, and third, okay? Now, how to work with nested list? So let's suppose what I want inside unordered list, okay? I want items, and inside items, I want sub item, okay? So how to create that? Firstly, we will use UL, okay? Inside this, I'll define my list item. Let's suppose this is my item 1, okay? And inside this item 1, what I want sub items, okay? So what I'll do, since I want inside this, so I'll be defining like this, okay? Again, I'll define UL because this is my unordered list again. And here, what I'll do, I'll define items. That is li sub item 1. And again, inside this, I'll be defining sub item 2. Okay. After that, my UL is closed, my li is closed, and again my UL is closed. Okay. So this is how you can define it. Again, if you want to go ahead and display one more li, so what I'll do, I'll simply write item 2. Okay. I'll save this. I'll run this again. You all can see we have nested list in which inside item 1 we have sub items, right? So this is how you can work with nested list. I hope everyone is clear. Great. Now, how to work with definition list? First, understand the concept. What are definition lists? So basically, it is used to define a sort of a terms, okay, a sort or list of terms and their associated definitions, okay. So basically, how it works, it is sort of a container. It acts as sort of a container for the entire definition list, okay. So we have 3 things for definition list. One is called DT. DT stands for definition term, okay, that allows us to go ahead and define a term in a definition list. The second thing that we have is called DD, that is definition description, okay, that allows you to define the description of the term specified by the definition term itself, okay. Now how to work with that, I'll show you over here itself, okay. So now let's suppose I have one definition list, okay. So in order to work with that, similarly the way we have worked with UL and OL, we have to work with DL in order to work with definition list, okay. Inside this, we have to first define an item, that is definition term. So DT I'll be using, and here let's suppose define apple, okay. Now, DT stands for describing your items that you have listed over here, okay. So what I'll do, I'll use DD, okay, and here I'll write a description about my item, that is apple. So what should I write? A red fruit? I'll write a red fruit, okay. So this is how you can define any sort of an item inside your list through definition list, okay. Similarly, let's suppose you want to define one more term, that is DT, and here let's suppose what I'll write. I'll write orange, for example, okay, and again I'll define my orange. So DT, I'll write a citrus fruit, okay. That's it, okay. After that, everything is closed. I'll save it and I'll run it again. So you all can see we have an item and this is a description about my item. Similarly, this is my item and this is a description about my item, okay. So this is where we use description list. I hope everyone is able to understand where we use the definition list. Great. Okay, so what I'll do over here, I'll simply copy the code. And I'll paste it over the document itself. Okay. So these are the few things that we have to go ahead and discuss in today's class. Now, let's discuss few of the new things that we can incorporate using HTML. Okay. Now, what are those things? The very first thing that I would like to go ahead and discuss is data list, okay? Anyone have any sort of idea about this? Anyone? So basically, if you have seen over this particular thing, like this, what we have? we have item, inside this we have sub item. Okay, so we have one more concept. Okay, I'll show you over here, that is called data list. Okay, now first understand what is this particular element stand for. Okay, I'll show you over here first. Let me go down here, I'll add it. Okay, now let's understand this thing. So basically, whenever you want to provide a predefined list, okay, of any sort of a option, okay, there we use this particular data list element. Okay, now what I am talking about it, I'll show you first, okay, how to code that, and after that we will work apart. So I already have a code for this, I'll just explain you over here. Okay, now understand, these are the basic things that you can able to understand, we already discussed. Okay, here understand the thing. What I have given over here, I have given over here input list, okay, that is fruit. I have given the ID, okay, and here I have defined some sort of a placeholder value. Okay, so placeholder is nothing. Okay, I'll show you over here. The placeholder is nothing, it is sort of a option that is available so that we can enter any sort of a value inside the place that we have defined. Okay, that is what placeholder is. Okay, now how to work with data list, what we basically use, we basically define a predefined list. Okay, so let's suppose exactly, no, it is different from the drop down. Drop down, what we can just choose it, correct, from the drop down menu. But here in the data list we can enter also. I'll show you, I'll run this code first, then you will understand better. Yeah, wait, just give me 1 minute. Exactly, I'll show you. Here in drop down, what we do, we can only select things. Here I can even write, see here, like this. Okay, yeah, exactly, you can write anything and the input will come. Okay, so this is how you can create this sort of a list. So basically this sort of list, this is basically nested one, right? Inside a list we have different options so that we can go ahead and choose, right? So this is how you can choose it. If you will just do a backspace, again you can write anything. Let's suppose banana, I can choose from here. Okay, so this is how data lists work. Now what is the importance of this one? So basically this data list element provide a list of predefined options that is already available so that user can select from when entering any sort of a data. So basically what happen in forms, we have few options that is fixed, right? That we have 12th, let's suppose 10th, 12th and graduation, correct? That is fixed itself. So user can simply write 10 and they can select from the drop down, correct? So this is how where we can use data list. Okay, it allows the user, okay, that either they can select an option from the list or freely they can type as well, right? In order to save the time, because let's suppose we have a drop down list. So we have an option, let's suppose we have 100 options available over here, not this much, 100. So we have to scroll as well. If I already know, let's suppose I want to make a country option. So we have 100 of country, yes or no? Now let's suppose I want to choose India. I have to scroll a lot. I can simply write India, I can choose it, correct? So this is where we can use this data list. So this is where we can use this sort of a predefined data list. Okay, basically you can say what is the importance of this? Anyone can understand from this thing? What is the importance of data list? Okay, what is the importance? It can save time as well, correct? Basically we can conclude that accessibility is easy, right? Using data list we can say accessibility for a user, right? Exactly. And again it provide an auto completion sort of a thing. Instead of scrolling we can easily select as well as we can write as well, right? So you can say auto completion. Data list provides a sort of a flexibility that is called auto completion. It provides accessibility. Again, it helps user to easily input the data and it also suggests things as well, right? So here we can use data list element. Okay. Now, one more thing I would like to go ahead and discuss over here that is interesting actually. Okay. That is what keyboard input. element. Anyone have any sort of an idea about keyboard input element? So what I'll do over here, I'll copy the whole code, okay, of this one, and I'll paste in the document. For data list template. Okay. Okay. So basically, this keyboard element is used to represent user input, okay, especially keyboard input. Now, before discussing it, I will like to go ahead and show you the demo. Okay, so I have, I guess, the code as well. Yeah, here. Okay, see here. First, let me go ahead and show you the output of this. Everyone is able to see this? Yes or no? You can say we have two options. To save a document, press Ctrl plus S. For a new tab, use Ctrl plus T. Now, what is the good thing about it? If I just press Ctrl plus S now, it will allow us to save the document. Is it good or not? Correct? Similarly, if I do Ctrl plus T, I'll be redirected to a new tab. Okay? So this is what keyboard input element allows us to do. Let's go back to the code and understand how we have customized this. Till here, everything is same. We don't have to discuss these things. Just understand how I used it. Exactly. What I have did, I have used p tag, and here I just written these things in order to, just showcase that what we are actually doing. Here the main part is, okay. KBD is a shortcut, okay, that we use, or an element you can say, in order to use anything. Okay, so here I have written KBD Control plus again KBD S. Okay. Similarly for new tab as well. Okay, let's suppose I want again anything else, but make sure you are using the same thing that allows us to do. That Control plus S allows us to save the thing. Control plus T allows us to go ahead on a new tab. Okay, so these sort of a shortcut allows us to make our web page interesting. Okay, so I'll again attach a code for this as well. Okay, over a document. So what we are discussing over here, keyboard input. Okay, now, so these are the few things. Okay, we have much more different HTML attribute, because people generally think that HTML is basic, but we have different things that people even doesn't know. These sort of a thing, okay, that we can discuss in next class as well. Okay, now here what I want, I'll be giving you a small task. Okay, everyone understood today's session? Yes or no in the chat box first. Yes. Now, here is a simple task for everyone. What exactly you all have to perform? Whatever we have discussed, okay, you have to come up with an idea so that you can incorporate all those things in a web page. Now, how to work with that? I'll tell you a simple example. Let's suppose I want to create a web page, okay, where my hobbies are incorporated. Okay, so what I want to create some sort of a web page that allows us to go ahead and create a web page about my favorite hobby using HTML. Okay, so what you all guys have to do, you have to come up with an idea so that you can incorporate all those things inside one web page, but come up with us, combined idea. It's not like, like this we have displaying over here that, okay, you have, just give me 1 second. So let's suppose this is my code that we have discussed till now, right? So you just simply create one web page where you have included one image and this thing, and not like this. You have to come up with an idea that incorporate all those things in one go, and it's sort of a web page. Okay, everyone understood the task? What exactly you have to do? So let's suppose I want to create one web page that contains about my favorite hobby. Okay, so what I'll use HTML heading. Okay, this is my hobby page, where I can write some sort of a paragraph that why I enjoy doing this hobby. Then I'll add some sort of a attribute where I'll be incorporating some sort of a image. Okay, Then I can include some sort of a formatting as well. I can include some sort of a site that why I am doing this hobby, why this is important, so that I can redirect it to some sort of a informative page like Wikipedia, so that I can understand why this hobby is necessary, why to do this thing. Let's suppose you have written that I love to go to gym, for example. So why gym is important? You can attach some sort of a link for an informative page, so that if I can click over that page, I will be redirected to that page. Okay. After that, what you can do, you can create some sort of a link that opens to an email, okay, where you can contact to some sort of a gym trainer, correct? After that, what you can do, you can create some sort of a list where different hobbies are incorporated. Okay, you can incorporate these sort of ideas. You have to come up with some sort of a page. Okay, you have to come. Hope everyone is clear. Everyone is clear with the task. What exactly you all have to do? Yes or no? Okay. Any sort of a confusion? Understood the task, no? Because this is how you can understand the concept of HTML. Because see, this is how anyone can do that. Okay, we have to create a list, but how to incorporate these things when we are creating a web page, that is important. Okay, so everyone come up with, you can either send it to a support, okay, support@intellipaat.com. Okay, hope everyone is clear. Yes or no? So this is the task for you all guys. Basically, you have to incorporate all these things, whatever we have discussed till now. Is it fine for everyone? Basically, you have to send it to a mail, okay, support@intellipaat.com. Yeah. Now what I'll do, I'll share you the document so that you all can understand what we have learned till now, and you can incorporate these things as well. Okay. Just give me one moment. I'll be sharing you the PDFs as well. Okay. Okay, sure. Yeah, this is a good idea. I'll include a task as well here so that you all understood. So task I'll be writing in bold. Okay. So what you all have to do, create a web page, okay, that incorporate all the things mentioned above, okay. But do not come like this, okay. Do not come like this that we have just incorporated all these things like this. It should be a proper web page, okay, with some sort of a title that I have given. Either you can create a web page for a gym, you can create a web page for a hobbies, anything, okay. Be little, creative. All the things mentioned above, okay. Okay, so this is the task for you all guys, okay. You have to create one web page that incorporate all the things that we have learned so far mentioned above, okay. For example, I'll be writing few of the ideas that could be, you can create a gym page, okay. You can create a hobby page, okay. Everyone, I'll request, do not come with gym and hobby page only. Be creative, okay, because anyways you'll be becoming a web designer, so you have to be little creative, okay, because there's a designer term attached with web, okay. So be creative, okay. I hope everyone is clear with the task. Yes or no? I'll be sharing here itself in the chat box. Do not worry about it. Yeah, just give me 1 minute, okay. Yeah, that's why I have attached all the things, whatever we have learned, so that you can, get the idea what we have covered in today's session as well, okay. Just give me 1 minute. I'll be sharing you the PDFs as well. And do let me know in the chat box that have you got the PDF or not. I'll give you suggestions as well. If you have remembered, we have discussed these things as well. No, keyboard shortcut for saving your files. You can use this as well. Once I redirect it to your web page, I can directly save your work. Okay? Just be creative how you can use this keyboard element, where you can use it, right? Either, just directly pasting a link for your different tabs. You can use this one as well, Control T, correct? That, let's suppose as a user, being as a user, I want to explore different websites as well for a gym trainer. So I can use this particular, action, keyboard input, where you can just write Control T. If I just click Control T, I'll be redirected to a new task, right? So be creative. First think a lot, like how you can incorporate these things in your task, okay? I hope everyone is clear, right? I already given a lot of suggestions. How you'll be sharing the code, how you can share it. Either you can do one thing. You can share this VS Code as well, right? Yeah, code pen you can use. Anything. Once I save and run, it should display the output on a web. This all I want, okay? Do not send me the screenshot of your code, okay? I want a working web page. When I click to the link, I need an output on a web page, not a screenshot or anything, okay? Everyone is clear? Yeah, because I need a working web page. Either you can go with collab as well. But I don't think so collab will work. You can use CodePen. Okay, it will work over that. Okay. Everyone is clear, no? Anyone has any sort of a doubt? It's not opening? Is it? PDF? How could PDF not will open? Wait, let me go ahead and share again. Do let me know if this PDF is opening or not. Do let me know in the chat box. It's working, no? Opening? Okay. Okay. Everyone is clear with all the concepts? Okay, great then. Great. Or you have understood these things, no? That we have discussed at the last. What is this keyboard element? How to use that, and this date element? Not date element, data list. Yes or no? Everyone is able to understand these code? Right? How we have used this input list. This is my ID. Basically, ID is for, when you are creating a different selectors, okay? Then you can use this ID, okay? For describing things that is unique, okay? Then we use this ID thing, okay? Everyone is clear with the task, yes or no, in the chat box, so that we can end this meeting for now. Be little creatives, okay? Great. Okay then. Anyone has any sort of a doubt related to today's session? Any sort of a topic doubt or anything? Okay then. Shall we end the session for now? Yes, definitely. Okay then. Bye-bye everyone. Okay then, I'm ending the session, okay?
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a full stack developer course which enable you to learn tech stack from both front-end and back-end. Through this course, you will gain hands-on experience with the skills and technologies such as SQL, Java, data structure, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, Node.js, and React under the guidance of industrial professionals. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without doubt, This course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards the career growth with the full stack developer course.
So let's first quickly discuss today's agenda, what we'll be covering today, okay? And then we will move one by one, okay? So the very first thing that we'll be discussing today, since we have completed till lists, okay? So what we'll be covering today, the very first thing will be HTML tables, okay? That we'll be covering today. How to create tables, because we have covered list yesterday, okay? So in continuation with that, we'll be covering HTML tables. After that, we'll be discussing about block and inline elements, okay? What are block and inline elements, okay? Inside that, we already discussed few of the things, few of the elements we already discussed and worked upon, but what exactly block and inline elements are, how exactly we go ahead and use in web page creation, that we'll be discussing today, okay? After that, we'll be getting more deeper inside this element, because it is very important element that we generally use while creating our web pages, okay? So this is one of the important element that we use. So we'll be discussing more about div element, different, how we can use div element in different formats, okay? After that, we'll be discussing about semantic tags, okay? These are the tags that is very important in order to creation of web pages. After that, we'll be discussing about HTML forms. And I have seen few of the students have submitted their assignment. There they have used HTML forms. It's very good if you already know about HTML forms, right? So we'll be discussing about HTML forms as well. After that, we'll be covering HTML media. Okay, so how to incorporate video and audio to your web pages. Okay, that we'll be covering in today's session. Okay. After that, if time permits, we'll be discussing more about HTML entities. Okay, so there are some sort of entities that we can't use. Let's suppose if we want to use less than and greater than symbol. Okay, so we can't directly use that symbols. We have some sort of things that we have to take care of. Okay, so that will be discussing over here. Okay, and after that, we'll be discussing some of the new concept regarding HTML, such like details and summary. Okay, content editable attributes, meter attributes. There are some sort of things that are new to HTML that we'll be discussing today. Okay, so I hope today's agenda is clear to everyone. These are the topics that we'll be covering today. Okay, the very first thing will be tables. Then we'll be discussing about block and inline elements and all the tags, whatever tag we actually discuss in HTML. Whole thing will be covered in these block and inline element itself, because the whole elements of HTML that we generally use are categorized into two forms. One is called block and other is called inline. Okay. After that, we'll be discussing about div element. Okay. Then semantic tag, then forms, media, and then entities. Okay. After that, we'll be discuss one of the tasks that we'll be going to perform. Okay. At the last of the session. I hope everyone is clear. So shall we start today's session? Great. So the very first thing is HTML tables. Now, I don't want to go ahead and ask what are tables, because everyone know table are just a combination of rows and columns that everyone know. Why we use HTML tables? What is the requirement of tables in HTML? What is the requirement of HTML tables in HTML? What exactly HTML table allows us to do? Being a developer, what exactly presentation of data, show data, exactly my own. So basically, HTML tables allows us, or you can say, okay, so basically HTML tables allows web developer that it allows you to present our data in some sort of a column or a rows. Okay, so that is what HTML table allows us to do. Now, before going ahead and how to create tables, there are three things that we have to discuss inside table. The very first thing is, in order to use table, we have a table, okay, element that we use in order to work with tables. Okay, so we have this sort of a tags. Okay, now what are the other three things that we have to take care? One is called tr tag. Okay, one is tr, other is tday, and one is th. Okay, now let's first discuss what are these things, because through these things we are able to create tables inside HTML. Okay, now the very first thing, what is tday? Okay, now each table cell. Okay, so if you all know, basically, if I talk about simple tables, so simple table, exactly, table row and column. So if we talk about simple tables, so it consists of rows and column, right? Here some sort of a, let's suppose serial number will be having, let's suppose if I'm creating a form for student record. So here the name will be there and here will be email ID, right? Here serial number will be there, here name will be there and email ID is correct. So this sort of a table we have to in order to create, right? Now, what is the very first thing that we have to go ahead and understand? What is TD? So TD stands for table data. Whatsoever data you have, that will come inside TD tag. Okay. So what everything between TD, okay, are the content of the table itself. So basically, let's suppose if I want to, give a heading like email, okay, or anything. Let's suppose inside this heading we have to write different emails of a people. So that content are where incorporated inside TD tags. Okay. Now, coming to the next thing that we have is called TR. Now, what is TR? TR stands for table row. Okay. So each table row, whenever we are starting any sort of a table row starts with TR and ends with /TR tag. Okay. Similarly, if I talk about TH stands for table header. So let's suppose if you want to give any sort of a heading to your table cells, then we use TH instead of TD. Okay. Now, let's quickly go to our VS Code and there will be incorporating one of the example, okay, how to work with tables. Okay. I hope everyone is clear with these TR, TD and TH tag. Yes or no in the chat box so that we can move ahead. Great. So let's first discuss it. So I'll be taking a new text file first. Let me delete these annotation first. Okay. So this is my basic HTML document. Here, let's suppose I'll be giving a title as table. Okay. And here inside this will be writing a code in order to create a table. Simple table will be creating. Okay. So let's suppose what I want. If you want to style your table as well, so what I'll do over here, I'll add some sort of a style as well. Okay. So if you remember in yesterday's class, we have discussed one attribute called style. Yes or no? Everyone remember that? Style tag? Correct. Okay. So what I'll be doing over here, if you want to style your table as well, let's suppose if you want to add any sort of a border to your table. So what I'm trying to explain over here, let's suppose this is my table. Okay. This is my table. Now what I want to add an additional border. Yes. Absolutely, sir. You will be seeing the output as well. Do not worry. Let's suppose I want to add a border to my table. So how to do that? That will be incorporating inside a style tag. Okay. So let's do that. So what I'll be using over here in order to style your table, we have to use style tag. Yes or no? Whatever. Okay. Whatsoever you want to style, everything will be coming inside a style tag. Yes or no? Right? So I'll be using a style tag first, like this, and inside a style tag, what I want to style? I want to style my table. Okay. I want to style my TH and I want to style my TD. Okay. Now, what are the things that I want to style? Basically, I want to add an additional border, right, for my table. Everyone just see the output. What sort of output I want, I'll be creating like this only. Okay. So basically, TH and TDs are basically when you want to go ahead and attach any sort of a content. Okay. So TD, let's first discuss what is TD. So TD stands for table data. Okay. So every table set is basically defined under TD. Whatsoever the content is, it should be inside TD tag. Okay. Now coming to the next thing that we have is called TH. Okay. Now, what is TH? TH means table header. Okay. So let's suppose what you want to add some sort of a header cell to your table. Then you use TH. Okay. I hope I am clear. Okay. Now what I want to design my table TH and TD. So I want to basically give a border. In order to give a border, I'll simply using border, and inside that, what I want to give a border of, let's suppose, 1 pixel. And if you want to give a color as well, let's suppose I'll be giving red color, for example. Okay. So I'll be choosing red as a color. Okay. So this is my styling for my table. I'll close the style tag first. So meta charset is sort of a, binary encoding that we use. Here we have used UTS-8. Okay. Yeah. Now I'll close my style tag. So I hope everyone got the idea how to use a style tag. Yes or no? So here what we have did, we have just used an style attribute in order to style my table TH and TD. I have given the border. Okay. Now what I want, let's first give any sort of a heading. So I'll be using H2 for example, and I'll be giving any sort of a heading. What sort of heading I'll be giving? Example for table. Okay. I'll close H2 as well. Okay. Now here we'll be creating one table. Now the very first thing we have discussed is, in order to create a table, what we have to use? Table tag. Yes or no? Inside table tag, if you want to style that, if you want to give the width of your table, you can style that as well. Okay. So let's suppose I want to give the width of my table as, let's suppose, 100%. Okay. That you can give, and then you have to close the table. Okay. And inside that we'll be working upon how to create a table. Okay. So let's suppose the very first thing is tr tag. What is tr tag? Everyone in the chat box, what is tr tag? Exactly. So what I am defining right now, I am defining my table row. So in order to define row, we have to use tr tag. Now inside tr tag, what we have to give? We have to give the headings. Yes or no? So basically what I'm trying to do over here, I want to define a row, and inside that row, what I want to give any sort of a heading. So basically this particular thing. Okay. So this is basically a header. Okay. This is my row, and inside that row, I want to give some sort of a heading. So to define a row, we use tr, and to add a content inside tr, we are using th tag. I hope everyone is able to understand these things, right? Great. So what I'll do over here, again, I'll use th. Okay. And the very first thing is, what should I write? Let's suppose name. Name could be the first thing that I want to take. Okay. And I'll close the th tag as well. Okay. Okay. So this is my first heading. I'll copy these things, and again, I'll paste it. Let's suppose here I want to give a heading as email. Okay. And here, let's suppose I want to add contact number. Okay. So these are my table row heading. I hope everyone is able to understand what exactly I'm doing over here. Yes or no? After that, what I'll do? I'll close my tr tag because I am done with table row. Yes or no? Everyone is able to understand till now? Great. Now what I want? I have defined, everyone understand over here. Let me first create it a little more clear. Okay, so what I have done till now, I have given one sort of a border to my table like this. Okay, this I have defined in the style tag at the very first here. Okay, inside that I have defined a row. Okay, and inside row I have given three things. One is, this is my name, so I will be writing n, your email. Okay, and here I am writing contact number. Okay, now what I want to do, I want to give a content to my name, email address, and contact number. So basically, I want to give some sort of information to these names. So I want to fill these things. Okay. So how to fill these things, that we'll be discussing over here. Okay. Now, coming to the next part. Again, since we want to define rows, so again I'll be using tr tag. Exactly. In order to give the details about your rows, we use TD tag. Okay. So inside TR tag, what we'll be using? We'll be using TD in order to give the content. Okay. So let's suppose the very first thing will be, what should I write? I'll be taking your names as well. Okay. So let's suppose within we have the very first person. Okay. After that, I'll close this tab and I'll copy this. Okay. And after that, what I want, email address, I'll be writing randomly. Okay. So let's suppose XYZ. Okay. This is my email address for weapon. And similarly, contact number, let's suppose I'll be writing 789. Okay. So this is my first row that I have filled. I have filled weapon as a name, email address I have given XYZ, and contact number I have given 789. Okay. So this is how I have filled my first column, first row of my table. I hope everyone is able to understand. Yes or no? After that, what I'll do, I'll simply close this TR tag. Okay. Similarly, what I'll do, I'll copy this whole content again in order to fill the second one. So here what I'll do, I'll use a name of Karthik. Okay. Here, let's suppose I'll give email address for Karthik as ABC. And for the contact number, I'll be writing 123, for example. Okay. After that, I'll simply close my table tag. Okay. Okay. So this is how you can create your table. I hope everyone is able to understand what exactly I have done till now. The very first thing, in order to create a table, I have used table tag. Correct? Forgot about the styling. Leave these things first. Just understand the concept behind the table. The very first thing, in order to use table, what we have used? Table. After that, I have defined my row. These particular things. Okay, I have defined these things. Okay, so in order to define that, I have used TR tag, and inside that I have given table header. Correct? To define the heading of my table. After that, in order to fill these details, what I have used, I have again used TR tag, and inside TR tag, I have used TD, okay, to give the content of my particular headers. Yes or no? Everyone is able to follow this? Great. 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 After that, I'll simply save these things first. And here, let's suppose I'll write D2 over here. I'll save this. Okay. And after that, I'll run this thing. See? So you all can see now we do. Okay, we haven't defined border, is it? So the basic thing you can see, it is not coming in hierarchy. Let's edit this first. Okay, it's not coming properly. What we have did till now. So we have defined. Is it TR is missing somewhere? Everything looks fine. Is it? Where? Style tag out of body. TR is fine. Okay, let me see. Let me add solid as well then. Yeah, now it's working. Okay. So this is how you can go ahead and create a table. Okay. Yeah. For your anything. Similarly, if you want to, just change the color of your table, change the, font size or whatever you want, that I guess you all can do. That we have discussed yesterday, right? How to change the font, how to change the font color, how to change the font size. These you are able to do that, right? So this is a basic example that we go ahead and work upon with tables, okay? Yeah. After that. Great. So what I'll do over here, I'll copy the code and I'll paste it over here below it. Okay. So this is a basic code. Okay. This is a basic example in how to create a table inside HTML. I hope everyone is able to follow. Yes or no? Everyone is clear with TR, TH, and TD where to use that things? Yes or no? Or you have any sort of a confusion? Everyone is clear, no? Great. Great. Similarly, so here what we have discussed till now, we have discussed the basic example how to go ahead and create different sort of a tables. Okay, if you want to add any sort of a border, you can use like this. Okay, so basically we'll be discussing now the styling part of our table. So this is a basic example. If you want to set the border of your table, add one px and with this red color that you can use over here. Okay, now there's few more things for the styling purpose of your table that I'll be discussing over here. The very first thing is, do you guys know about border collapse? So if you can see the output, let me go ahead and first show you the output. So what we have did over here, see the output first. You can see these sort of borders like this. We have actually the border like this, no? Like this, right? These sort of a table we have right now. Now, if you want to collapse those borders, okay, now how to do that? Let's understand. So for this, we have a concept called border collapse. Okay. Now, how to work with that? Very simple. So basically, now we are discussing about the styling part of your table. Okay. So we have one property called border collapse. If I can find over here, no, I am not able to find. So I have to write. Yeah. Border collapse. So basically, if you want to collapse the border, the extra border that you are getting, then you can use border collapse. Okay. If I save it and run it again, so you can see now we have single borders like this. Understood? Yes or no? Okay, I'll show you again. So basically, before that, before using border collapse, what sort of table we are getting? This sort of border, no? This sort of a table we are getting. Basically, the border inside border, correct? In order to collapse those border, I want a simple table, simple, like this, that we usually go ahead and create. So in order to get those things, what we use border collapse. Okay. I'll show you the output again. I'll run it again. This is my simple table that we usually work upon in Excel or anything. Okay. Now, let's suppose what you want to give some sort of a color to the background of your borders. Okay. To the background of the content that you are getting. So in order to do that, what we can use again. So this is the whole thing about my border. So in order to define those things for your table data, you can use again the styling for TH and TD. Okay. Inside that, you can style your TH and TD. So what I want to give some sort of a background color to my table. So let's suppose I'll be choosing the violet, for example. Okay. I'll be choosing this, I'll save it and I'll run it again. So you can see now my borders have been colored like this, TH and TD. So basically what I have did, I have filled the color of my table rows, right? Yes or no? Everyone is able to understand those things. Now what I want? Exactly. If you want to give the background color to your table header and rows, you can use background color. So basically I am designing my table header and rows. So that's why here in the styling part, I have just used TH and TD. Okay. Now what I want to design a border as well. Okay. I want to make it little, curved or something. So how to do that? What we can do instead of, I'll remove this border collapse first. Or wait, let me take a screenshot of this first in the styling part. Okay. Now what I want to style my border as well. Okay. What I want my cells to be little curved or something. So in order to do that, what I can set a border radius, correct? So yes, I can find border radius and you can set any sort of a marking to this. Let's suppose 10px. Okay. I'll save this and I'll run it again. So you can see I have some sort of a border radius like this, correct? You can see we have some sort of a things over here, the spaces between those things, border radius. Between two borders, I am getting a 10 px of space, right? Great. Now, this is how you can go ahead and design your tables. Similarly, we have different options in order to style your border. Simply in order to style your border, we have a lot of different options. If you want to, create your table border, some sort of a dashed line, solid line, double line, whatever you want, you can style it. Okay. So basically, I'll show you the simple example how to add it. Okay. So in order to add a different style, okay, different border style. So what you can use option called border style, like this. Here you can see a different option. We have dashed, we have dotted, we have double, we have grooves. So which you want me to go ahead and set? I'll show you simply over here what are these things. Okay. So basically dotted is something like this. You will get a border like this. Okay. Dotted. Everyone is following me? This is what dotted is. Dash is something like this. Okay. This sort of a border you'll be getting. After that, we have solid. Solid means simple. Okay. After that, we have double. Double, the very first example that we have taken. No? This is what double border is. Okay. After that, what we have? We have something called a ridge. Okay. So ridge, what I'll do, I'll show you again because here you will not able to understand. Ridge is something like this. Some sort of a frame you will be getting. Okay. Like this. So what I'll do over here, I'll show you the ridge one first. Okay. So over here, I'm simply using border style as ridge. Okay. I'll save it. Okay. And I'll run it again. Okay. Here you will wait. Let me remove the color first because it is making some sort of a difficult to understand. Okay. Let me remove this first. And here I'll keep the color. That is fine. Or either I can do one thing. Inside TT and TH, I'll be defining border style instead of table. Otherwise, you'll be not able to understand. Inside this, I'll be defining my border style. Okay. I'll save it and I'll run it again. Okay. Again, this red color is making a problem. Let me go ahead and force. Okay. So this is how you can use a different border styling. Okay. See here, are you able to see some sort of a change? Let me zoom out. Can you see this sort of a frames? This is very minute, but I hope you can see the changes. This sort of a thing you will be getting, right? This sort of a thing that I have drawn over here. See? This sort of a thing. Okay? So this is how you can work with ridge thing. Okay? I hope everyone is able to understand and see the difference. Yes or no? Everyone is able to identify the difference, no? Great. Similarly, if you want to work with different, I'll show you few more. That is not really a good practice that we go ahead and use. So I'll show you few more. Let's suppose which one. I'll be showing you group one. Okay, yeah, we have group. Okay, I'll save it again. I'll show you the difference. If you all able to understand, see, there's some sort of a difference. A darker version of ridge, you can say, right? So these are the different styling. Okay, these sort of a thing basically used in order to style your borders. Again, if you want to give some sort of a border color, you can again go ahead and do that. What you can do, you can simply inside it, you can give a border color. Okay, so which color? Let's suppose aqua I'll be using. I'll save it again and I'll run it. So you can see we have a border color as well. Yes or no? Everyone is able to follow, no? So these are the different things that you can use in order to style your borders, okay? Everyone is able to follow those things, yes or no, in the chat box. Great. So what I'll do, I'll take a screenshot of this as well, how to style a border. I'll be taking a screenshot of it and I'll attach it in a PDF. Okay. Now, what I want, if you want to, optimize your tables, what do I mean by this? Let me go ahead and show you. Let's suppose you want to customize your table sizes. How to do that? Basically, in order to customize your table sizes, we go ahead with these sort of a thing. That is, if you want to set a particular styling for your, let's suppose TR tag or TH. So you can customize it over here. So what I want over here is, let's suppose inside this, okay, I'll be giving this customization is for particular header thing, okay? So what I want over here, I am customizing my header of my table. So that's why I am adding a style tag inside th. I hope everyone is able to understand. Yes or no? So I am customizing my table header over here. So what I want the width of my table header to be, let's suppose, 60px, okay, or 60%. I'll save it and I'll show you the difference, okay? Now you can see the difference. Are you able to understand what I have did? I have customized my name to this side, okay? Now email and contact number are of less sizes and these name are of big sizes. I hope everyone is able to understand, right? Similarly, what you want, so what I want, see, basically the email address are the longer one, right? So I will basically customize this styling for email, not for name. So this is how you can set a different styling to your particular header, okay? I'll save it, I'll run it again. Okay, so you can see my email address is now of longer size. Yes or no? Correct? So this is how you can able to basically customize your table header as well. Okay. Similarly, if you want to customize the height of your row, okay, if you want to customize the height of your row, so what you have to do? You have to add where you have to add this style. Everyone in the chat box. If I want to customize the height of my row, where should I add the style tag? Everyone in the chat box, do let me know. Where should I add the style tag? I want to customize the height of my table. Where should I add the style tag? Exactly, correct. In the TR tag, okay? So basically, in order to customize TR, okay, I'll be using style tag inside a TR tag. Again, if I want to set the height, so I'll be using height. And what I want to set it to 200% or a px or anything, okay? I'll save it and I'll run it again. So now you can see we have a customized site of my particular this one. Everyone is able to understand? This is how you can go ahead and set the height of your row. Everyone is able to follow these things, yes or no, in the chat box? Great. See, these things are easy, but you have to understand where to add the styling tag. This is necessary part, okay? Now, let's suppose you want to give a is it for one row? No, this is for only one row. See here. This is for I have set the TR style inside this one only. Bipin XYZ 789. Okay. So that's why it is coming for one row itself. Okay. If you want to set it for all, then you have to add the styling for all in all the TR tags. Okay. Or either we have, see, this is basic HTML. That's why I'm not going ahead and tell you the different option. We have one thing called ID and selector that we will be studying in your CSS class. There you can set the height of your, table, rows and column in one go. What you have to do, you have to simply create an ID for your whole TR tag and there you can set it directly. So it will be applicable to all your rows, okay? That will be covered in your CSS lecture, okay? Do not worry about it. Yeah. Now, there's one more thing I would like to go ahead and tell you about this table concept. That is, if you want to give some sort of a padding to your table and row. Do you guys know what is padding? Padding means if you want to give some sort of a spaces between the sides of your table. So how to add those things, I'll tell you over here. So let's suppose you want to give some sort of a padding to your header and to your content of your data cells. So let's suppose I want to give a padding to top. just for the top, okay? And let's suppose 10px I'll be choosing. I'll save this, okay? And I'll run it. So you can say that we have some sort of a padding, okay? Wait, here you will not able to understand directly. Let me go ahead and change few things first. First, I need to just collapse the border, then able to understand better. So over here, what I'll do, I collapse the double border first. Okay, so border hyphen collapse. I'll be choosing collapse, and here I'll be giving padding. Okay, now I'll save it and run it to see the difference. No, again, you're not able to see the difference. Wait, let me go ahead and add all the paddings to all the sides. Then I guess you'll be able to understand better. Let's suppose I'll be giving left padding as 40px. Again, to bottom one, I'll be giving not top, but bottom. Okay. Let's suppose 50px. After that, padding right to, let's suppose 20px. Okay. I'll save it and run it again. And I'll remove these things first to make a proper difference. Okay. Now I guess again, color. Instead of border radius, I'll be giving border 1px solid red. Okay. I'll save it and I'll run it again. Okay. So now I guess you're able to identify few things. Are you able to identify the difference? See the paddings, these things. Wait, let me annotate it first. See the left padding. Okay, see the right padding. Padding you all guys able to understand, no? Padding means the space. So padding basically means what is the spaces between the content. Okay. So let's suppose this is my one cell. Okay. And here I have written X, Y, Z. So this is basically a left padding. This particular space. Okay. This is space. This is top padding. This is right padding. And this is bottom padding. I hope everyone is able to understand. Right? Some spaces between the content of your cell. Okay. This is what padding is. So this is how you can customize the padding of your cells. Okay. I hope everyone is able to understand those things as well. Great. Great. So I'll take a screenshot of this as well and I'll attach it over a document. Yeah. So these are a thing for this is basically self padding. Okay. I hope everyone is able to understand, and I guess I'll ask the team to upload those things as well. Okay. Do not worry about it. Okay. So this is border style we have discussed, and here we have discussed about border colors. Okay. Okay. Everyone is able to understand the table concept of HTML so that we can move ahead with block and inline elements. So let's move to the next topic, that is block and inline. Everyone, do let me know what is block and inline element. What do you understand by block and inline elements? What is the exact difference between these things? In the chat box. The basic difference that basically differs from inline. What is block element? What is inline element? So if I talk about the basic difference between block and inline, so block level element always start with a new line. Exactly. It will acquire a full width. Whatever space is present over your container means Basically, the container terminology means this particular space of your document, of your web page. So basically, block level element always start with a new line. This is one thing, and it will add some sort of a space, okay? And it will always take up the full width. Whatever space is available inside a container, it will stretch from starting to the end, okay? This is what block level element is. Inline is just opposite of block, okay? So give any sort of example for block element. Any example for block element that we have that we generally use actually. Very basic that we generally use in HTML. What is block element example? Any example for block level element? Right. The basic example I can say p tag. If you remember, whenever we are using p tag, no, it will stretch throughout the browser, right? Then only it will get to the next slide, correct? So p tag is a basic example for block line element. Yes or no? Great. So let's first quickly take one example. Okay, as mentioned by few people, we have p tag. So let's take an example for that as well. Okay. So what I'll do over here is basically over here itself. Let me take an example. Okay. Inside a body tag itself, I'll be using first p tag. Okay. And inside p tag, since we are working with styles, I'll use a style tag as well. For styling, I'll be using a border. Okay. Border is equals to 1px solid red. Okay. And I'll write some sort of a content. This is p tag. Okay. Right. And after that, I'll use a div tag. Okay. Again, I'll style this as well. So let's suppose border, I'll be taking 1px solid red again. Okay. And after that, I'll close the speed div tag, and here I'll write this is div tag. Okay. That's it. I'll save this and I'll run it. Okay. So you all can see the difference. Okay. It will always continue with a new line itself. Okay. Since I have given some sort of a border in order to justify the thing. See here. It will always start with a new line. This is a difference between block and inline. Inline means it will start in the same line. Okay, understand with the terminology itself. Inline means it will start with a same line. Block means block by block. Okay. I hope everyone is able to understand. And you can see what I'm talking about. It will take a whole width of your container. Whatever available space is here, it is covering the whole thing. Yes or no? See here. It is starting from here and it is stretching throughout the web page. Correct? So this is what block element is. It will always start from a new line. This is one thing about block, and it will fully stretch to your web page. Okay. It will take the whole space of your container. Okay. Now, let me first minimize it. And let me add a screenshot of it. Now, again, here also we have different things. We'll be talking about in detail about div tag because it is an important one. Okay. Again, in inline, so we have discussed about block. Now, what is inline? Inline elements, again, just opposite of your block element. It will not start with a new line, and it will take as much available space is over your web page. Okay. This is the only difference between block and inline. Okay. What I meant by that is, first give me some example of inline element. Basic example for inline element. The very basic one is a tag itself. Anything else? So let's take few examples for inline as well. So here what I'll do, again I'll use p tag. Okay. After that, what I'll do, I'll write some sort of a paragraph. So let's suppose this is my inline elements. Okay. After that, here, if you all know, we have one thing called span. If you all remember, someone had discussed was I'm talking about. Yeah. one person had even discussed about span in yesterday's class as well. Okay. Here I am using span element. Okay. And again, I'll give some sort of a styling for the difference itself. So what I'll do again, I'll choose border for 1px. Okay. So that you can relate it well. And I'll give some sort of a color as well. So solid red again. See, the highlight tag is for just highlighting. Okay, span will allow you to go ahead and span those particular element. Okay, I'll show you over here itself. Just give me 1 second. And here, what I'll do, I'll write some sort of a code as well. So, what should I write? Hello, this is for HTML. Okay, and after that, here again, I'll write that we are learning. Okay. Now, let me just save and run it first. Then you will understand. Wait, I haven't saved it yet. See here. Now you can understand the difference. Why I have added the border? Just for the sake that you will understand how this inline takes the space. Now you can relate the difference. See, block element is taking the full-fledged space, whatever space is available. But inline is taking only the space that we have given, correct? This is the only difference between inline and block element. Block element always start with a new line and here it is in continuation, correct? I hope everyone is able to get the difference. Yes or no in the chat box. Everyone is able to get the difference, no? So you can say span is nothing, but you can refer it as some sort of an inline container, okay, that is used to take as much space that is available on your web page. Okay, great. So let me first remove these things and let me minimize it as well. Let me copy the code for this as well and add it over here. Okay, so this is the usage of span. Okay, I hope everyone is able to get the difference between block and inline so that we can move ahead to div element, because div is something that we have to discuss more. Do let me know in the chat box. Can we move ahead? Okay, great. Now, what is div element? What do you understand by div element? Anyone have any sort of a basic idea about div element? Here we have just discussed the very basic. In general, you can say div element act as some sort of a container, okay, for your HTML elements, okay. It will take all the available width, division of a section in a HTML document is given by div elements, correct. So you all have seen the basic example that we have discussed in blockline, right? How to use divs. Now let's take few more example about div, how we can utilize div element with different formats. Okay. The very first thing, in order to identify the thing, I'll let you know over here itself how we can use these things. Just allow me a few time. Okay, then you will understand it better. So let me first take a very simple example. Okay, over here itself. Let me go to VS Code first. Yeah. So what I will do, should I take a new file? Because here already we have done a lot of things. Let me take a new file first, okay? And we will work with div elements here, over, okay? So this is my basic HTML code. Everyone knows how to get this now directly. What I am doing over here, shift plus exclamatory mark. After that, hit enter. So you will get a basic abbreviate for HTML code, okay? So here I'll be giving a title as div elements. Now, let's first understand the basic div element, okay? So what I am doing over here, first I'll use a style tag, okay, to style my div element, okay? In order to do that, what I'll do, I'll simply taking divs, okay? And inside that, I'll design. So what I'll be doing over here, let's suppose I'll be giving a background color in order to show the difference, okay? I'll be choosing background color as, let's suppose this one, okay? And after that, what I'll be doing over here in the body section, let me first close this one. everyone is getting know what I'm writing over here. Now here we will use development. Okay. So what I'm doing over here, I am using div tag. And inside that div tag, I'll be using few of the things. Let's suppose I'll be using h1. And inside h1 tag, let's suppose what I do. I'll write HTML class as heading. Okay. I'll close my h1 as well. After that, I'll give some sort of a paragraph to this div tag. Let's suppose we are currently working upon HTML. Okay. HTML basics. I close p tag as well. And I'll close a div tag as well. Okay. Again, in order to show the difference, what I'll do, I'll again choose one p tag, and inside that, I'll write few more things. We are learning well. Okay. And I'll close the p tag as well. Okay. Now, let me save this first. So here I'll write div elements, and I'll run this one. Now, are you able to get the difference? One first. Then you will understand why this blue color is going through over here, like basically stretching throughout the web page. What is div tag? Div is block or inline? Everyone in the chat box. Since it is block, that is why it is taking the full slash space of a container. Okay, that's why you can see the blue line is going from starting to end. Yes or no? And again, all the things are starting from a new line. Correct? So this is what div tag is. I hope everyone understood. Even if you add more things, okay, it will again take a new line. Okay. Now what I want to style this div tag. Now, how to work with the styling of div element, that we will discuss over here. Okay. So the very first thing is, let's suppose what I want in the style tag itself, I have already given a background color to this one. Let me take some other color for more clarification, or a more darker color. So which color should I choose? Okay. Now, if you want to customize your div element, so again, everything is same. You can set the width, you can set the height of your div container. Basically, div is some sort of a container that you are creating. That's why it is coming in some sort of a square box. Okay. Let's suppose I want to set the style. Okay. I want to set the width of my container as 300 px. Okay. And if you want to give some sort of a margin, okay, again, for margin, we have different things. You can set the margin top, bottom, as we discussed in the table concept, right? Here I am giving auto. Auto means everyone in the chat box. I'll save this. I'll run it again. Okay. So you can see now the equal spacing on left and right corner of your block. Okay, this is my container, and the spacing are equal from left and right. Okay, this is what auto means. Okay. I hope everyone is able to get the difference. Now what I want, similarly you can create multiple containers. Yes or no? What is the difference? What we can do, I can simply copy paste it again. Correct. And I can create multiple container. Let me remove this one first because it is not required over here. Here I'll change the content. Let's suppose HTML class 2. Okay, I'll save it. So you can see over here that we have now 2 containers. Okay, like this. Correct? Yes or no? Everyone is following me? What I have did, I have basically just copied and pasted the same container. I've just changed the content inside my div container. Okay. Now I would like to go ahead and ask one question. Here, what I have did, the colors are same, right? Over here. If you want to change the color of your container, what should I add in my code? Everyone in the chat box. what should I change in my code so that my color of my container will be changed for different container. Let's suppose I have 3 containers over here. HTML class 3 I'll be writing over here. Okay. I have 3 container. Now what I want different colors for different containers. What should I add? See, I'll tell you very simple thing. This is actually ID concept itself. There's only one difference with ID and class is basically hash and dot. This is only difference that we will work upon later on in CSS as well. I am not covering over here the ID and class concept. But in general, if I go ahead and tell you, ID means a unique identifier to your particular container that you are creating. Class means you are referring the whole content. Okay. So ID is individual. Okay. It is unique. And class, you can say, if you're basically referring multiple container inside one class, you can refer multiple containers for one class. Okay, this is the difference between ID or class. Yeah, great. Now if I want to style multiple things, so what I'll do over here, I'll remove this style tag first. Okay, before that, let me copy the code as well. Okay, let me add it over here. So this is for styling of with same container. Okay, now what I'll do, I'll remove this style tag over here because I want to customize my container. I'll remove this one and I'll add the background color for individual containers. Okay, so for this, what tag we have to use? Style tag. Yes or no? I'll use style tag. Inside style tag, I want to give a background color, and here let's suppose I'll give aqua. Similarly for this one, what I'll do, again I'll use style tag. And for a background color, let's suppose I'll give blue. And for the third container, what I'll do, again I'll use style tag. And for the background color, I'll be choosing, let's suppose, beige. Okay. Similarly, if you want to change the font size, you can change it over here inside this as well. If you want to change the font style as well, you can change it over here itself. I hope that you all guys can do now, right? We have discussed in the previous class how to change font and style and sizes, right? Inside this, you can add it. Correct. Great. After that, what I'll do, I'll simply save this and I'll run it again. Okay. Now you can see we have different color of container, right? Everyone is able to follow? Yes or no? In the chat box. Great. Similarly, if you want to align your things in center, then what do you have to do? If you want to align your things again inside a div container, what you can do? You can give width and height. Inside that, you can give margin. Okay. I hope that you all guys can do. Correct? Till now, I guess everyone is following me. Let me copy the whole code again and let me paste it somewhere in your document. So what we have done till now, we have discussed about multiple div container, correct? How to work with multiple div container. I'll paste the code over here. Now, one more thing I would like to ask you. If you can see the output, what we have something, just line by line, right? If you want side by side, then what to do? Anyone in the chat box? What I want my container till now is, let me go ahead and what we are doing, we have created 3 containers line by line, one by one, right? Now what I want side by side, like that. How to do that? Anyone in the chat box? What should I add? Display flags that we can use, okay? But very simple. Exactly, align the text. Very simple answer. But here, let me give you a simple hint about ID and class because someone has just discussed about this as well. So here I'll use that as well, okay, so that you can get a basic idea about the ID and a class thing. So what I want, I get everyone got the idea what exactly we are going to do now, right? Now what I want, first I'll add a style tag over here. Okay, I'll be using style tag. Inside style tag, I'll define my different containers, okay? See, now we have 2 things. We have dot and we have hash. Okay, these are the two things. So dot basically identifies the unique container. Okay, if you are creating unique container, then we have to use dot symbol. Okay, so what I'm doing, I'm creating 3 container with different names. Okay, so the very first container, and then I will design that particular container. So the very first thing is def. After that, I'll be choosing dot. So what should I give a name? Container 1. Okay, and I will design the styling of my container number 1. Okay, what? Okay, so here I am setting my container first. Okay, as 100%. 100% means where it will come. Setting the width as 100% exactly, full width. And we have one more concept that is called overflow. Overflow means basically it will float to the whole page of your container. Okay, wherever the container is present, it will float throughout your page. Okay, so this is overflow. I'm choosing auto. Okay, for container 1. After that, I'll create one more container with div dot, let's suppose container 2. Okay, in order to define it. So div dot container 2. Okay, and again I'll define the styling part of this. Now what I want to set the width to 33%. Okay, so basically 33% means from left to 33% of the full page of the width. Okay, this is what 33% is. And what I want to float my container to the left side of my page. Okay, this is the styling for my 2 container that I have did over here. Now, inside this, okay, since you can see I have given a individual name to my container, so I have to set it over here as well. Okay, so what I have to do over here, again I have to choose this class. Okay, because I have defined different class. Okay, container 1, container 2. I'll give the name. Class is equals to the name of your container that you have created. The very first one is containers 1. Okay, after that you have to close this one. Okay, I'll remove this as well. After that, here we have already defined the container styling and everything. That is fine. Okay, everything looks fine. And instead of container 2, no, again we have to define one more class. So instead of this, what I'll do, container 1 this. Okay, so because I have defined a particular container name, a particular class to my container that we have created. Okay, so that's why we have chosen over here class is equals to container 1. Okay, rest every code is fine. Okay, after that what I'll do, I'll simply save and exit from here and I'll run it again. Yeah, so you all can see now it is basically coming next to each other. Okay, so this is how you can go ahead and set your div element side by side. In the first one, what we have discussed, how to create containers line by line. Here we have discussed how to create a container side by side. Okay, yes or no? Or should I go ahead and explain again? Do let me know in the chat box. Sure, I'll repeat it again. Understand over here. The very first thing is what extra I have added, that I'll repeat again. Okay, so basically here I have used one thing called float property. Okay, now what is float property? Float property is nothing but how to align your div elements side by side. There we go ahead and use float property. Okay, so basically you can say float property in HTML. Okay, it basically used in CSS, but here I have used in order to show you different aspect of how to use your div container. Okay, so it is basically used for positioning and formatting of your content. Now coming to the next part that we have used over here, the very first thing is I have given a class name. Div.container means I am creating one class so that I can define the whole property to all the containers. Okay, to all the containers. Whatever property I have mentioned over here, it will be applicable to all the 3 containers that we have created. Very first thing, that's why I have created one class. Correct? Now, This float property is basically in order to align your things side by side. That's why I've used left. Okay, means, and width basically means, see, I'll tell you, if you multiply 33 into 3, what you will get? 99? Yes or no? Correct? Now, see the output first. Let me run this code again. See the output. You can see a little space here are vacant. Here, this one. So basically, it is 1% of your 99. So this 33 is nothing but the stretch of your container. This is 33, 33, and 33. So basically, I am setting the container width as 33 of whole. Okay. So that's why, since I have 3 containers, that's why I have divided my width into 3 parts. And 1% of my page is vacant over here. You can see, no? Understood why we have set this width to 33%. Correct? Float means I am keeping my container side by side. That's why I have chosen float is equals to left. Correct? Understood these two property why I have set it over here? Great. Now, overflow or auto means whatever the available space is over here in my desktop, it will basically, divide it equally. So you have to set it then. You have to set your container width accordingly. What do you have to do? Then you can go ahead with ID. Here we have chosen class property. That's why I have defined the whole property for all the containers available. If you want to set the individual widths for your container, then you have to go with ID then. Okay. Then you have to define everything inside a container itself the way we have defined background colors. Okay. Understood? Yes or no? Great, great. Everyone is able to understand till now? Do let me know in the chat box. Dev is clear to everyone how to use it. Why I have used width is equal to 33, float is equals to left. Left means side by side from left. If I use right, so the space that you are seeing over here, no, this side. Wait, let me annotate it. The space that you are seeing over here, it will be reflected to the left side over here of your page. Okay. If I have chosen top, then space will be reflected from here. If I have chosen bottom, then it will be reflected from here. Okay. Div is clear to everyone. Let me copy the whole code first and attach it over here. So what we have discussed, how to work with div float. Okay. I'll paste the code over here. ID and classes thing are clear to everyone or not? Because here I have used the class property. That's why here itself I'm using div.container1. That's why the all property, whatever we have used over here, it is applicable to all the container. See here, div class is equals to container1. If I have used ID property, no, then I have to customize each and every container. Okay. In simple, I can say I'll share you few things. Class is used with dot because class means you are applying your property, you are applying your CSS property to all the available things, or you can say containers over your web page. ID is used for individual things, okay, for unique things. There we use hash. Okay, clear everyone? That's why here when I'm defining it, I am using div.container1, and here I have chosen div class is equals to container1. Okay. If I have to basically, just go ahead and work with ID, then I have to write like this, hash and any sort of a ID name. Yes, for class, you can use the same name because it is not unique. But for ID, if you're using ID, then you have to use unique name. Okay. You can't use the same name. Okay. Great. Yeah. So what we have discussed till now, let me go ahead and see the agenda first. So we have discussed tables. We have discussed about block and inline elements. We have discussed about div element. Okay. Now, let's move to the next topic that we have to cover today is HTML semantic tags. Now, anyone in the chat box, what do you understand by semantic tags? what do you understand by semantic tags? What does semantic means? Anyone in the chat box? No idea? No worries. So basically, in a very simple term, you can say semantic means something, not semantic tags actually, but semantic elements. Okay. So semantic elements means something having a meaningful thing. Okay. That is what semantic element is. Exactly. Correct, correct. It is related to header and footer of your web pages. So basically, what exactly happens? So when we are working with semantic elements, okay, so our web page is basically divided into few parts. Okay, let me go ahead and show you. So let's suppose this is my one web page. Okay, here we have few things that is already prescribed. Okay, the very first thing we have header. Okay, we have header. After that, we have nav section. Okay, we'll be discussing these things one by one. Just understand the hierarchy of your web page. Okay, after that, here we have, this is basically called A side. You have seen over your web pages, different advertisement came over this side, right? Yes or no? So this particular aside option is used for advertisement purpose. Okay. After that, we have section over here. Okay. And after that, we have article. After that, we have footer. Remove this line. Okay. This is not a line. We have footer. So this is a structure of your web page. One web page consists of these things. The very first thing will be header, then we have nav section, then we have section, then we have article, here we have aside, and this is what footer is. So now, let's first discuss each and every terminology, okay? Just give me 1 minute. Okay, what I'll do over here, I have to give some sort of a drawing. Okay, I'll attach it later on, okay? Any semantic element, structure that I have created, okay? Sure. Now, first understand what is section and where exactly it is used. Okay, so what I'll do over here, I'll create over here quickly. So the very first thing is we have header section. I'll write H over here. Then we have nav section. This is my aside section. Here we have a section, normal section. The whole body of the content goes over here. Then we have article. Okay. And then we have footer section. Okay. Now, the very first thing that I would like to go ahead and discuss is section. Now, what is section element? Anyone have any sort of idea? What sort of content comes under section? No, web page is the whole thing. Inside this section option, basically, few things comes. Let's suppose any sort of an introductory, any sort of a news item. If you just open any sort of a news page, so you will be seeing some sort of a news article coming over there. That comes under section option. Okay. After that, we have article section. Just below that, we have one more thing that is called article section. So inside article section, basically, when a web designer work over here, so he just divide the web page into this sort of a hierarchy to display different information over a web page. Because you also know, even for, why these sort of information come over here on your web pages, like, news card, advertisement, because this also gives you, some sort of a money, right? In order to display different information over Google, right? So in this article section, basically it is used, okay, to publish some sort of a, blog post. You can say some sort of articles, basically newspaper article, you can say that basically displayed inside the article section, okay? After that, we have header section. So header is nothing but the title or a heading of your web page. Okay, that comes under header section. Okay, after that we have footer section. What sort of information comes under footer section? Anyone? For join, exactly, for join community. Let's suppose we have, some sort of links available over there, some sort of exactly, copyright we have. Okay, so these sort of information comes under footer section. Exactly, social media icons, because you can see over there, whenever we just scroll the bottom of the screen, we have these sort of information, contact us, email ID, these sort of information comes under footer section. Okay. Then we have nav. Inside nav, what sort of things we have? Correct. Page linking. Exactly. Inside nav section, we use page linking things. So whatever, let's suppose you want to give any sort of a links that you basically provide in the nav section. Okay. Nav means navigation to different links. Okay. Everyone is clear? Then last we have aside. What sort of content should we provide inside a aside section? Do let me know in the chat box. Basically, some sort of information that is not directly linked to your web pages, but anyhow it is linked. So let's suppose we have one edtech web page. Now you guys tell me what sort of information should be covered inside a site. I have one edtech sort of a web page. Let's suppose Intellipaat web page we have. So what sort of information we can provide in a side section? Everyone in the chat box, think about it. Be little specific. I have Intellipaat web page open in my desktop. Okay. Now, what sort of information should I provide inside aside tag? Aside means some content that is not directly related to Intellipaat, but anyhow indirectly it is related. I have given some sort of ads. No idea? Think about it. No, it is very easy. So basically, my website is edtech, correct? So what sort of information should I want to display over here? I will not display anything not related to edtech. Exactly. Since let's suppose I am working, I have opened some sort of a holiday. I'm planning some sort of a trip. Okay. Now I don't want any sort of a edtech information come over the holiday tripping thing, right? So let's suppose I am on GoIBibo or anything. So it will show me some sort of a ad that is indirectly related to my trip planning. Let's suppose it will give a ad of aeroplane discount that we can add over here. See, it is not directly related to tripping thing, but indirectly it is related, because if I want to go to any sort of a place, this aeroplane will help me, right? So this sort of information basically comes inside aside section. Okay. Now let's quickly work upon these sort of things. Okay. The very first thing we will work upon is section. Okay. So let me go back to my VS Code again. And again, we will work on different. Let me select a language as HTML. And let me take a course. Now, how to work with section tag? Let me first write the title, that is Semantic tags. Okay. Now, inside on semantic tag. So what I am thinking right now, okay, either going one by one, okay, we can create one sort of a simple web page where all these aspects are covered itself. Is it fine for everyone? Instead of going, how section tag we use, how nav we use, instead of this, we can go ahead and create a simple web page so that you will get an idea itself how to, incorporate these things while creating a web page. So our basic code is already available over here. Inside body, the very first thing is we have to give some sort of a header, right? So for that, what we have to use, we will use header tag. Okay. So simple header tag I'll be using. Okay. Inside header tag, what I want to give a full-fledged heading. Okay. So I'll be using H1. Okay. And inside H1, I'll be giving a heading is, let's suppose, welcome to my web page. Okay. This is my heading for my website. Welcome to my web page. Okay. I'll close this H1 and I'll close the header tag as well. Okay. Everyone is following how to use header tag? After that, I need to use navbar. Okay. Now, how to use navbar? Navbar is basically allows you to go ahead and provide links. Okay. So in order to use navbar, again, we have to use navs. Okay. Inside navs, what I want to provide different list of links. Okay. So let's suppose what I'll be doing over here. Here I'll be using unordered list. Okay. So I'll be using, and inside that I'll be using list. I hope everyone remember how to use list. Yes or no? And inside list, I have to provide links, correct? So how to add links, everyone? How to add links? What tag we have to use? A tag? Yes or no? Correct. A href. And inside that, what I am using ID. So that here I'll cover the ID part as well. So I already mentioned you, in order to use ID, we use hash symbol, correct? In order to use class, we use dot symbol, okay? So I am using hash, okay? And after that, I'll close the A tag. And after that here, let's suppose I'll be writing home. So this is my home section. I am creating one home section so that whenever people click over home, they will be redirected to the home section. Is it fine for everyone? Everyone is following this particular line of code, yes or no, in the chat box. Okay, I'll close the list as well. Again, wait. Let me go ahead and tell you that what I'm doing. I have already covered header bar. Now I am creating navbar. So what is navbar? Inside navbar section, we have different links available so that a user can usually click over that link and they will be redirected to the particular section of your web page. Correct? Now here inside navbar, what I am doing, I am creating a section where a different list will be available for different section. Let's suppose I have home section, I have about section and contact section that I'll be creating over here. Okay, so I am just preparing a list. Okay, in order to provide links, we have to use a tag, and in order to provide the links, we using href. Okay, again I'll copy the same code again like this, and here I'll be pasting, and I'll just change it to about. Okay, why I am using this hash? Everyone is following this or not? Hash means this is unique. Okay, this about section is unique. One person is clicking over about, then they will be directed only to about section. Okay, similarly again, and here I'll be changing it to contact us. Okay, so I have created 3 sections inside navbar section. Okay, after that I'll simply close my UL tag. Okay, everyone is following me? After that, I'll close my nav section as well. Okay. So till now we have covered header, we have covered nav bar. Okay. Now what I am creating? I am creating one section. Okay. I am creating one section where I'll be writing some sort of a information. Okay. So inside this, I'll be using article tag as well. Okay. I'll be choosing article, and inside article, let's suppose I'll be giving any sort of a heading. Let's suppose H2, and here I'll write main article. Okay, heading, for example. Okay, I'll close this H2. After that, I'm providing some sort of a section for my main article heading. So I'm using p tag. Okay, inside p tag, I'll write all the content of your main article goes here. Okay, after that, let me minimize this over here, and after that I'll simply close the p tag. Okay, after that I'll close article tag, and after that I'll close the section tag. Everyone is following, yes or no? What I did over here, I have created one section for my website. Inside that section, I have chosen article tag, and inside article tag, I am providing some sort of a heading, and below heading, I am providing some sort of a content for that particular heading. Okay. After that, similarly, in order to use aside tag, I'll simply write aside. Okay. Again, let's suppose I'll choose H2 for this as well. And here, let's suppose aside section I am creating. Okay. I'll close H2 as well. After that, again, I'll choose the p tag. And here, content for aside tag. Okay. I'll close the p tag. After that, I'll close the aside as well. Okay. Similarly, I am using aside as well. Okay. Now what I want to give footer section to my web page. Now, in order to use footer tag, again, I'll use footer. After that, inside p tag, okay, let's suppose I want to give a copyright sort of a things for my footer. Okay, so in order to use that symbol, I'll give you the idea how to make copyright symbol. Okay, so and copy is used to make a copyright section. Okay, copyright symbol actually. Okay, after that, let's suppose 2024. This is copyright. Okay. I'll close my P tag, and after that I'll close my footer as well. Okay. So this is how we have created the whole full-fledged sort of a web page. Let me go ahead and run this code first, and then you will understand what are the different things we have. So here I'll write semantic tag. Okay, and after that I'll run this code so that you will able to understand simply. Are you all following me? What we have used? The very first thing, I have given some sort of heading inside header tag. So you can see, welcome to my web page. After that, inside web nav bar, nav section, I have given simple home section, about section, contact us section. Okay. So when you create home section, no, so it will be redirected to home section. That you have to work upon. Okay. After that, inside main article section, I have given some sort of a heading, and here all the content goes. Similarly, I have created one aside section, and the content for aside section goes over here. After that, I have created a footer for my website. That is copyright symbol I have created. 2024, this is copyright. Okay. Now, why I have used that hash symbol, if you all remember in this code? Why I have used this? Now, what you can do over here, no. Let's suppose you are creating some sort of a section over here. Let's suppose this is my main article, okay? Yeah, instead of this, what you can use the ID concept, okay? And you can make one heading. So whenever anyone is pressing over your home section, okay, they will be redirected to your home section of your web page, okay? That's why we are using ID, okay? I hope everyone is getting me. So I'll copy the code and I'll paste it over a document itself. And I'll do one more thing. Yes, it's unique. That's why. Okay. I'll paste the output as well over here so that you will understand the difference. Okay. Let me delete these things first. Now let me take a screenshot of it as well. So this is a screenshot. Okay. Of our semantic tag. Everyone is following me, no? This is output. Okay. Okay. So let's move to the next part of today's session. That is, till now we have covered till semantic tag. Now let's see what we have left behind. We have covered semantic tag. Now the important thing is HTML form that we will discuss now. Okay. Now let me write a heading first. The HTML form. So I'll quickly go back to my VS Code itself, and here I'll create a new file for forms. Okay, new text file. So the very basic thing, okay, about forms are why we go ahead and use and create forms in order to gather the data about a particular thing. Okay, so let's suppose if you want to gather information about any sort of a user or anyone, then we go ahead and use forms. Yes or no? Now, in order to create a simple forms, okay, we have some sort of things that we have to follow. The very first thing is, whenever you are creating a form, the very basic symbol is form tag, okay, that allows us to go ahead and create different sort of forms, okay. Now let's quickly jump to different part of forms as well. So let me go ahead and write over here. So here in the title section, I'll be writing form. This is my title. And inside body tag, we'll be working upon how to create forms. So what I'm thinking right now, no, either going ahead or like, just simple things like how to create a name box, how to create email address. Instead of this, we can work upon the whole full-fledged form. Is it fine for everyone? Because then we are able to cover the whole things in one go, right? Or should I go one by one? See, what I'll do, I'll first discuss few things, okay, simple things, that how to give the input box, okay. So let's first discuss these things, okay. Over here. Everyone look over here. In order to create a form, the very basic thing is we have to use forms, okay. Now, the very first thing is, what are the different things that we have to take care of it? Label. The label is basically used to go ahead and label the data, what you are labeling, okay? So here, what I'm writing, I am using label tag. Okay. So let's suppose I'll write label for equals to inverted commas ethnic. Or instead of this, what I'm thinking, no, I'll create a full-fledged form itself so that it will cover all the things in one go. Otherwise, you will not able to understand. Okay. What should I do now? Do let me know in the chat box. Either we can cover one by one, or either we can cover the whole thing in one go. Okay, I can do one thing. Okay, I'll explain each and everything over here, and I'll cover the whole form itself so that we can, cover the whole things like radio buttons, check boxes, and everything. Okay. So the very first thing that we go ahead and use is label. Okay, label is used to basically go ahead and label the data, what exactly you are working upon. So here what I'm doing, I'm using label form is equals to, I'll be writing username. Okay. After that, I'll close the label tag, and here I'll write the heading for that label. Okay, that is username. I'll write colon. After that, I'll close label tag. After that, what sort of input you want to give? So let's suppose I have one form. Okay, this is my simple form. So what I'm doing over here, I am giving a username, and here I'm giving one sort of a input box so that user can enter a data. So inside username, what sort of data you will enter? Obviously text, right? You'll be entering text for username, yes or no? Similarly, so this is my label for username. After that, what sort of input you want from your users? So I am writing input type over here. Okay. Input type is equals to, see here, there are different options. Okay. So input type will be text for your username, yes or no. And for which label you are providing, so ID is equals to user name. Okay. And after that, name is equals to, again, username. And if you want to make it required, if you all have seen over the Google form, some option having the mandatory answers, like you have to mention that answer, otherwise you will not able to submit the form, right? So if you want to make it required or mandatory, so you can also add required. Okay, see here, required. Okay, so that without entering those information, user will not able to submit the form. Okay, after that, what I'll use BR. BR is basically used to break the lines, yes or no. I want to make one section for password as well. Okay, so again I'll give a label. Okay, or so label for password. Okay, I am creating a label for password and close the label tag, and I'll give a heading as password. Okay, after that, I'll close the label, and here what should be the input type? Input type is equals to password. Okay, what would be the ID? ID would be password. And what sort of name you want to give? Name is equals to password. And if you want to make it required, then you can add required as well over here. Okay, I'll choose required. Okay, again you have to close the input option. Again I'll use BR tag to break the line. After that, a simple, if you want to submit it. This is a basic form that I'm creating over here. So in order to use submit button, if you want to create the submit button, so you have to write input type is equals to submit. Okay, and value is equals to, you have to give some sort of a value, that is submit. Okay, if I run this code, then you will able to understand what exactly we are creating right now. I'll close the file first. Okay, so this is a basic form that we have created. I'll give a name as form. After that, I'll run this code. You can see we have a username, and inside that I can write anything. This is a password section. Okay. I have to write anything that only I can submit it. See here, if I use username, it will not submit. Okay. See here, please fill out this field. That is why we have used required. I hope everyone understand why I have used required option. Okay. You have to fill both the option, then only you'll be able to submit it. Otherwise, it will show this sort of a thing. Please fill out this field. Once I fill this as well, so you can see submit. Okay. Everyone is getting those things right? Yes or no? Yes or no in the chat box. Great. So this is a simple form that you have to create, okay? Username and a password thing. Now, if you want to go ahead and add some sort of a check boxes, radio buttons, then how you have to work with that as well. I'll show you over here itself, okay? So this is my simple form. Now what I want to add some sort of a checkbox, okay? Over here. So for that, how to use those things as well, I'll show you over here. Below break line, what I'll do, I'll add a label, okay? Not label actually, but I'll use input type, okay? So input type is equals to here, what sort of things you want to use. You can see we have different options. We have button, checkbox, color. So what I want to use checkbox, okay? After that, in the ID, okay, what I'll give, ID is equals to remember me, let's suppose. Okay, and name is equals to again remember me. And after that, I'll close the input tag, and here I'll give a label as well. The label for inside that remember me, and again I'll close the label tag. Okay, now again I'll break the line as well. And here I'll show you the usage, how to work with radio buttons. Okay, so let's suppose if you want to create some sort of a gender option. Okay, so first let me know what is the difference between checkbox and radio button. Everyone in the chat box, what is the difference? Meanwhile, I'll create a code for here. Okay, so here I'll be using label. What is the difference between label, radio and checkboxes? Here I am giving gender. Radio button is a drop down button. And what about checkboxes? Okay. And after that, input type I'll be choosing. In radio box, what we can do, we can only select one thing out of different available options. But in checkboxes, we can select multiple things. Exactly. True to the point. Okay. After that, I'll choose input type is equals to here. I want to give a type radio. So I have to choose this one. After that, here in the ID section, ID is equals to male. Okay. And again, name is equals to gender. Okay. And here I'll give a value is equals to male, and I'll keep it as required. Okay. I want to make it required, so I'll choose this one. After that, I'll close the thing. Similarly, I'll create a label for this as well. So label for is equals to male. I'll close the label, and here I'll write male. I'll create different options for female as well and for others as well. Okay, so I'll copy the simple code over here. I'll paste it and just simply change the ID. That is female. Here also value will be female. And here also same. Okay. Similarly, I'll create it for others as well. Okay. Everyone is following what I'm doing over here, or you are just seeing the things. I'll choose others. And after that, here also, I'll give others. Yes. And I'll create option other. After that, I'll break the line as well. Okay. Now again, I'll save this thing and I'll run it. So now you can see we have this checkbox. Remember me that we have to check it, and after that we have one option. Either we can choose with gender, male, female, or others. Others is coming. Okay, we haven't closed the label as well. And we have to, yeah, save it again and run it. So we have different options available over here. So this is a simple form that you all can go ahead and work upon. If I click on submit, it will ask me to fill out all the fields. Okay. If I have chosen everything, I can submit it. Okay. So this is how you can create a simple form, having different checkboxes, having radio buttons, okay, having mandatory marks available over your fonts. Everyone is able to understand those things, yes or no, in the chat box. So similarly, see what we have covered. We have covered radio button, how to give label. Label, you all understand no, why we use this label element. Basically, we use label element in order to make sure, okay, when the screen reader is reading your form, it's easy for them. Okay, that's why we give some sort of a label. Then we work with radio buttons. Then we have worked with checkboxes. Okay, we have worked with submit button as well, and the attribute. Okay. Now coming to the next thing that we have to cover today is we have to cover HTML media. Okay. Now if you want, I want to incorporate some sort of media to my web page. Let's suppose I want to incorporate some sort of a video so that whenever user is coming over my web page, they are able to see some sort of media, some sort of a video media on my web page. Okay, so how to incorporate those things, let's understand that. Okay, in order to work with video thing, we have one element called video element. Okay, so let me go back to my VS Code again. What I'll do, I'll choose this one as whatever. Okay, I'll add it over here itself. Okay, so in order to work with video element, either I can take a new text file. I'll select the language HTML. I'll simply choose a code and give a document type as media. Okay, here. Now, how to incorporate video? What we can do, the very simple thing is video element. Okay, that is used to incorporate video or media queries over your web pages. Okay, now if you want to personalize your video content, let's suppose you want to fix the width and the height of your video. So how to do that? Simple. The way we fix the width and the height of your images, similarly, we have to fix it for video content as well. Let's suppose I'll be writing 640, and for height, what I'll be choosing, I'll be choosing, let's suppose 360. Okay. After that, controls we have to use. I'll close the video tag, and after that, here we have to give the path of my video that I want to incorporate over my web pages. So for that, we have to use source src is equals to, and inside this we have to give a path for my video. So let me see if I have any sort of a video available or not. Yeah, we have this one. So this is my video that I want to incorporate on my web page. So let me take the path for this video. I'll copy the path from here. This is the whole path of your video. Make sure you're copying the whole path, okay? Otherwise it will not work. I'll minimize this. I'll paste the path over here. And after that, you have to give the type, because we are using video type. Okay, so we have to make sure we are mentioning the type of your file format as well. Okay, so my video format is MP4. Okay, so for this, what we have to do, we have to write video slash MP4. Okay, after that, you have to close the source tag as well. So this is the whole source for my video. This is the path. This is the type, which sort of media query I am using over here. Okay. After that, simply close the video tag. Okay, so this is a simple code in order to incorporate videos to your web pages. Okay, I'll save it and I'll run it again. So you all can see that my video has been incorporated over my web page like this. You can play it. You can see my video is playing. After that, you can pause it somewhere if you want. Okay, like this, you can incorporate different sort of videos on your web pages. I hope everyone is getting those things. If you want to maximize it, you can even maximize this as well. Okay, everyone getting the things or not? Do let me know in the chat box. Similarly, if you want to incorporate audio, everything is same on your VS Code. The only difference is instead of video, you have to mention audio. That's it. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll simply copy this code again. I'll paste it over here. Instead of audio, so I don't need the width and height over here because audio doesn't have that. I'll just change, instead of video controls, I'll write audio controls. Okay. And source we have to change and change the path as well. So remove this. Here we have to change it from audio MP3. This is my type of my media query. Audio MP3. Okay. And here also we have to change it to audio. Okay, I guess this is MP3 file. Yes. So let me open this file first. Okay, let me copy this. Why control are used? See, it is some sort of a attribute that you are basically pasting. Okay, you can say source element provide you different sort of media query that you can add over your web page. That's why this control attribute are required, so that you can control your things. If you want to stop it, you can stop it. If you want to play it again, you can play again. So basically that's why we use control option. Okay, control attribute, that's why we use it. Okay, in order to control your media query. That's it. If you want to pause it anywhere, you can pause it. If you want to play it again, you can play it again. Okay, if you want to increase the volume, if you want to maximize or minimize, how you can do? Through control itself. Okay, so I'll copy this file location first. And I'll go back to my VS Code, and here inside the source section, I'll be pasting the path. I'll save it and I'll run it again. So here you can see we have. So see here, if I haven't added the control option, no, you won't be able to control the audio, videos, volumes. Okay, you won't be able to preview your things again and again. Okay. So basically, this is how you can add it. Okay. I am able to hear it. Okay. So this is how you can add media queries to your web pages. Everyone able to understand these things or not? How to add media and audio? Do let me know in the chat box. Meanwhile, I'll copy these codes over here. Okay. Great. Now, so these are the basic things of HTML, okay, that you can use in order to create a simple web pages, okay. Again, we have different things available. We have CSS, we have JS in order to make your web pages responsive. Okay, in order to make your web pages responsive, we have to incorporate JavaScript. In order to make your web page beautiful, we have to incorporate CSS as well, right? That will be covered later on in your session. This is a basic HTML codes that you have to follow. Meanwhile, I want to go ahead and explain you for new things, okay, some new interesting things that you can incorporate. The very first thing is I want to go ahead and tell you is detail and summary. Okay. So if you all remember, we create list, right? We create a basically nested list, correct? Where we have a heading. Inside that we have list, right? Similarly, we have an option called details and summary. Okay. Anyone have any idea about these things? Detail and summary, what exactly it does? Do let me know in the chat box. So basically, detail and summary element act as a container, okay, that allows you to go ahead and hide or reveal your content. Okay, I'll first show you. Let me see if I have the code for this or not. Otherwise, I'll go ahead and write. Yeah, here we are. See this particular code. Okay. So first, let me show you the output. Then I'll explain you. Then you will able to understand it better. If I click over here, see your data is expanded. Okay, so this sort of thing you also can work with HTML. It is responsive, yes or no? When I'm clicking over here, it is expanding, correct? So even with HTML also, you can make responsive pages. When I'm clicking over here, my content expanded, right? Now you can customize these content as well. We can make some certain sort of a list. We can change the background color. So when I click over this particular link, okay, some different sort of content will be available over my desktop. Now let me go ahead and show you the code for this. So basically, it comes under a section on detail and summary. So detail is a tag or an element that you have to use in order to work with that particular output. Inside summary, you have to write exactly what you want to give as a title. So when I click over there, you have seen that there it is mentioned click to expand. So similarly, you can give some sort of a simple thing so that user will able to understand, okay, I have to click to that particular element. Okay. After that, inside that, you can add any sort of a content. Even if you want to make your font color different, font size different, you can customize over here itself in P tag. Yes or no? So this is how you can work with detail and summary. It will basically make your web page little responsive even through HTML itself. Okay. The next thing that I would like to go ahead and explain you is content edible attribute. Okay. Now what is that? Let me first find the code for that as well. So let me find it. I guess this one is, yeah. This is content editable code. Okay. Now what does this element provide you to go ahead and do? It allows you a inline editing option. Okay, this particular attribute can be applied to various HTML elements that enable user to edit text directly. Let me show the output first. So if I run this particular code, see here, I can even write anything and edit anything. See here, I can write anything. This is editable. Okay, so this is what content editable attribute is used. This basically allows user to interact with web pages easily with HTML, not using any sort of a JavaScript over here to interact with web page. I'm just using HTML tags, that's it. Okay, so there are lots of scope inside HTML as well. We just have to, explore HTML. Okay, even through HTML, I'm able to basically interact with web pages. Yes or no? So this is how we use content editable attribute. Very simple code for this. I'm just using this particular tag, that is content editable is equals to true. You can use it anywhere in your HTML code. You have to just use this particular block of code. That's it. Okay. And inside p tag, I have written this thing. Everyone is following me, yes or no? Meanwhile, let me add this particular block of code as well to your document. And let me add the other code as well. That is this one, detail and summary. And one more thing I would like to go ahead and tell you, the interesting part of HTML, that is meter element. Anyone have any sort of idea about meter element? Anyone have any sort of idea about meter element? What exactly it is? if you just go with the terminology itself, so meter element is basically used to represent a scalar measurement within a known range. Okay, what I meant by this, let me show you the code as well. So where it is? Yeah, here we are. Okay, so what I'm trying to explain, let me first run this code and see the output. You can see this sort of icon we can create through meter element. Okay, so meter element is nothing. It is basically designed to represent a scalar measurement within a known range. Okay, let me go back to the code first. So you can see over here, I have given a label. Label means storage. Okay, that you have seen in the output. And here I have given storage usage. Here in the ID I have used storage, I have given value. Value means 70%. So basically the green dot that you are seeing over there, no, that is a measurement of 70%. Okay, minimum is equals to 0, max is equals to 100%. So basically I am fixing the range from 0 to 100 so that accordingly it will take the 70% 100%. Okay, and it will show you that range. So you can see over here we have storage usage as a title, and after that 70% of your task has been completed. So this whole is 100% and this is 70%. So that's why this green color is coming a 100%. Okay, so this is what meter element is. Okay, basically this particular thing is used to specifically when you are using with range or anything, having a max and minimum attribute, then you can use this sort of thing to make your web page little interactive and attractive as well. Okay, everyone is following me, yes or no, in the chat box? Great. Meanwhile, now you all guys have a task. Today we have covered a lot of different things as well. Okay, a lot of things. Now again, yesterday's task, what you all guys have to do, you have to make one web page having different sections. You already have seen how to create section, how to link that section as well. Okay, so basically you have to create one web page having different sections. You can even make a portfolio sort of a web page where you have different sections that, okay, you have where you have completed your studies, what are your skills, what are your, different sort of certificate that you have get. So in your skill section, you can use this meter element that out of 10, what sort of point you are giving to yourself. Let's suppose if you know C, so out of 10, how many marks you will give? Let's suppose 7. So you can use this meter element as well over there. So basically you have to create some sort of a portfolio web page where will be having different sections. Okay, giving your whole overview about your resume. Okay, everyone got the idea what exactly you all have to do? Great. And you have to make sure you are incorporating all these things. Okay, all those things. And you have to make sure you are incorporating table as well. You have to identify how to incorporate. Make one sort of a table. Okay, incorporate meter element, incorporate nav section as well. Okay, incorporate div container as well. Okay, and different things, and make one web page. Everyone clear with the agenda? Okay, so here what I'll do, I'll write a task as well. So the task is you have to create a portfolio web page. Okay, incorporating all the things that we have covered so far. Okay, especially the navbar thing, the meter thing you can incorporate. Okay, everyone is clear what exactly you all have to do? Anyone has any sort of a doubt, do let me know. Otherwise we'll be winding up this session for now. Clear everyone? Great then. So I am ending the session for now.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a full stack developer course which enable you to learn tech stack from both front-end and back-end. Through this course, you will gain hands-on experience with the skills and technologies such as SQL, Java, data structure, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, Node.js, and React. under the guidance of industrial professionals. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards a career growth with the full stack developer course.
I will be starting from the very basic CSS. Okay, how to implement, what is the full form. So stay in class with me, maybe you'll be able to learn something new. Okay, if you already have knowledge of CSS, well and good, you can ask me questions. If you do not have, you will be learning a lot. Okay, let us start. CSS. Can anyone tell me what is CSS? Start with the let's say full form only. What is CSS? Cascading style sheet. Now, why do I require this cascading style sheet? CSS. What is the need of CSS? Why do we need CSS? Anyone? For formatting and well representation of UI. But I have heard that we can do formatting with the help of HTML also, right? The B tag, bold, italics, and everything. Why use of CSS? It is used for styling sheet, CSS, to design websites, to decorate the HTML so that user can interact well, right? So yes, HTML is, you can say, your basic structure of a website. HTML is a basic structure. CSS is used for styling of that structure, to decorate that structure so that it will look good. It does not implement much on the functionality. Functionality will not change. It is just used to make it look good. Okay, attractive. Okay, so just that. Yes, formatting we can do with the help of HTML also, like with the help of B tag for bold, I for italic, strong for strong text. All those things we can do, but it is generally recommended that you do not do styling with HTML. Styling should always be done with the CSS. Okay, it is generally considered good practice. Okay, yeah, it's more like a decoration to a code, not to a code, but to a website. It is a decoration to your web page. Now, if we talk about an analogy, how we can say that, I said that HTML is your structure. So consider that for an example, let's say your body. Okay, what is the structure of your body? How is your structure of the body made? Let's say your structure of the body is made with your bones, right? Your skeleton system, right? So that is your structure. That is your HTML, right? But if somebody is moving on with the skeleton, they will look so bad, right? A skeleton moving, bad. Nobody would want to talk to you, right? A skeleton moving. So what do? We cover that skeleton up with skin, okay, so that it will look good. We give color. We give some color to the hair, okay, detailing of the eye part. So our body needs to look beautiful, right? More appealing. Then only anyone would talk to us, right? A bad website or a bad like looking human, nobody would want to go to close, right? So CSS is used for styling part. CSS is used for styling it. And why is JavaScript used? It is not a JavaScript class, but JavaScript is used for, you can say, functionality. You can say it like in this analogy, JavaScript will be your muscles, helps you to move your HTML and CSS. Okay, so all these things together only makes your website or web page. Okay, only structure nobody would visit. If it is good looking website but it does not do anything, still nobody would visit. Okay, but you need to have muscles also to move the website for some functionality. JavaScript is the brain of website. In a way, yes and no. Why? We can say that, I'm not really sure you guys are aware about this server. So we can say that with the help of CSS, we can develop most user-friendly web pages. Right, Santosh? You can say that brain is like your server, okay, which sends you data. Or you can say that backend. Backend part you can say is like the brain, which accepts the user request and gives a appropriate response to your web page. This is your web page. Okay, so this is more like a brain, and JavaScript acts like more like a muscle. Okay, but again, some websites do not have a server at all. This part is not here. Only a front end part is there with the help of JavaScript. Okay, so that is also there. In that case, you can say that it is a brain. JavaScript is a brain. Okay, so we have learned that there is HTML, there is CSS, and then there is JavaScript. Without CSS, HTML is not complete. Without CSS, HTML is not complete. It is complete, but it will not look good, right? Nobody would want to visit a website with only, you can say, H1, H2 tags, H3 tags, paragraph tags, and I can say a normal looking table, right? Who would visit if it is not good? Another example, you can say that even if you create very good looking, a bad looking website, let's say a form you create, right? Must have visited Google Forms, right? Google Forms. Let's say this is one random form which is created by Google for you. Now, see the difference over here. Okay. One form is created by you in the last class, and one form is this form, right? All of these things you guys can also create. This is not a difficult thing to create, right? Right? An input tag, another input tag, right? Then there, what is this? A paragraph with a radio buttons, right? You guys have created radio buttons. Then what? Multiple choice you can answer. Then again an input tag. So basically, all these things you can create of your own, but it is the detailing part. It is the detailing part which makes your website look, or you can say your form look good. Okay, even if you create all the functionality with the backend also, that you create a form which does not look like this, but when you click on submit button, it takes you can actually submit the form. Okay, you have the backend for that, so that whenever someone click on the submit button, they will actually be you will be actually able to receive that information. Now, functionality wise, it is all well and good, but we transfer the data to server. Yeah, I am saying that even if we add that functionality, Karthik, that in our form that user is able to transfer the data, very less people would want to visit your website, right? Engineers like us will visit. We do not care much about the front end part, but general people will not visit now. They want things to look good. So again, CSS is very important. So that was enough about CSS. Let us make one project quickly. I hope everyone has VS Code installed, right? Okay, if you already have one project, you can continue with that project. Otherwise, you can create a new project as well. No problem. It's more attractive. Yeah. If you have already have one last class project that is nice, you can make changes onto that project only. No need to write HTML again. We will not be learning about HTML except for one, two things. We will be learning. I think Kiara ma'am has already taught you those things, but I will be repeating those things because it is very important in CSS. So yeah, open your VS Code. Everybody knows how to open VS Code like this, right? From the command prompt. VS Code. Now, if you have to implement, if you have to implement your CSS, what you need your HTML, right? HTML is required, so go on and create a HTML file, index.html, and HTML has been created. Okay, so in order for us to implement CSS, what we need a HTML file. That is why I was saying that if you already have a project with you, you can continue on with that project. Okay, you do not need to create another project because you will be needing your HTML. So create a basic index.html structure. Let's say, yeah, create a h1 tag. Okay. Is there any WhatsApp group for collaboration already created, guys? Please share. Okay. Yeah, not for me. Okay, if you run this code, I can run this on live server so that you can view it side by side. So as you can see that it is live and any changes we make will be visible. Right. Yeah. So HTML day one it is. Now CSS day one it is. So again, what is CSS? And we'll be needing CSS to style everything. Right. Now one problem with that is what thing we need to style. What thing we need to style. Okay. Let's say I have p tag says hello class. Then I have a button. Okay. These things. I need to style things. I need to style things. Okay. If I have to style everything together, that's okay. If I have to style only this thing, I do not need to style this thing, but I need to style this thing. What do I do then? Meaning there is a problem of selection. There is a problem of selection. If there are many elements over here, so what we need to do is we need to uniquely identify our elements. We need to uniquely identify our elements. Okay, let's say there are h2 tag, hello. Then there is again a h1 tag. Now, what I want is I want that background color of h1 tags be blue. Background color of h1 tags be blue. Then that is easy. I know that what is unique between two h1 tags? The tag name, right? I can just write h1 tag and change the background property, right? But let's say there is another h1 tag. I am unique. I am unique. Now, how many tags are there with the h1 name? This is h1, this is h1, and this is h1. I just cannot go on and write h1 tag, change your color to blue. That will change color of this also to blue. But what I want that only the color of this and this should change. Color of this and this should change, not the last one. So I guess you guys have already learned about ID and class. Okay. I will quickly, very quickly, I will be explaining it again to you guys. What is ID? Okay, if you already learned, please tell me. What is an ID? Why do we use ID? ID is for unique. ID we will mention as hash if class we will call with. Try to tell me what is ID. Okay, not in terms with CSS. What is ID in general? To identify the element uniquely and style it. But if I don't want to style it in this context, but that is not the correct definition. IDs are used to uniquely identify an element. IDs are used to uniquely identify an element. Okay, be it for CSS, that is changing of the styling. It is also used with JavaScript also. Okay, IDs and classes are also used with JavaScript for DOM manipulation as well. Okay, so it is very important that you have a knowledge of what is ID and class. So IDs are used to uniquely identify an element. Okay, if I give one ID over here, another element cannot have the same ID because ID are used to uniquely identify that element. Okay, let's say, okay, IDs are used to uniquely identify that element. Let's say I have h2, let's create another h2 inside second h2. Okay, now this is inside second h2. Now what I want is I want to uniquely identify this one h2, this h2. How I can do it? I can give it a unique ID. Okay, over here in the first tag, opening tag only, you give ID. Okay, and give it an ID and name. Okay, let's give this ID and name as It's too unique. Okay. Now, if I have to select this H2 na, I can use it. I can use this ID to uniquely identify it. Okay. How to call it are different with different ways in JavaScript and CSS. So, but I can uniquely call this ID. Okay. Coming to your questions, just a minute. Sir, like if you want to specify something in CSS, can we use ID in which changes can't be mentioned after that unless changed within it? Okay. So we have a unique element ID. Now, what is a class? What is a class? Class groups together few elements. Okay. Class groups together a few elements together. That's the right definition, right, everyone? What is the meaning of class? Similar things are put together. Similar things are put together. Let's say I want to style this h1 tag, this h1 tag, and the button. This h1 tag, this h1 tag, and button together. All these things are interrelated somehow. What I can give is I can give this as class as together. Okay. This also as class as together, and button also. Okay. Class as together. Okay. Now to uniquely identify, if you say that all the elements who have class together, change your background color to red. So which element will be changed? This element will be changed, this element will be changed, and this element will be changed. So you are uniquely identify the elements. You are uniquely identifying the elements. I'm trying to say if we have used one ID in one tag, we won't be able to repeat it. Okay. Now we have learned about ID and classes. Now how to actually implement CSS on them. How to actually implement CSS on them. And there are multiple ways to write CSS. First is inline. I think you guys have already learned inline. I will be repeating it one more time. Second is internal, and third is external. Okay, we'll be learning about inline and external afterwards. First, let us concentrate to internal CSS. Okay, internal CSS, how do you handle it? Yes, in the head tag, you go on and write style, like this. Okay, in the HTML code itself, right? So you write style. Now, in the same we have, it is called as internal CSS. Okay, which is the same page, right? Now, what I need to do? I need to call, let's say, all the elements which have class as together, How do I write it over here? I will write dot, okay, and I will write the class name which I want to call. What is the name of the class? The class name is together. So I will write together like this. Okay. Now all the elements which have class name as together are, you can say, selected. Whatever changes I write over here, it will be reflected to everything which has class name as together. Okay, dot together. Now, let's start with a very basic property. That is, let's say I was talking about background color, right? Background color. So to change the background color of any element, you just need to write background color, background hyphen color. Okay, then a colon, After that, what property you want? Okay, sorry, what value you want? This is the property. After the colon, you have to write a value, then a semicolon. Property, value, semicolon. Okay. Now let's say I want the color to be changed to blue. I will write blue. Hit enter, and you can say all the, or you can say elements which have class as together. All the elements which have class as together, their background color has been changed to blue. Their background color has been changed to blue. Got it, everyone? Everyone, is this clear? How to do that? Now, if I have to call the unique element, What is the unique element I have? Which unique element I have? That is h2 tag, right? One h2 tag has a unique property. That is, I can identify it with the help of its ID. I can identify it with the help of its ID, right? How do I do that? I don't write over here dot and then write the ID. No. Dot is only used for calling a class. Dot is only used for calling a class. If you have to call an ID, what do? You write hash. You write hash. Okay. Then you write the ID. What is the name of the ID? H2 unique. H2 unique. Same, it is same, na? Yeah, same. So now whatever the property you will give over here, that will be implemented only to h2 tag. That will be implemented only to h2 tag. How? Background color to beige. Okay, right. So you can say that only h2 tag, this one, the color of only that element changed. Color of only that element changed and nothing else. Right. So this is the, you can say, importance of ID. It's the importance of ID. This could not have been implemented if it was not for the ID. I will tell you how. If ID and class were not here, what would have been the problem? Okay, yeah, with the help of hash, Santosh. So these are two ways to implement CSS. That is, with the help of ID, you can select an element. With the help of class, you can select an element. Both of these are clear to everyone, right? Yes or no? Now, thing is, if ID and class were not here, if ID and class were not here, how could have we changed the CSS? How could have we changed the CSS? Okay, we could have selected their tag name. We could have selected their tag name. That tag name, whatever the tag name have h1, change its background color. Okay, what could have been like this? If you just write h1, then all the tags with h1 will be changed now. Okay, like background color to aqua. Okay, now all the elements with h1 tag have been changed to aqua, right? But what we wanted, that this h1 tag, where it is, okay, one of them has no h1, yeah. So this h1 tag is also changing its color, right? But we wanted that this h1 tag should not have changed the color. This should have been changed in the colors with this, and this. These three should have been changing the colors together. But if you're using h1 tag like this, all the h1 tags are changing the color now, right? So what are the ways you can select an element? How many ways we have learned till now? We have learned that you can select an element with ID. I'll write hash ID. Okay, you'll remember how to call it. With the ID, with class you can call, and with tag name. Right? All these things you can call a element and write the property and it will change. Right? If you have to call the button, now button here is unique only. If you have to change the button, how will you change the button? How will you change the button, guys? Only button. You want to make it as, let's say, yellow. You want to make the background color of button as yellow. How will you change that? Please write the code for me in the chat, everyone. Button.background color yellow. So how you can do it? You can just write button. Why? Because button is also a tag, na? Button is a tag, so you can write button background color as yellow, and the color has been changed. Now the problem with this is, let's say there was another button 2, its background color will also be changed. So if you have to only change the color of this, you have to uniquely identify it. How you can do it? Wait. See, your question is now You have your button 1. You have your button 1. Okay. You have your button 2. See. Understand my question, everyone, first. You have your button 1. You have your button 2. Okay. You cannot make any changes to your HTML. You cannot make any changes to HTML. This is fixed now. Fixed. Okay. Cannot make any change. Only here, what you have to do, you have to only change the color of this button 1 to pink. Change the color of button 1 to pink without changing any other element. Meaning this, any other thing should not be changed. How will you do it? Send your answers to host and panelist only. Send your answers to host and panelist only. I don't want everybody to see your answer and then copy paste. As I said that this part is fixed. This part is fixed. You cannot change this part. You have to change the click me button to pink without any other element to be changed. ID H2 in background color pink. Check your syntax, guys. Some of you guys have like logic is correct, but syntax is wrong. So how you can uniquely identify this button? How you can uniquely identify this button? What is unique about this button? What is unique about this button? Let us understand that. Unique about this button is, first of all, that it is a button. Unique thing about this button is, first of all, that it is a button. Right? Only two buttons are there. One is button, that it is a button. That is the first unique thing about it. Second unique thing about this button is, it has a class name together. It has a class name together. Right? We can say that button which has class name together. Button which has class name together, you change your color to red. Can we do that? Button which has class name together, you change your color. Not button change your color, not class name change your color. Button which has class name together, that change your color. Right? So we will be using them together. We will be using them together. How? You can write over here, that is tag name button, then class name as another class name together. You change your color to, is it a pink? Yeah, pink. So now you can see that it is uniquely identifying it. How? Button, okay, it is selecting both the buttons. Dot together. Dot represents class name, meaning button that has a class name as together. On that we are changing the properties that background color is pink. It is only, I can say, selecting this value. It is not selecting this value. It is not selecting all the classes. Again, is this clear to everyone? Yes, you can say that. Another way of uniquely identifying is tag name with class. Tag name with class. Okay? Okay. Other ways. One more type of selector is there, that is universal selector. That is universal selector. It is represented by asterisk sign. Okay, if you are coming from SQL, if you have learned SQL in the past, you must have know that asterisk represent universal. Asterisk represents all or universal. Okay, so if you write over here asterisk, meaning everything. Asterisk means everything. The star signs mean everything. Okay, so if we say that background color equal to blue violet over here, we have, you can see that it is changing every color. It is changing every color to blue violet. It is changing every color to blue violet. That was not previously styled. That was not previously styled. It is changing all those properties. If I change this also now, it is changing everything to blue violet, as you can see. So asterisk signs mean it will be implemented over everything. Background of this also, background of this element also, basically everything. Basically, everything. We can use this for resetting the CSS, right? So we have this asterisk also. Let me remove this, making us look really, really bad, right? So another selector we have, just quickly write universal selector. The selector is called as universal selector. Again, you guys don't need to cram all these things, don't need to make any notes of this. Nobody is going to ask you this in the, you can say, interview. Tell me how many types we can choose a element in the HTML. Nobody will ask you that. Okay? Questions will be coming from CSS, from the DOM manipulation, which is similar to this, which are similar to this in the JavaScript. Okay? In how many ways you can select. Like we have query selector, class selector, ID selector. So you will be asked question maybe from that, but not from the CSS. Okay? No need to cram these things. You need to learn this from your own knowledge. Okay? Now, how will you learn them? By implementing it yourself. By implementing the assignments which I will be giving. Okay? We have ID selector, we have class selector, we have tag selector, tag name along with class, universal selector. Is there any selector left, guys? Any selector left? I think we are left with something. We just do one thing, reset all this. Now, see what I want. I want that all the classes and ID, all the classes and the ID, meaning my h1 tag, h2 tag, meaning let me just mark it. This, 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 and this should have, let's say, color as pink. All these things should have color as pink, not background color. Background color also. All these things should have background color as pink, or the color as pink. How would I do that? How would I do that? What will be you guys approach? Like, how will you guys approach this thing? Please let me know. How will you guys approach this thing? Please write in the chat, in the question panelist, right? Not to everyone. Okay? Okay, let me make it a little bit more difficult for you guys. Okay. Forget about this. Instead of this p tag, everything should have a background color of pink. Instead of this p tag, everything should have a background color of pink. Now, I have not taught you how to do this, but can you play with the CSS little bit? Things like this I'm telling you. Okay. Let's say I forget to teach you about this thing. Okay. How will you do this while you are doing a project? Or while you are learning, or you come across a code, how will you approach this? Okay. Let's say I forgot today to teach you this in the class. How will you approach this thing? Okay, you're doing a job. How will you approach? This is the question for everyone. You cannot change anything in here. That is the basic condition. Whatever is the highlighted, you cannot change. So just by looking at the code, you're able to understand what is happening, right? So yeah, answer will be shorter than that. I will be trying to understand it. Okay. How will you select? How will you select all these things? Can I repeat the question? I will be repeating the question. Can you guys see the marks over here? Tick, 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 and one cross. The task is to change the background color of all the elements which have tick in front of it, and this P element, this should not be changed. This should not be changed. Only the tick mark things should be changed. That means this h1 tag, this h2 tag, this h1 tag, this h2 tag, h1 button, all these things should be changed. Only this p tag should not be changed. How will you approach this? Like this, it is giving an error. It is not doing it properly, right? I will not say our answer is absolutely correct. Try to research on the internet. You have 3 minutes. Okay. How to uniquely identify the elements using CSS? What are the ways to uniquely identify? Look at the question again and try to implement. You have till 9:20, 3 more minutes. I want answers from everyone. Be a little interactive. It will only help you guys only. Okay? Just by looking, you will be able to understand everything. First of all, there should not be any gap. It should be like that. To put comma. No, it is not working. So let me sort out this thing. Please add 1 more minute. Okay. I was expecting answers from some of you guys, those who are answering from the starting. Okay, search about it and try to find the answer. Okay, right now only. How will you uniquely identify it? If you're not able to understand, let me know. But research about it. H1 dot together. H2 dot H2 unique. Okay. Okay. As this looks a good solution. Let me search. Okay. What you guys should be searching. How to tie an element using CSS. Okay. Let's see what are the answers you're getting and why you're not able to do it. We have written about hashtag ID. Okay. Yeah. Class name, CSS selector. This is partial index is not. No, this will also not work properly, I think, Karthik. Some things will be missing. Okay. I think here you have solution. Tag name you have, CSS selector you have combinator selector, I think. Right. Okay, maybe I'm not able to identify it quickly right now. I'll tell you. Okay. How you can do it? How you can do it? See, simple. This thing, and this thing. Okay. What is common between them? What is common between this, and this? What is common between them? Quickly, I want answers from you guys. Between this, and this. What is common? Come on, quickly answer me, guys. H1 tag. So right over here, H1. This. What is common? What is common? H2. So write H2. Okay. We don't want P. Forget about P. What is common between them? What is common between them? Button. And do the changes. Background color equal to pink. And done. Apart from P tag, every color has been changed to pink. Now, this was easy, right? Easy? Easy, right? That is why I was saying to, I think you were almost able to do it, but you were not supposed to use ID or class, right? So, simple way. Now, even if I would have not taught you this thing, just by looking at the code, you would have been able to understand, right? Everything in CSS is easy. Okay. Just by looking at the code, you were able to understand what is happening in this, right? So, you will be able to understand CSS. CSS is not difficult at all. CSS is very easy, and you will guarantee one thing, that you will never be able to complete CSS. Okay. CSS is a never ever ending story. Okay. So you will be learning CSS day by day. CSS will never be over. Okay. You will be learning it, you will be forgetting it, you will be learning it again. Okay. But learning will be very easy. Once you have learned all these basics things, everything will be very, very simple. Okay. Now let us quickly do how to select the CSS, like in how many ways you can select the CSS. Then we are almost about the half time. Then we will take a break and then we will continue. Okay. Now we have learned that. Let me recapitulate quickly how many ways you can add CSS. First is ID. Then there is class. Then there is tag name. Then there is tag with class name. Okay, what else was there? Then there was universal selector. Okay, yeah, the last thing. Group selectors. Element, comma, element, comma, element. Okay. You can uniquely identify different elements with a comma in between, and then you can follow it. Okay. make sure like you try it out with different things. Okay, see if things are working. Okay, see if things are working. Okay, instead of asking me simple questions, let's say when I'm in a different class now, people ask me, can we do a combination of a tag name and instead of a class name ID? Can we do that? Now, instead of asking me, why don't you try it out? Hardly take 1 minute, right? If it works, remember it. If it does not, remember it. So try it out different combinations. Try everything out. Try to find out each and every element. This thing works. Element dot class name, comma another element, comma another ID. If that works with this combination selectors, or only tag name works. So try it out all these things. Okay. Right now I'm telling you all these things are for uniquely identifying all the elements. I really think I have not missed anything. If I have missed, I hope you can. Yeah, I hope you guys can cover it. Right. So these are ways you can uniquely identify an element. Any doubt, anyone? Any doubt? Any doubt till now? Only two knows. The rest of you guys are having doubts. Now there are three ways you can add CSS into your project. Three ways you can add CSS into your project. Okay. One is inline CSS. Second is internal CSS. Third is external CSS. And this is one of the questions that can be asked in an interview. All the interview these days does not ask this question. It was being asked 5, 6, 7 years back, but now nobody like questions this. Okay, but still, there are three ways to you can say add CSS into your project. First is inline, then internal, then external. Okay, third is external CSS. Now, first is inline CSS. How we can use inline CSS? Inline CSS is used to, I can say, how do I say this? You have to style a particular element. If you have to style one particular element, okay, let's say this button 2 you have to style. Only this button 2 you have to style. Nothing else you want to style. What you can do is over here, after the button, you can write style as an attribute. Okay, style. So here you can write as an attribute style. In the double quotation marks, you have to first give property, then value. Like property is this time color equal to blue. Color equal to blue. You can see that color has been changed. I have given color over here, not background color. So the color of the text has been changed. Okay. So how you can use inline inline CSS? It is in the line. That is what is called as inline CSS. Wherever you want to apply, you write style equal to, in the double quotation marks, you give property, then value. Property value, semicolon. Okay. Add the property will run. Okay. Can anyone tell me what are the disadvantages of this? Advantage and disadvantage. One advantage and one disadvantage. Why we should be doing it and doing this, and why we should not be doing this. Yes, we can add easily. Takes less time. Yeah, another advantage. I don't have to select it uniquely, then go on and then write. If I have to just do for this particular element, I can just write it over here and it will work. So it is less time consuming and you can easily do it. Okay. Disadvantage, you can only do it for only one element, not for all the elements. That is a disadvantage. If you have five buttons, you cannot go on in each button. Button this equal to this, button 2 equal to this, button 3 equal to this. No, it is very, very time consuming. Less time if you have to do it for single element. But if there are more than one elements, then it is very, very, you are at very, very disadvantage. Disadvantage when we need to change style for something, need to find and change, which will take time, right? Now, second way is internal CSS. Whatever we were doing over here, inside our web page, that is over here, that is called as internal CSS, which is in your HTML page only. When you write a style tag, you write a style tag like this in the same HTML page. It is called as internal CSS. Internal CSS. Now tell me one thing, guys. Think about it and answer me one thing. If I do something like this, button. Now what I'm doing is button color equal to red. Forget about this button. This button does not exist. Okay. Here I'm saying that button color equal to red. Here I'm saying that button color equal to blue. Button color equal to red. Here button color equal to blue. What will be the color of the button? What will be the color of the button and why? Why it will be that particular thing? I want reason also along with your explanation, along with your answer. Do one thing, implement this. And whatever the answer is coming, tell me that answer along with whatever you think will be the answer. Which takes precedence over all other styles? You have not given me the answer. Which one is internal? This one or this one? Above one or below one? Everybody has given their answer. Anyone left who wants to add something? Guys, try it out. Whatever the answer is coming, tell me that answer. Whatever you think will be the reason. Whatever you think is the reason, tell me that. It is inline CSS inline. Okay. Everyone, those who have given me the answer already, try it out and then give me the answer. If your answer is wrong, okay, let me just show it to you. What it is? Blue. The color is blue. Now tell me the reason. Those who said red, I want the reasons. Those who said blue, I want the reason now. Okay. First of all, understand that it is generally, yeah, below one I tried, right? Generally, the precedence takes place, meaning which will have the priority. Precedence will be given to your inline. Inline. Okay, whatever is the inline, that will be the main thing. Then it will be given to internal, then to external. Okay, inline, internal, and external. But sometimes these two get changed as well. Okay, sometimes. Okay, and for some browsers it does happen, but generally it is like this only. Inline, internal, and external. Okay, I will tell you in which case maybe it can be changed, maybe it will not change, but generally it is like inline, internal, and external because it is declared above. So the color changed to red. Okay, the color is red now. But when it is coming to that element, when this element is loaded, then it will again change it back to blue. This blue will override that red because it was okay. It is coming from top to down. It changed to red. But when it is going over to this element, now this element is specifically saying that change it to blue while loading this element. So it will be changed to blue. Top to down approach you should have follow while dealing with HTML and CSS. Top to down. Okay. So top red. If nothing was there, it should have been red. But you are over specifying something that color should be blue, then it will be blue only. Okay. So yeah, questions like this can also be asked in the interview. You will be given one snippet and you have to answer. Okay, or if it is not asked in interview, it can be asked in some of the coding tests you have before the interview, which you clear, then you will get an interview. In those, you can get asked these questions. Okay, yeah. So we have this, and the last one we have external CSS. External CSS. Anyone knows what is external CSS and advantage of external CSS? What is external CSS and advantage of external CSS over internal CSS? Style.css we will create is external, right? Right. Advantage and disadvantage, and what it is. For large projects with more HTML files, style can be, yeah. The thing is, we are only dealing with one HTML class right now, right? But let's say there are 2-3 pages of HTML. Okay. Now instead of giving style over here, style over here, style over here, what we can do is we can create a style over here and say that you take style from over here, you take style from over here, you take style from over here. From external source. over here you would have written h1 tag to blue. Okay, so h1 tag present in this will convert to blue, in this also, in this also. So what is the advantage when you're dealing with the large projects? You can have one external file to do all the changes. Okay, I don't have to go through all the code, only one external file is fine. Okay, code will be much more readable and much more efficient to use. Yeah, code will be neat and clean and it will be in order. So that is why we use external CSS. External CSS is we can say an external file from which our CSS takes the CSS property, our HTML takes the CSS properties. So see, external CSS is more feasible. If we want to change something in multiple files, we can change CSS sheet just. Okay. Now how to link CSS? Let's create a CSS file, call it as style.css. Style.css. How to link to these two files? How to link these two files? For linking, you can write over here. It's over here. I'm writing link style.css, and yeah, that's it. Yeah, I think this has okay. Yeah, so this way you can in the head tag you can connect your HTML to your CSS. Okay, link, then you are telling that you are connecting a style sheet. You are connecting a style sheet, and then hyper reference you give to that file location. Okay, see, if I click on this link, it is taking me to that style sheet, meaning we have successfully done it. Okay, now in this style sheet, let me do one thing. Write it over here. Yeah, over here, if I write, let's say button, we can do it with this h1 tag. Let me just quickly do it. Background color equal to red, to quickly check. Yeah, it has connected. Now if I do over here button background color equal to beige. Okay, what will be the background color of the button? What will be the background color of the button? Will it be red? Will it be blue? Or will it be beige? Red, blue, or beige? What it will be? Background color of the button. What will be the background color of the button? Blue, right? Background color will be blue. But if I remove this, what will be the background color now? Will it be red or will it be beige? Will it be red or will it be beige? We check, it is red. It is red. Why? Because internal CSS takes precedence over the external CSS. Okay. But sometimes what happens is, if you write this CSS down over here, no, still working fine, right? Sometimes what happens is some browsers, when you write this CSS down to this CSS inline CSS, sometimes this one gets overridden in some cases only. But when an interviewer asks you, you have to just say that the precedence is inline, internal, and external. What is happening? Yeah, and external. So this is how you should be going. Okay, inline, internal, and external. It will not matter if this style sheet is below and this style sheet is above. Okay, precedence is inline, internal, and external. Is this clear to everyone? questions like these can be asked in interview, and we are here to crack the interview, right? Okay. All the things which we have learned today. So let me just quickly teach you a few more things that are a few of the properties. Now let us learn few more properties. What are the properties we have learned till now? The properties which we have learned are color and background color, right? Color and background color, these are only properties we have learned till now, right? Color and background color. And now let's learn about, let's say, some other properties which are available. Okay. Next property which we are going to learn is called as text align. Text align, and you can align it as in center. Text align center. Text align center. It will align the text or give your text in the center of your screen. Text align center will put your text in the center of your screen. Okay. So text align center. What more things we can do with this text? I don't like this text. I want it to be little bit bigger. I want it to be little bit bigger. How do I make this little bit bigger? Anyone knows property for that? Right. The property for that is font size. Font size. Font size. Now here you can write large. It will make it large. Or you can make it larger, even larger. Or you can make it small or smaller. Or you can give it a manual thing also over here, like 30px. It will be very big, like this. There are default things over there, large, larger, smaller, like that. Or you can give a manual value, like 30px. Indicates the desired height of the clips from the front for the scalable font. So yeah, basically the height which you give of your choice. I think this height is fine. I want it to be of this height so it is properly visible. So what do we want? In the center, text align center, font size 30px. Now the problem that was with me when I was learning CSS was how to remember all these things. Color, background color, text align, font size. First of all, VS Code helps a lot for all these things. It will automatically give you suggestions. Second thing is, don't cram it out. You don't need to remember all the CSS things. As I said, nobody will be asking you all these things in an interview or everywhere, anywhere. Okay. Second, you will be learning all these things as you practice these things. As you practice, you will learn more things. Okay. So main thing is practice. Next thing, if I want to change, let's say, this is in, let's say, which font. If I have to change the font of this, I don't like this font. I have to change it. How do I change it? That font style, sure. It is font family. I have to change the font so it will be used as font family. I have to change the font family. So it will be font family. Font family. And let's say I change it to, yeah, I like this one. You will be able to see the difference. Right? See the difference? So it is like, if this is available, it will be changed to this. Otherwise, it will be changed to this or this or this. Okay? Whichever the browser supports in order. So you can see the difference. Font got changed, right? Earlier it was this, and now it got changed to this. So font got changed. So to change the font, we have font family. All these things are happening to your same paragraph tag only. So you can add more than one CSS to only one element also. Okay. Any other thing we have? Yeah, let's do background color and color also to this. Background color to something light. Let's say your, yeah, background color and color to, okay, this. Color to this. Now, yeah, that's it. The thing is, how many I am writing this color. I don't want this color. I can choose a color from over here. Okay. What is the property of VS Code? Right. How to give any other color? Can we change the font style from the font awesome as well? Is that a good practice? Let's say it is red. Okay. Now, in how many ways you can write these colors? That is the next topic. That we have been given over here: red, blue, beige. Is there any other way we can give the color over here? Anybody knows this? So one is the predefined name. One is the predefined name, like this red, blue, green, right? Or I think tomato is there. Yeah, tomato, right? So, but can you remember all these names of the colors? No. So, if I want to choose any other color, we can have another way. We can write using hexadecimal codes. Hex code. 6-digit codes, they are hex code. How? You can write over here color code picker. Color code picker. It should have come. Google, you have to write color picker. Yeah. So let's say I have to choose any color from over here. I can choose first of all from over here. Let's say I want to choose this particular color. Now, what do you see this color? This over here where my mouse is pointing. Is there a name for this color? Not for usual terms. You will not say light, grayish, something to. No. Click on it. This is the color. What do you say this color? Or let's say this color over here. I have to use this color as the background color of this. Okay, this particular color. Now you can copy the hex code over here. Hex code. Copy it. Okay. Over here you can copy it and you can go to your VS Code. Okay. And instead of this, you paste it. You can see the color changed. Or let's say let the color be pink and the background color we change to that particular color. See, background color changed. So you will not see it as gray. It is some other shade of gray. If you don't know what to call, you have to choose a particular color. You can use this thing. Okay, if you have to choose this color, and this color looks good, I can use this color as well. So you can use hex code for that. You don't need to remember these codes. Okay, you have to use it online only. Okay, this is called as hex code. If you see, yeah, no, it is not working. No, it's not working. Yeah, it is loading. Sorry. Yeah, it is working now, as you can see. So background color, this color, this. Is this clear to everyone? How you can write colors? Different ways of writing the colors. Is this clear to everyone? One is normal way by specifying the color, predefined name, that is predefined name. One way is that. Second way is hex code. What is the next way? Any other one? Yes, gradient color also we can use, right? We can use RGB as well. RGB. Now over here only, you can see there is option of RGB as well, right? Let's say I want to use this color over here. Okay, I will copy this RGB over here. I will not just paste it over here, RGB. Okay, it will not work. If I just paste RGB over here, okay, it does not work like that. Is it working? It should not work. Right. So if you have to use RGB color, you have to write it like RGB. Inside RGB, you have to write the color like this. Now it is working. If you have to use RGB for giving the color, there are different ways of giving the colors. One is by just giving the name, other way is giving the hex code, other way is giving the RGB code. Okay, other way is giving RGB. Okay, Let's say there is another way, that is HSL. You can give HSL code as well, which is over here. If I have to choose this color, I will copy the HSL code of over here like this. It consists of degrees, percent and percent. So if I have to give this color, what I will do, instead of this, I will write HSL, HSL, and paste that over here. No, it's not working. Not really sure why it's not working right now. It should work. Anyone knows why it's not working? Okay, maybe it is not taking like percentage thing right now. Anybody knows like why we are not getting the color? Okay, it is saying set background color. Wait, I think it is there. I generally don't use HSL. I think it's not taking the percentage ones. Even without percentage, like it should have worked. I have worked with this earlier. Let's try it out without the percentage. Sets the background color of an element. It is working. Firefox working. Chrome is working. It should. Let's see any reference. Let's remove it. Remove this. Let's remove degree also then. Right. No. It working now? Okay, yeah, it's taking the color. Yeah, it is taking the color. See, it is taking a color. Yeah, it should take the color now. I'm seeing that why it is not working. Percentages work. Percentages work, but I'm not really sure why it is not working right now. So the color, right? It is taking the color. As you can see, it is taking the color in VS Code, the same color, meaning it is recognizing it, but it is not setting it in our browser. Maybe it depends on the browser to browser. Maybe what I have seen, it takes the percentage sign also, right? It's not like it will not do it with the help in the percentage sign. It doesn't in the percentage sign. Let's do it for this color. Okay, is it ASL? I copy it. Let me try one more time. Like number of times I have tried, it is okay. Again, not working. Let's try it out one more time. I will see what's the problem with my system. Okay, if it is the problem with my system or I am implementing it wrong, it's working for her. Degree I have not given. Even with degree not given, it is not giving for me. I am not really sure why it is doing that. Or without degree, it is recognizing the color. See, it is recognizing the color over here. Whatever the color we are picking from the Google. But it is still not giving on our screen. You do one thing, let me change if any other is not interfering. No, no, still not working. Okay, let's use what if it does not work in my system, that means the problem is with my system only. Oh, it is working. The percentage also it is working. I was thinking we were doing wrong. Let me just use it one more time. Yeah, it is working. It is working now. Okay, I'm not really sure what exactly is the problem. Maybe it is the problem with the color code. Let's try one more color. See, the percentage sign also is working now. Let's try it out with this code. Excel code. Maybe I will be giving it 44, 98 and 50. 44, 98 and 50. Yeah, it is working now. Yeah, it is working. Now for every color it is working. Maybe after refresh it is working. First degree, right. Right. Okay, it was taking that degree as well. Right. So it is working. First is a number, second two are percentages, and it is working now. Okay. So third way is you can implement it using first is your predefined names, that is tomato, orange, blue, green, dodger blue, state blue, violet, but we cannot remember all these names. So we have hex code. Hex code are really simple. You don't need to write anything. Just write the hex code and it will work. Then third is your RGB. RGB also works great. The fourth one is HSL. Again, it works perfectly fine. The problem was with me only this time. So you can use HSL as well for giving it. Okay. Apart from HSL, there are other ways also with the help of which you can implement. I think HSLA is also there from over here. Like all these things also you can give. HSV is there. Like all these things you can also use. Okay, you can try it out. Whatever is you can say used in HTML, whatever is not. But I would recommend stick with the names you know, either that or with the X code. Okay, if you want to move one step ahead, you can use RGB as well. Okay, don't complicate things. Stick with hex code or RGB or with the colors you know. Okay, till now whatever I have taught, is this clear to everyone? Okay, now I am you guys have learned HTML, right? Now, are you guys aware about what is comment? Anyone knows what is a comment in any programming language? Right. So a comment is something which you write in your code, but it will not be executed. Then you will say, what is the need of that? But that will not be executed. It is for your peers to see, for them to easily able to understand your code. Okay. Let's say you wrote this line, but some new beginner is there who does not understand what does this do. If he removes this, what will happen? You want to write something that this will do this, do not remove this. Okay, something like that. But if you write it like this, it does not look good now. It does give an error. Next properties are not working. You can see this property is not working if I just start to write anything. So no, I have to write a comment over here. Now how to write a comment? How to write a comment in CSS? To write a comment in CSS, you write it like this. No, sorry, that was in Java. Sorry, to write a comment in CSS, you have to write slash and like this. Okay, so whatever the comment you want to write, you can write it in between this slash star. You write whatever you want to write and then star slash. So I will write text align with center value centers a centers the p tag. Okay, now anybody reading my comment, anybody reading my code will be easily able to understand, okay, what this is happening in this. Okay, or I can write it like this also over here slash star and star slash that background color is set using HSL. Do not add degree sign on first number. Now, if I give the code to you, you're able to understand now. Okay, we do not have to write the degree sign over here, and this is also not executing. So why do we use commit? So other people easily able to understand our code, or for you to easily understand the code when you take a look at them in the future. Now I know that the concept of comment is really basic, but it is important that you understand this, okay, because it will be used a lot in your day-to-day lives. Okay, when you write the code, this is how you comment in the CSS. Anybody knows how to comment in HTML? How do we write comment in HTML? If you have to write comment over here, how to write comment in HTML? Same thing. No, generally we do not use same thing. Right. To comment something in the HTML, we write it like this. Like this, like a tag opening, this, and then dash dash. Like this. And this is a comment. Okay, here or this is an example of, I think this was taught to you in the last class also. This is an example of HTML comment. If you will see that, it will not be visible in the page. Neither the comment this, nor the comment this, and it is not giving any error. Okay, this is how you can do the comment. Okay. Till now, any doubts to anyone? Whatever we have learned today. Any doubts to anyone? I will just quickly give you a recapitulation. What we have learned today. They will be asking you about the doubts. Okay. We learned about what is CSS, why we use CSS, need of CSS. Then we have learned how many ways we can uniquely identify the elements, that is using the different type of we've learned about ID, we have learned about class, then we have learned about how we can in how many ways we can identify an element, that is by ID, by class, by element dot class, by universal selector, by tag name, and different group selectors like tag name, comma tag name, comma tag name, right? And we have learned in how many ways we can add CSS, that is inline, internal, external. Then we have learned what is, you can say, cascading order. Okay, that is cascading order is inline, internal, and external. That is the cascading order. Then we have learned about some of the properties of the CSS: background, background color, font family, font size, one or two other properties. Then we have learned about comments. Anything else we have learned? Yeah, we have learned how to add colors. To add colors, we can use the naming conventions, the name predefined names, or we can use RGB, or we can use HSL, or we can use hex code. Okay. Whatever I have told you today, any doubts in any of the topics? Any doubt? Anyone else? Any suggestion, guys? Because I will be ending this session now, and you all have a very nice day.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a full stack developer course which enable you to learn tech stack from both front end and back end. Through this course, you will gain hands-on experience with the skills and technologies such as SQL, Java, data structure, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, Node.js, and React under the guidance of industrial professionals. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards a career growth with the full stack developer course.
Now, today we'll be learning more about CSS. Okay. Let us start. Where is our project? This is the project, right? Right. Yeah, this is the thing that we did yesterday. Okay. So today, what is the first thing which we are going to learn? We are going to learn about background properties. What we're going to learn about? We're going to learn about background properties. And we have already learned about background color. We've already learned about background color. Right. That by writing background color, right, is this of yesterday's class only? Yeah, this is okay. I did not teach you about text align. I did teach you about text align. Okay. I was not really sure because this is in the text thing only with the text properties. So I was not aware that I have taught you about text align. Okay. You can align text in the center with the help of text align property. Okay. Again, don't overthink about all these properties. How will you remember it? You don't need to remember all the properties. Basic properties you will learn as you type it out. Okay. Just make a little bit of notes about the properties and try to implement it. That's it. Don't look after the video again and again. What is in the video, then you will implement it the same way. No. Make your own example. Okay. Okay, we have all these things. Now, see, let's say this is learning CSS J1, where we have implemented it over here, right? Where is the color? CSS J1. It is on P tag, H1 tag. Is this something in style? Yeah. Okay. From over here, it is getting the red color. Okay. Here we will be doing. Okay, then. Now, thing is, in this H1 tag, that means this, and this, the red thing. I think the color is fine. I want this color only, but it should be little bit light. Okay. Like I want it to be little bit of transparent. Are you guys getting my point? The color is fine, but I want it to be little bit of transparent in nature. How can I do it? Transparency I want. Okay. Transparency there so that I can look through it. So for that we have something called as opacity. Opacity. Okay. How opaque is one element. Okay. How opaque is one element. Background. Okay. Opaque meaning how transparent. Opposite of transparent is opaque. How opaque is one background. So with this background color, we will be writing opacity. Opacity. Now, what I will be writing over here? What should go over here? Here. Now, how do we give comments? How do we give comments? I want to teach you something. Okay. Yeah. So here, value should be between 0 and 1. Meaning 0 and 1 means 0 0.1, 0.2 and so on. Value can be like this between 0 and 1. 1 being total opaque, meaning like this. 0.1 means transparent. 0.1 means transparency is very high. If I write over here, you can see transparency is very, very high. Right? On this element. Transparency is very high. If I give 0.2, little better. 0.3, then 0.4, 0.5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 1 we can also give. Okay, this is the darkest thing. Okay, clear to everyone how we can give transparency or opacity over here. Okay, is this clear to everyone? Okay, this can also be used in a lot of places. Right, now what should we learn? We should learn about, we are learning about background only now. We should learn about background image as well. You guys know how to add an image, normal image, right? How to add a normal image? How to add an image? You can say HTML. IMG SRC, right? You give IMG tag SRC and you give the URL of that. To add an image in the background. In the background, meaning you can add something over that image also. Text can be written over that image. Okay, these lines can be added over that image. Okay, how do you do that? You have to make a background image. You have to make a background image. How do you create a background image? So how do we do that? So for that we have something called as background image tag. Okay, background image. Let's see how to implement that. I have one background image with me. Yeah, sorry.
we add this image in my project. Okay, I have the background image with me. Now, how do I add this image into my this? You can say project. Let me just remove some things from over here. Let's say from here to here, I'm removing. Okay, I want to add this image. Okay, how do I add this image? Anyone? How do I add this image? And where should I write this background image URL? Where should it should be written? In the HTML or CSS? Where in the CSS? Where in the HTML? Anyone knows? In CSS. Okay, we are in the CSS now. So what we'll do? We'll create one body tag. Right, body for the whole body. Okay, we can either add it in one special container or we'll add it in the entire body. In the body. Now we want to add this owl wallpaper image. Okay, it's very common image for teaching the CSS, this property, because it is very small in size. So we have this image. We have to write it in the background. How do we do that? We write it background image. Background image. Here we have to give URL and actually give the URL of that image. Okay, meaning where it is. Source. It is here only, so I will just write like this. It should work, right? It is working. So you can see that this image is in the background and whatever the text is or whatever the things we are writing, it is over here now, right? It is in the, yeah, it is on the top of that. It is on the top of that, all the content, right? The image is in the background and all the content is on the top of it. So we can say that we have set that in the background, right? This was the image. This was the image. And we've set that in the background. Now, do you guys see any problem with this? Any problem? This is the image. This is the thing which we have set. What is the problem? I don't see any problem. Can you guys? There are too many images. I needed to write one image. Right. The problem is whenever you add an image in the background, it gets repeated. It gets repeated both horizontally, and vertically. It gets repeated both horizontally and vertically. Now, the thing is, with my image I believe that horizontally is fine. I want images horizontally, but I don't want them vertically. I don't want these images. How do I do that? These images is fine. If it is repeating in the x-axis or horizontally, it is fine for me, but not vertical images. For now, how do I do that? Anyone? What should I write if I have to follow this thing? If I have to only repeat the things in the in the horizontal, not in vertical, what should I add over here? Right. I will write background. See, background is repeating now. First we have declared background image, then background is repeating. So we'll write background, repeat, background, repeat, background, repeat. How we want our background to be repeated? We only want that it should be repeated x times, meaning on x-axis, horizontally. So you will write x. You repeat x, sorry. You will write background, repeat x. And now you can see it is only repeating on the x-axis. It is only repeating on the x-axis. Now I want it to be repeating on the y-axis only, vertically. How should I do that? I want answers from everyone now. Answers from everyone. What should be the exact thing? Yes, background, repeat y. Okay, by default it is repeating both x and both y. Now that's fine. It is repeating x, it is repeating y. But the problem is not solved. Why repeating at all? If I want to add one image, it should be there for one image na. Why it should repeat at all? I don't want it to repeat. Not even once. If I'm adding it once, it should be visible only once. Now, how should I follow that thing? How should I do that thing? It should not repeat at all. Can anyone tell me the property, or type there in their VS Code and see the suggestions of the properties? Try to implement it. Come on, guys, try to implement it and tell me what can be the possible solution of that. Only no repeat is fine. Okay, that's it. No need to center it or something. Yeah. Okay. So if you don't want image to be repeating at all, what we can do, we can just write no repeat, no repeat. Okay. Now it is not repeating at all, right? It is fixed over here. It is fixed over here. Now, till now, everything is clear. That is background color property we have learned, then opacity or transparency, background image, and background repeat property. This is clear now, everyone? Okay. One more property which you can have is, if you want it to be a little bit on the right side, how will you change its position from here to here? Okay, from the left to right. So we can write background position. Background position. Okay, here you can write top, because we want it at top. Now top is centering it actually. Center top it is saying. Now top right, if I write, it should do the trick. Yeah. So top right is moving it to the right hand side. Okay. Only top is making it to the center. Right. And without it, by default, it is on the left. So top right, you can add it over the right side. Okay. Clear now, everyone? Background position. Background position. You can check more properties of the background position yourself. What are the different ways you can give the background position? Okay, and the background position property. Okay, now let's see one or two more properties. We write you can just write top. That will do the trick. Top. It will be in top center. Okay, so if we have something like this, yeah, if we have something like this, okay, let's say a very big page. Okay, now background is over here. We have something written over here. Okay, till here. Okay, from here to here. Now if I'm scrolling down, it is going up, right? As it should. As it should. Right? If I'm scrolling down, it is going up. Right? Now I cannot see it. Is there a way that this thing, this image, is fixed over here? That this image gets fixed over here like this. You will see an example. I can show it with the help of zoom. I'm making an outline of this. Okay. Now both my zoom, this drawing, and this are over here. But if I scroll this thing now, see, zoom 1 is getting down like this along with the page. Right? Is there a way that my image also behaves like this? Position fixed. Okay. Like this, I have to follow this property which zoom is following. Okay. Whatever thing is, it is going down along with it. Anyone has an idea? One of you have given the correct answer. It is, if you want it fixed, then you can write background attachment, background, and you can make it fixed. Okay. Now it is fixed. Now it is fixed over there like this in the background. It is fixed in the background like this. As you scroll the page, it will scroll with you. If I want it to be scrollable, that as I scroll, it should remain there only. So what should we change over here? Instead of background attachment fixed, you can write background attachment scroll. Now it is moving normally. So by default, background attachment is at scroll only. Background attachment is at scroll only, but you can also fix it. Okay, clear everyone? Everyone, are all these properties clear to you? Then we shall move on. Yeah, then we shall move on to borders. We shall move on to borders. You must have learned about div tag, right? Div tag. So let's say all these paragraphs, not all these paragraphs. Let's remove some paragraphs from over here. Yeah, or from over here also. Okay, so we have this paragraph tag. Let us contain this inside one div. Okay. Okay, so it is inside one div now. This paragraph is inside one div. Now, do you know that? Do you know that every element, let's say paragraph h1, h2 div is inside one box. Okay, every element is inside one box like this. Okay, h1 tag is inside one box, h2, this is also inside a box like this. Okay, this is also inside a box. You can see how long its box is. Okay, now all the boxes can have borders as well. You can make their borders visible from where to where they are exactly. Now, if I say about this uh, div tag, which is over here, it should be like this. Somewhere around it, it should be like this. Its border. Okay. Now, how do I make this border visible? How do I make this border visible? Okay, everything is inside a border. This is inside a border. This is inside a border. This is inside a border. Inside a border. How do I make a border visible? How anybody knows how to do that? That is declaring everything in one sentence only. Border. That is all the border properties you are giving in one only. Border 2px solid color name. Right. What are different properties? Here you are giving 2-3 properties together. Right. So we'll be learning all the properties one by one. And then you can add them together also in the border. Okay. How? First is we have to make border visible of the div tag. Of the div tag, we want to make border visible. So we'll write border. Now which thing? Border, let's say style. Border style we will give. What type of border we want? Okay. What type of border we want? We want a border. There are many types of borders. We will say we want a border with solid. Okay. A border has been created. You can see a border has been created. A solid border. Okay. A solid border has been created for us. Okay. Solid means like this. A line. A proper little bit thick line is called as a solid line. Border style solid. Now, what are other ways? What are other ways you can represent a border apart from solid? What are other ways you can say give border? Anyone? Right. Very right, Nisha. So instead of solid, you can also write double. It will give 2 lines over here. See, 2 lines. Double means 2 lines. Border style. What type of border you want? Double border. Or you have dotted. You will have dotted line like this, dotted border. You can have dashed and actually many other, right? You can search about it. Now this is a dashed border. We learned solid, we have learned dotted, we have learned dashed, we have learned double. What else is there? So we can give, let's say, if I write solid and let me write dotted. Right. So what this do? If I'm giving solid and dotted, what it is doing? Solid and dotted means solid at top, dotted at sides. Solid at top, dotted at sides. Okay, if you give 2 things, solid and dotted, it will take top and bottom as solid, sides as dotted. If you give all 4, let's say solid, dotted, Then what should we give? Double. And let's say solid, dotted, double, and dash, let's say. Okay. Now all the 4 will be different. Starting from over here. Okay. Solid. Then we have dotted. Then we have double. Then we have dashed. So all the 4 are different now. All the 4 sides of the border are different now. Okay, if you give 4 parameters over here, if it is only 1, then that one will be over in the all 4 sides. 2 parameters, top and bottom will be same, sides will be same. Okay, all 4 will be different, starting with the top, right, bottom, left, like this. Okay, is this clear to everyone? Okay, next thing we'll be learning on borders only. Some properties that are dependent on border style. Okay, dependent on border style, meaning border style properties should be there, then only the properties below it will work, otherwise it will not work. They both work the same way only, none and hidden border. You can say that in hidden the border is there, and you can add some properties to it, different properties to it you can add. Okay, but in none you cannot add some extra additional properties. That can be one of the differences. Like style, width, color, right? Because if border is there, then only you can make some changes into that border now. Let's say I want to increase the size of the border or change the color of the border. Like these things, I can only do when my border is defined, when my border style is defined. So below properties will work if the border style is over there. Okay. What is the first thing? That is border width. Okay, border width you can give with the help of pixels. So we can, let's say, 4px. Okay, so this is a little bit darker thing. Okay, 4px. This is 4px border. Okay, what else? What if top and bottom I want as 4px and sides I want as 2px? Top, bottom 4px, sides as 2px. How would you do that? And I've already told you with the help of, in the border style how to do it. I want the code from everyone. Top and bottom as 4px, side as 2px. How would you do that? The question is, top and bottom should be of 4 pixels. Top and bottom should be of 4 pixels. Side should be of 2 pixels. Right now, border width, all of the border is 4 pixels only. Top and bottom should be 4 pixels. Side should be 2 pixels. How would you do that? I want the code border top, bottom style 4px. Top and bottom should be 4px. Side should be 2px. 4px space 2px. This will work. So 4px and 4px for top and 2px for sides. Okay. If you want different for all of them, you can start with like the border style 4px, or you can write 4px, 3 pixels, 2 pixels, and 1 pixel. Okay. Right now 4 pixels, 3 pixels, 2 pixels, and 1 pixel. So now all the border width are different. It will not work if this line is not there. Okay. So border width will not work if border style is not there. So border style is like compulsory for you to write, for you to use border width. Okay. Okay. Next thing is color of this border. Color of the border. How to change the color of the border? You can change the color of the border by border color. Okay. Let's say azure. No, not visible. Blue wallet is fine. Okay. Now color is this. Color is this of the border. Okay. Color is this of the border. This is the border, not the outline. We will be learning about the outline as well. Okay. This is the border of the you can say element. Okay, this can be of any element, that is h1, this h2, this div tag, or this other tag also. Okay, so everything has a border. Okay, one more thing I think I should teach you. Now, do you guys think this property will work if I try to give another color over here? Will it give two different colors over here and different colors over here? Will that work if I give another color over here? Yes or no? It should work. Let's say green. It working? Yes, it is working. Okay, as you can see, it is working. Green and green for you to be visible. Yeah. Okay. So this is how you can declare a border, border style, different types of border, border width, and border color. Okay. Any doubt in this? Any doubt till now? Okay. One question I have. Let me download one image. Okay, let's say this image is on free pick, available for free. I should use this image. Okay, I'm not downloading it. Okay, let me add this image. Okay, it is giving border of this div tag as well. Okay, but this is one image. Make it a little bit bigger. Okay, this is one image. Okay, now the thing is, if you have gone to different websites, let's say on LinkedIn or any other websites, whenever you upload a photo on them, na, they are usually in this shape, circular shape, right? They are generally in circular shape. How do you make this image to be of circular shape? Anyone? So this is also a property of border also. That is border radius. Border radius. Yeah. If I have to make it in circular form, I will use over here. I will write imj. Okay. I will write border radius. Border radius equal to 50%. 50% meaning it will be in circular shape. Right. It is in circular shape, if you can see. Let me remove it from the div for you to see it better. Okay. Now you can see it is in better shape. It is in circular shape. You can play with this percentage sign of how you like it. If you write 55%, it should be better. So you can play with it. Usually 50% does the job. Okay. Okay. So border radius equal to 50% makes it in a oval circular shape. Okay. Again, is this clear to everyone? All the border properties which we have learned till now. Border style, that is solid, dotted, dashed, double, groove, or mixed properties. Then the properties which are dependent on border style, that are border width. Then we have learned about different types of border widths. Then we have learned about border color. Then border radius at the last. Any doubt? Any doubt, guys, till now? Okay, very well. Then let us learn about a new thing, that is box model. Okay, what is box model? So box model is something like this. Whatever the content you are writing, that is in the center. Okay, this is called your content. Meaning all these content letters basically. This is like this. Okay, this is your content. Now, and this is your border of that. This is your border. Okay. The space between content, let me just write it like this. Space between content and border. Space between content and border is called as padding. Okay. Space between content and border is called as padding. And outside the border, it is called as margin. Okay. Outside the border, whatever the spaces you have, blank space, it is called as margin. So we'll be learning more about margin and padding. We'll be learning about margin and padding. Okay. So this is called as the box model. You have content in the center, then you have padding, then you have margin. Okay. This is your border. So it is like content, padding, border, outside is your margin. Outside is your margin. Okay. Okay. Let us start to implement this thing. Okay. On which thing should we implement it? Okay. Let us implement it on the h1 tag, let's say. Okay, I'm writing it over here only. Now, first of all, create a border. Yeah. Okay, one more thing you can do with the border. So all these properties are of border only, right? So you can give them together also. Instead of writing border style or border width, you can just write border. You can give it you can say sorry. Then you can give its width first, then you can give it style, then you can give its color, all together in border only. Okay, border 2px solid black. So it made a border 2px solid black on the h1. Okay, border 2px solid blacks takes all these three properties together. Okay, what we will be doing with this border? First thing, we want to learn about margin. What was margin? Let me do one thing. There was one button also, right? Have I removed the button? Yeah. Let me change its width a little bit. Okay. I don't want it to be such big width. Okay. We'll make it a little bit bigger. Width to be 100px. Okay. So we have two h1 tags. First is learning CSS day 1 and second one is this. Okay. Now, first we will be learning about margin. First we will be learning about margin. What was margin? Space outside the borders. Space outside the borders, meaning this space, this space, this space, and the space on the left side which is not visible to us. Okay. Same for this, and this. Okay. Space outside the borders. Right. Now what we can do is, if I want to make it a little bit in the center, okay, usually that is not the way, but if I want to move it a little bit to the right hand side, okay, if I have to move this box little bit to the right hand side, okay, meaning I have to give little bit of space to the left hand side. Now if I give some space in the left hand side, this thing will move over here, whatever the space I give over here, right? It's like pressing on the space bar from the left hand side. If I give a little bit space from here, it will move over here. That should do the trick, right? So what we will do, margin outside, margin used for outside na. So we will give margin. Now margin on the left hand side we want, right? Margin on the left hand side. So we will write margin left. How much margin you want to give? Let's say 50 pixels. Yeah, it moved it. It moved it to the right. How by how much? By 50px. Okay, we're learning about auto as well. It moved 50 px. We can write 100 px and it will move a little bit more. If we do 0 px auto or 50 px auto, what does the auto do? You are writing auto. What does the auto do? Right. So you are giving it left as 100 px and right is automatic, right? If you want it to be in the center of the screen, you want it to be in the center of the screen, you can write auto. You can write auto. No, it's not working. We have to write margin right also. Margin right side, from the right hand side also you want it to be auto, and now it is working. Yeah, only margin it will work, right? Only margin it will work. Otherwise, you can do this also. From the left hand side, you are doing it auto. On the right hand side, you are doing it auto. So it is centering it. It is right in the center of the screen. If I increase also, now also it is in the center, right? So margin auto, left hand side automatic, right hand side automatic, and it is doing. If you just do margin instead of margin left and margin right, as Nisha said, that will also do. Margin, if you do auto, it should also center. Okay, only margin will also do, or you can do margin left and margin right to auto, and they will also do. Okay, left hand side margin, right hand side margin. I want it to be a little bit down. Okay, from the top I want to give some space, or from bottom I want to give some space. You can guess what will happen. Margin top, it is bringing it a little bit down by 200 pixels. Okay, same you can do with the help of margin bottom also. If you want something to, I can say, if you want it to move a little bit up, okay, then you can use margin. Okay, I can make this auto. Auto is better, automatically takes everything. Yeah, no, it's fine. Okay, one more thing. With margin, that is, let's say this h1 tag. Let's say we have only one h1 tag. Okay, forget about this h1 tag. And this h1 tag is inside one div. Okay, this h1 tag is inside one div. And let's say on the div, you have all these properties. Okay, on div you have all these properties, that is width, width, border, margin, and all these things. And you want that h1 tag. H1 tag, we remove all these margins. Margin top, no need. Let's forget about width also. Okay, if you want that, the h1 tag which is inside div should get the proper parent. So what you can do? You can write margin over here, margin, and you can write inherit. You can write inherit. It will inherit it from its parent. It will inherit the property from its parent. Okay, now div has the property this. Now margin left auto, margin right auto. Now margin will automatically be inherited into h1 tag by the div. Is this clear, everyone? Margin left, margin right, top, bottom, auto, and inherit. Last one is inherit. Okay, as you can see, it is at equal distance from left and right. It is in the center, right? All the h1 tags. So is this clear, guys? Margins are clear? Okay, so we are done with margins. Now let's learn a little bit about padding. Okay, let me just go back to where we were earlier with h1 tag. Right. Okay, now how we will work with padding. Padding is, what is padding? Can you guys repeat again? What is padding? Space between content, that is learning CSS day 2 actually it is. Let me change that also. Okay, between content, learning CSS Day 2, and its border, which is visible to us. To give the space in between, you use padding. How you can use padding? You can write padding, padding left. Okay, left side, if you want to give a little bit space, you can write 3px. It will move. Yeah, it moved if you see. Okay, earlier it was this, now it is this. It is moving. Okay, if I give 10 pixels, it should move a lot, right? So it is giving space in between, not outside, in between. So that is called as padding. From the right hand side, you can give, from the top, you can give like padding top 10 pixels. So it will give space. From bottom, you want to give, you can write padding bottom like this. Okay, so it is giving space inside. It is giving space inside, not outside. So that is called as padding. That is called as padding. Okay, let's make padding as auto. And we have padding auto like this only. Okay, so everyone is margin and padding clear to everyone? Is margin and padding clear to everyone? Okay, so we learned about box model, padding, and margins. Okay, you can also use height and width property along with these things. Like width, I have given 180px. If I remove this width, it will go back to its original shape. Okay, you can give width also, you can give height also. Okay, like this. Okay, to increase height and width. Okay, let's learn about one more thing that is called as outline. That is called as outline. Anybody knows what is an outline? What is an outline? Anybody knows? So outline is nothing. See, outline is nothing. You have one, I can say border na. So outline is not part of box model. Okay, outline is an external line which will highlight this, you can say, element. Outline is nothing but used to highlight an element. Okay, it is used to highlight it. Okay, yeah, it's like margin right. No, no, no. See, outline will be something like this, an outline outside of your border, highlighting it like this. I will say that is the border na. What is the difference between border and this? What is the difference between border and this? Right. Another line outside the border. See, any element cannot interact with this inside it. Any element cannot go inside it. So any element cannot go inside it, cannot overlap this element, right? But for the outline, any element can overlap it. If outline is still here, any other element can also be over here, till here. Yes, it is like a highlighter to content. Okay, it will look like border only, but it is outside the border and not part of that element. It is not part of that element. Okay, now how do we do that? You can write, let's say with over here only, outline. Okay, now with outline also you have different things, that is outline style. Now outline style are same as that of your border, that is it can be in solid, dotted, dash, dot double, or like that only. So I'll make solid. Yeah, you can say that it is outline now. After, in between, like after your border is ended, This is one outline. This is one outline. Okay. You can write outline width to be 5 pixels like this. This is like, are you getting my point now? What is, you can say an outline now. Not a border. It is not a border. It is outline. Okay. Now, all these things, till here, it is not the part of this h1 tag. No. H1 tag is still here only, till here only. This is the outline, outer part, not part of that thing. Okay. What's next? We have outline. I think color is also there. Outline color. Yeah. This will differentiate both the things. Let's make it as blue violet. Yeah. Now it must be clear to you, right? Let's make this as 4 pixels. Much more clearer, right? So you can see the border clearly and you can see the outline also very clearly now, right? This is called as outline. You can make outline as dotted also. Same. Okay. Clear to everyone? Clear to everyone what is an outline? Okay. Till now what we have learned in the half session, we have learned about what things? We have learned starting from background properties, that is opacity, transparency, background color. Then we have learned about background image, that it gets repeated on the x-axis and the y-axis. To stop that, you can use no repeat, repeat x or repeat y. By default, it is repeating both x and y. If you want your attachment to be fixed, like this, no, it is not visible. If you want your attachment to be fixed, you can use background attachment fixed. Otherwise, it is scroll by default. Then we have learned about background position, that is top, left, right, all these things. Then we have learned about borders. In borders, we have learned about border style, that are solid, dotted, dash, double, groove, mix. And we have learned about, what else we have learned about? Some of the properties that are dependent on the border style, that are border width, that can be given with the pixels. Then we have learned about border color, border radius we have learned about. Then we have learned about box model. In box model, we have learned about margins and we have learned about padding. Okay. We've learned about margin top, bottom, left, right, auto and inherit. Inherits from its parents. Auto usually centers it. Okay. Padding is the space inside the element. Okay. After that, we have learned about outline as well, that it is line drawn outside the element borders. Okay. This outline is also of types solid, dotted, dash, double, groove, mix. And you can change its color, you can change its width, as you can see on the screen. Okay. I'll ask once again if there are any doubts or not. Now, let us learn about some of the text properties. Okay. Some of the text properties that are, let's say, anyone know what are text properties? On the P tag, let us do it. First text properties, color. You can give the color to aqua like this. So color will be changed. Then there is thing about alignment. You can align the text. Okay. Let's give it a border as well, so easily visible. Instead of aqua, let me give another color. Yeah. Now what we can do is side this. Hold on, this guys, 1 second. Okay, so we have this. We have learned about text align. I have told you about text align. I will be telling you about text align once again because I said that. I told you this earlier only, but it is the property of text. So it will be text align. Okay, you can align the text in, let's say, center. The text is aligned in the center now. Okay, text is aligned in the very center of the box. You can align it on the left like this, align it on the right like this. We have one more thing called as justify. Anybody knows what is justify? What is justify content? Anybody knows? Let me make a little bit width less of this so that we'll be able to understand it better. Yeah. Let me remove the all the break tags from over here. Just a minute, guys. It will take a little bit of time. Okay, instead of explaining now, I will show you what is the meaning of text align justify. Okay, you'll be able to understand much better what is the meaning of text align justify just by looking at it. So if we align it on the left, it looks like this. If we let me 600 pixels and increase the height also a little bit. Let's make this as 350 pixels like this. Increase the height a little bit. So okay. Now if I see this is left, if I have to make it right, right is like this. Now center, you have already learned how to make it in the center, text align center. Now justify, you can say that it looks like a magazine. Okay, if you have used what is that Microsoft product, I think it is Word, Microsoft Word. Also it also give you an option of left align, right align, center align, and justify. Justify like makes it look like a magazine. From the right hand side now everything will be in one place only. Okay, like how it is written in the magazine. Okay, on the right hand side everything will be in equal. Okay, so I will show you, you will understand better what is the meaning of justify. Okay, are you able to understand? From here everything is justified all the way to the right. Are you guys getting my point? Didn't get it. See the difference, Karthik. Okay, what it is doing from the right hand side, it will end at an equal point until the end of the sentence, like how it is written in the magazine. Okay, it will not happen if you do it right align. Right align will be like this. Left align is like this. See, at the end there is space now. There is no equality over here. Are you getting my point? So it is here. Come over here. ELIT over here. This sentence is ending over here. This ending over here. Ending over here. This is not in a straight line. You can say all things should end over here in a line, right? Now, if I make it justify, you will see the difference. It will look very good, professional. Now see the difference. What change it made, right? It is called as justify, text align, justify. Okay, usually magazines do it. Clear everyone? What is what are all these text properties? Clear now? Okay, let's learn about text decoration also. We learned about text properties right now. Now let's learn a little bit of text decoration. We learned about text decoration earlier also, I think in HTML, if your teacher Kiara ma'am has told you about bold, italics, all these things, underline, or you can say line through. Usually text decoration should not be done with the help of HTML. It should be done with the help of CSS only. HTML supports it, but it should be done with the help of CSS only. Okay, we're learning. Okay, let's create a paragraph and let's give it an ID. Okay, I don't want to use the previous paragraph. That's why. So I'm giving it ID as text deco and testing text decoration property of CSS. Okay. Okay. Now, that is why we should not do it. This P, we remove it only right now. Okay. Now, this is the property which I want to test. So I will write ID. Okay. What a text decoration. I can make a line through it. Line through, you understand, right? There will be a line passing through the center of it, like a cross. Like you have written something and you have put a cross over it. Okay. That is the meaning of line through. So you can write text decoration we are talking about. So text decoration. Okay. Line through will be like this. Put a line through it like this. What else? We can, let's see. Yeah, underline is there. This is used for underline. Okay. It will create a underline over it. Same with underline, we have overline also. Okay. Line above the text. Line above the text. We have underline, we have overline, we have underline overline. If you want both, you can write overline, underline. I think it should work. Yeah. If you want both underline and overline on it, you can have that also. Okay. They can make the changes on these colors also, like text decoration. Sorry. Color. Text decoration color. And let's change it to brown. Yeah. You can see that you can change the color of these lines, underline and overline also by using decoration color. By using text decoration color. Okay. If you want again the same topic, if you want instead of the solid line, you want something else, then you can write text decoration color. Text decoration, no, not sorry. Text decoration style. Okay, if you want to make it dotted. Okay, if you want to make it dotted or dashed or double, however you want, you can go and make it. It will happen without any problem. Okay, text decoration, overline, underline is there. Text decoration, it is not affecting the text. Some additional properties to the text. Okay, color you can change, style you can change. Okay. How about thickness? How to change the thickness? Anybody knows how to change the thickness of this? I want to increase the thickness of this text decoration. Thickness. See. Thickness of text decoration. What can be the property related to this? Right. Text decoration thickness. Okay. Text decoration thickness. You can write like 8 pixels. Okay. This is text decoration thickness. Okay. Clear everyone? Okay. Let's do one question for you guys. Let me make it a little bit easier for you to understand the question. Move the overline and make it solid. Okay. A normal link. It is not a good property that you put underline over a normal text. Generally, underline is for the links, right? Generally, underline is for link, right? Whenever there is a link, underline is put over that, right? Everyone, link is automatically made when there is a, underline is automatically made when there is a link, right? It is not a good property that you use underline for a normal text. Now, one question for you is, by default, if I make one link, that is a href, and I give something over here, okay, a link. Okay, this is one link over here, right? It automatically has one underline over it, right? What I wanted to do is do same thing, remove the underline, but it should remain a link. Your task is remove the underline and it should be a link. Oh, you guys were ready for the question as I was explaining, right? Question is for everyone, right? So what we can do if you have to do, because by default there is text decoration on this a tag, we have to remove it. So you can remove it, use a. Since there is only one a tag, we can use this a, and what we can use? We can use text decoration equal to none. No text decoration I want. I want no text decoration. It has removed it. Okay. Still it is working. Right. So we remove text decoration from it, which was by default present on the link. Okay. With CSS, you can do a lot of things, can make a lot of changes in the HTML. Okay. Okay. Text properties and text decoration. Clear to everyone? Text properties, text decoration. Clear to everyone? Okay. Let's learn one more thing. This will involve little bit of JavaScript, but you don't need to remember this. Okay. Don't need to learn about JavaScript for this, but here we will be using JavaScript. Okay. And even you don't need to know about the CSS. You just have to copy paste. So after one point, you will not be writing CSS on your own. You will be using CSS from the internet, right? How to use that? Let's say I'll be telling you about font awesome icons. Yeah. Let's say if you have visited any website, there is one label over here that is saying phone, and there is one phone icon over here. Okay, one beautiful looking phone icon. Okay, and after that, you have been given one input to enter your phone number. Okay, 10 digits of phone number you can add, right? Everybody has like seen something similar to this. When asked to enter your phone, this you can add with the help of label, right? Label. This you can add with the help of input text. But how will you add this beautiful icon? Okay, an icon like this. If you want to add icons like this, you must have seen these icons, right? Right, you must have seen these icons on the websites. How do you how do you add icons like these into your project? How do you add it? Okay, so for that we will be using you can say something called as font awesome icons. Okay, let me just create it, some basic thing for you. First is label. I'm going to write for enter phone. Okay. Okay. After that, we'll be entering our that label, and after that, we'll be writing input. Input type number. Okay. Here I want to add one beautiful looking icon. How to do that? Okay. There's a little bit of JavaScript will be used, but we don't need to know about it. Okay. Everything will be given to us by the website. How we have to go and write font awesome icons. What you have to write? Font awesome icons. I am just pasting it in the chat also. Font awesome icons. Okay. And you have this website. Let me open this in the full screen. fontawesome.com, used by millions of devs, creators. It is open source, free, easy to use. You can add icons from this. Okay, everybody adds icons from this. Font awesome. Okay, go over here and which icon you want. Which icon you want? Phone na. So search for phone. Search for phone. You want telephone, you can write telephone as well. Maybe telephone will look even better if telephone is there. Not kind of avatar, but icons only. These are called as icon, font awesome icons. Okay. Is there something called as landline? I want to use landline type. No, I'm not really sure what are those called. Yeah. Let's use this phone. Okay, this one is free over here. Other I think maybe paid. I'm not really sure. Let's use this phone. Okay. Click on it. Yeah. So for me to use it, see, you can use it in HTML. We are using HTML. You can use it in React, Vue, or SVG. We don't need SVG icon. We need to use it in HTML, right? And you can make it as a little bit sharp also. Like no, I think it is paid. Okay, we'll use the basic one only. Okay, this one. Now normally you just have to copy this thing and add it into your project and it will work. Okay, like this, add into your project and it will work. But think about it. Think about it yourself. How will it add? How will it add? It will not be able to add. Right? We'll see it is not adding. Why it is not adding? Because how will my HTML understand what is this FA solid FA phone? This is not something this is not something you know. Okay. So you need to add a little bit of JavaScript at the top of your code. Yeah, at the top of your code. After adding that JavaScript, whatever the icons you use from this website, you can just copy it from over here and use it over there. Just like that. After writing the JavaScript. How you can do that? Go to start using this icon. Okay, you need to write your email ID over here. Okay, so after you have clicked on that, you will receive an email for the first time setup. After you're done with this, you will have this screen over with you. Okay, now set up icons in a single project with one line of code. Right, we want that. Set up with one line of code. It will give us that one line, a unique line, this line. Copy this and paste it at the top of your project in the head. Okay, nothing you have to do on your own. Okay, I will write it over here. That's it. After that, whatever you use from this website, I've used phone. I have already added phone. Phone. So if I write phone, after that I have added that one line. I can just copy this and add it into my project. Okay, I've already I think added, but I will add it one more time. Okay, copy this, paste it over here, and phone will be added. You can see this phone is added over here now. Right. So if you want to add any other icon also now, you don't need to do that again and again. Let's say email. Is there something for email? Yeah. If I want to use this, copy this. Okay, this is copied. I will make in another line. Paste it over here. This time I will write email. Okay, instead of this line, I want to use this line. So I will paste this line, paste and input for email. Okay, if you take a look at the changes, you can see now email icon is also coming over here. So these all things you can do with the font awesome. Okay, is this clear to everyone? How to use font awesome? I think this is a very interesting thing that you should use into your websites, and I think this was something new for you. I think if you're in React course, you will be needing these things. So this will help you out a lot. Okay. Any doubts? Okay, then I will be ending this session now. If you face any difficulty anywhere, please reach out to us. We will be very, very happy to help you.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a full stack developer course which enable you to learn tech stack from both front end and back end. Through this course, you will gain hands-on experience with the skills and technologies such as SQL, Java, data structure, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, Node.js, and React under the guidance of industrial professionals. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards a career growth with the full stack developer course.
So I hope everyone has, opened their VS Code, right? I will be writing inline CSS, not inline CSS. I'll be writing your internal CSS basically because we are not going to be making a whole website, but we are going to be making a simple a web page basically, a web page. Yeah, and we will cover all the topics that needs to be covered. Okay. So yeah, is my screen visible, guys? Please let me know. So one HTML file I have to open, right? So I'll make it as 02.html. Let be saved here. Yeah, let's just cover this. And is this screen also visible? Yeah. Okay, fine. So first, what we will do is we will write a structure in HTML. Okay, very in a general structure in HTML, and then we'll proceed to write code in CSS. Okay. So yeah, let's do this. And first thing, what you have to do is let's say doc type declaration. Yeah. And if you need it, you can do it because this is just a contained project, right? You don't have to write it. And just guys, choose a topic. See, again, for people who are not there initially when I was explaining what this class is going to be, I'll just take another 2 minutes just to explain. See, this is a hands-on class, guys. CSS hands-on class. Here in hands-on class, you guys are expected to do like there will be certain things that we are going to be trying it out practically. Earlier, it was a theory class, guys. There you were just learning what are selectors and what are certain all these different things you will be learning about. These are all concept classes. But what happens is that in hands-on classes, whatever you learned in the concept classes, you will be trying it out and then applying it practically. Okay. And when you're doing something practically, you will find there are certain things that you will, doubts that you will find. Okay. So what you can do here is first we will write HTML code, of course, because no web page can exist without HTML. So, and then we'll go one ahead. We will say the name of my web page will be, Plato. Okay. You can put whatever you want. If you have some concept that you are working on or something like that, you can start writing that. Okay. For that, but we are going to be making a very simple web page, not too complicated. Okay. And yeah, so basically this is the name of the web page, and then also here we will keep style tag, right? Because I'm using this one internal CSS, that's why I'm putting this here. Guys, anywhere if you're not understanding anything, please let me know. Okay, I'm just trying it out and I will wait for you guys to finish up certain things and then we are going to be moving on. Okay, first you see me do that. do that, okay? And then you try it out yourself and then let me know once you're done, and then I'll continue to the next part. Got it, guys? So at the end of this, we should be able to, make one something like a, let's say, a website, something that looks like a website. Okay. And next would be body tag. Okay. In body, first thing that we are going to do is we are going to be creating a header part. Okay. In the header part, what are the things that I want? In the header part, I want a so first of all, before that, let's just see what this looks like, right? Um, I have live server in my text editor. So this is our empty web page, right? This is how it looks. But our web page doesn't have any logo, guys, right now. So I want, see here, it shows me earth symbol, right? I don't want this to be like this. Okay, I want some kind of logo to be displayed, right? So what will I do? Anyone knows how to insert logos here? Anyone, guys? Please be, so you're saying, sorry, I didn't get you. So I'll be doing what is I'll be using a tag called as link tag, okay? Link, and then there I will use an attribute called as rel, okay, relationship. So there I'll specify it as icon, okay? And then I will write href. Here I should be giving my, whatever the logo image, whatever it is I want to show. So let's find one logo. Is that a website? Plato icon. Guys, I hope you guys are also doing it with me. Okay, or else it's a waste. Okay, this image seems fine. Okay, and then what I will do is I will copy this image address, guys. See image address here, and then I will place it here. Okay. Can you see the image is there? It's not visible because it's not a proper image, right? So it's best PNG or something we will search. Okay, I have an image already in my computer. I just remember. So you know how to do that, right? So whatever the image you have in your computer already, just I've kept it in the same folder where I have saved my HTML code. So what I will do is I will write icon. That's the name of the file. It's in PNG. It's a PNG format. Can you see? It's not really visible. It's not a proper icon, but anyways, you guys know how to insert logo now, right? There are many other logos. For example, owl logo is there with me. So can you see? I'm not really sure if it is visible. Guys, are you able to do this? Yeah, you can copy image address, not link address. Be very careful with that. Image address. Make sure in the extension, for example, let's say PNG. Let's say this PNG. Okay, just copy image address. Copy image address and then just put it here and then done. It will appear here. See? But it's not a PNG, proper PNG, but yeah, find a proper PNG and then please do it. Okay. Okay, guys. Understood? Yeah, I will put something like this. Yeah, then it's clear. Are you able to do it? Okay. I'll give time for all these things. Don't worry. I will finish a header part, then I will give you certain amount of time for you to finish, and then I can move on to the navigation bar, how you can do it. There I will use a little bit of Flexbox and all those things. But yeah, so here what I will do is I will in style we will do it later. Okay, for now we won't be doing anything here. So first is header section, right? Header section. Oh, header section we have already done. Here I want first of all I want the logo to appear. Okay, so img, of course. Yeah, img tag. Use img tag, src, and maybe use, let's see, dot png, not Plato icon. Okay, it's too big. Okay, and the image itself, it's not really proper. So what I will do is I will use some other one. Let's say, let's make a website regarding Panda itself. Panda. Okay, and here, so this is the icon. It's too big, right? So what I will do is I will decrease its size. I'll say height. Height is 100 px, something like this. How much ever you want it to be, you can do that. Let's make it 150 because I will keep the font size also that much itself. After that, we will keep our h1 tag. Okay. So h1 tag, I will say Panda. Okay. Panda is my website name. This is the website name. Okay. And don't worry about the font now. We will be changing all those things, font style, all those things, but no worries. And then we will put one tagline saying something like we can put something there. Let's say something about Panda. Okay. Yeah. This. Okay. A line of some content. Yeah, I don't want this big. So what I will do is I will put it something like this. Okay. Something like this, guys. This is my header part. Now we will write CSS, code for all these things. That is there in header part. So the first thing that I will do is, I'll use like selectors basically. So h1, I will say first of all, in the header everything should be aligned to the center, right? Text align. I'll say center. Done. Came to the center. Okay. And to the border itself, to the border, I want to apply one border to header part, only header part. What I will say is, let's say first I will say 1.5 px. Okay. And then it should be solid type. Okay. This is the border, guys. These are the values you put. You guys know what these are, right? This is the property. These are the values. These are the selectors. Okay. Solid. And then we will what, guys? Color, right? Color, we will say, for now we'll give gray. Okay, but we can set it more accurately, right? See the border. Can you see the border? I think we can give 2. We can risk it. And border radius, let's make it like it will be 16px. Okay, let's try out 16px. Yeah, guys, are you able to do this? And background color would be, let's say, blue. Just give me a second, 1 minute. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. So here I will write blue, something blue, bluish color. Okay, and I will change it to, let's say, some this kind of blue, not too blue also. See, something like this. Okay, and what we will do is, if it was not blue also, it would have been good. If for now we won't, okay, let's go with this itself. Okay. Now, guys, it feels very cramped, right? I need a bit of padding. So, do you guys know what padding is? Do you know the box model, guys? What box model is in CSS? You understand the different layers of box model? So, padding, okay, we'll give padding. Okay, so padding is one part of the box model, right? You should know what padding is, what margin is, all these things. Okay, and then I will say 100px. Yes. And this is too much content, so let's remove certain things. Yeah. And another thing that I would want to increase, I want to, change is header. Okay, header, inside header, whichever h1 tag is there, that should be very big. It should be at least, the font size should be at least, let's say, font size. To increase font size, we use font size property, right? Font size, and then we'll use 150px. That is too much, right? Let's try out with this much. Okay, maybe 7.5. Yeah. And guys, let's say there is situation where, for example, here there is a problem. Okay, in mine itself, because the logo is black color and we are using blue color, it's not really good, right? So you can use simpler light colors, but only for that image also you can use different colors. So don't worry about that. Okay, or else you can turn off the background color itself. Okay. So let's say font color property is blue. So let's say we go with blue itself. What's font colors? See? And font I have kept. So font family is there, right? You must be aware of font family. Here, give you font. In my computer, automatically I have installed pop-ins and everything, and then I have kept it in default. That's why it's taking as pop-ins itself. For you guys, I think you have to, you have to bring in that font. Okay. There are several ways to do it. You can find the way. Yeah. Hope you guys are able to do all these things, guys. And background looks a bit, like the border kind of looks odd, right? So yeah, and background, border, you can also put it as blue itself. Go with something like this, guys. There are so many things that are possible, so you try it out. Okay. Yeah. And also, guys, think about it. This distance between these two assets are, I mean, if you want to increase it or decrease it. So top margin is one way to do it. Okay. Top margin. Sorry, margin top. Sorry. Property is margin top. And you can put, so for example, let's say, guys, just by giving margin also, you can give the value of all sides. So for example, let's say, margin here at the top I want it to be 20 px, and then rest of the place I want it to be 0 px. See, and padding also here also. So for example, if you want to give padding to each side differently, so what you can say is, to the top side you want to give it as 50 px, at the side you want to give 100 px, and then again bottom you want to give 50 px, again 100 px. Got it, guys? Understood? Understood, everyone? Yeah, or else there are so many things you can do it. That's why I told you, initially itself, choose any kind of like thing that you want to do, and then you can proceed with the same. Okay. So if we go here, this is how the header part looks right now. Okay, guys. Yeah. So yeah, I hope you have some kind of header, something like this. Okay. So let's say you don't want this much also, you don't want this to stretch this much also, you can do that by manipulating the margin, guys. Okay. So let's say you want to have it, let's say, let's put it here. Okay, I'll tell you how. So you want margin to be, let's say, margin. Okay, margin will be 15%. Not at the top. So we'll give 0 and then 15%, 0 and 15%. Right? Can you see now? It will look something like this. Okay. So it looks like something like this. And then there are so many other alterations you can do, right? It's totally up to you how you want to handle it or whatever it might be. Let's say this is it's too much. So be very careful here. Okay. So next thing that we are going to move on to is navbar. Okay. In navbar, we are supposed to do many things. Okay. Let's be very careful here, guys, because here it might get a bit confusing. Okay. For people who are starting from scratch, of course, for people who already have a bit of experience, it's easier for them. But yeah, we are going to be using Flex, guys. So how will we be using Flex? So first things first, what we are going to do is we are going to be creating a div. Okay. And we are going to be creating a div, and we will say, let's say, div will be class. Okay. Nav main. Let's say nav section. We'll say nav section. Okay. And then what we are going to write here is let's say So here, what we are going to do is we are going to be creating a basically a div, another div inside here. Be very careful, guys. That's why I'm going very slow. Okay. Then we are going to do is href. Let's say we'll make one dummy thing. Okay. Star. Okay. And let's say home. Okay. Let's copy the upper one itself. Let's say about us. More than about us, I think it's blogs. Okay. We'll keep blogs here and contact us or something. Guys, am I making sense? Is it fine? I'm making sense, right? I hope so. Yeah. Okay, this will be the things that will be like, for example, this will be nav. Okay, nav. And then another thing, another div will create. Okay, let's try this out. This navigation will be class. See, I forgot to write class tags. This one itself attribute. Okay, nav. Nav section. I mean, using div and nav is the same thing. Okay. Anyways, you guys are aware of it, right? I mistakenly wrote this, guys. Sorry about this. I will write div itself. You can use semantic tag navs. Nav also is fine. You can use that, but it's the same thing. Yeah, I am using div. I've written dev. Just correct me, guys, here. Okay. And then what we are going to do is we are going to create a search bar. Okay. Input, and then we are going to be writing let's say input type text. Type is equal to text. Okay. So this will be our search bar, guys. Okay. Mistakenly writing it here itself, class and search bar. Okay. So this is how it looks like. This is our structure. This is how we have to work with. What we have to work with basically. Okay. So the first things first, I will go here and then I will say a div called as what is it, guys? Nav main, right? Am I writing it here? Yeah. Sorry, section, right? I didn't write main. I get confused with the names. Then I will say display flex. Okay. Justify content. Space between. I need space between here. Right? It has some kind of space between it. Okay, and also I'll be maintaining the same margin, guys, same margin that I have maintained earlier. So what I will do is I will say, okay, you guys have this margin is what, 10%, right? It was 10% or something. Let's give it it's 0, 10%, 0, 10%. Yes, perfect. Okay, and then I will use padding. Padding will be, let's say, 10, 8 px. Okay, 8 px, and padding will give, let's see, let's decide on it later on, but px this much, and we'll copy this much. I think we can do the same thing here because we are using the same value, right? Okay, guys, are you able to do this? And for better reference, no, what I will do is, let's give it a background color. For now, I'll give some background color. Don't worry about this. Okay, I will give, let's say, something green itself. Okay, so later we can change the color however you want it. You can change it. It's fine. Um, Top we are going to give 12, and here we are going to give as 24. And another thing, guys, just copy this because we want to be able to simultaneously change certain things, right? So here I will also say, um, descendant of this class, descendant is A, right? In navsec, this class of dev, we have no, inside this, whichever A is there, A tags are there, I want that to be a bit smaller. So what I will do is, not smaller, I want the text decoration. So text decoration to be null. Okay. And I want the color to be something of black, somewhere here. Yeah. And then I think padding we can give 0 for now. Okay, bear with me. I'll tell you why. Okay. Align items to the center. Okay, it has been aligned to the center, guys. Guys, are you understanding till here? Are you able to do it? And also, I want margin between them. Okay, I want space between these A's. Okay, so what I will do is I will say, let's say 8 px, 8 px distance needed. See, it looks like a menu now, right? Let it be 8 itself, and here let it be 10. Okay, and font size, let's keep font size, let's say 12 px. Let's see how it looks. Okay, 12 px is too low. 14. Yeah, here we can give padding, guys. Padding we will give here as, let's give it as, first let's start with 4 px. It's too much. Let's not give at the, I want only at the top, so 10 px, and here 2 px. Right, it's not giving me that. It's because it's a bit, what do you call it, there's no space there. Are you guys getting me? So let's say the text height is 16 px. Okay, text height will be, let's say it's 15 px, right? 15 px, and if I give a padding of 2 px, and at the top and the bottom. So 16 plus 2px, 2px, it's 20px. So what we are going to do is here in the section, give its height to be 20px. It's too small. Can do something like this. Yeah, guys, are you able to do this? Do you want me to wait for you guys to try this out? Okay, I'll wait like for 10 minutes. I know this is a bit complicated. That's why I will just stop right here. Okay. So just catch up till here. I know there are so many moving parts. For example, here there is a div, and inside this there is another div, two divs, and I have flexed them basically. Don't worry though, I will be sharing the code. It will look something like this. If you want, you can put this at the top also, guys. I mean, how you are designing your website. It's totally up to you, right? I think better than search bar. What I will do here is login sec, right? And here, better than this, I will put what do you call it? Login button or something, right? I'll put a button here. So another button for button for sign in or sign up. Or I'll just write register. Okay. Yeah, I guess, guys, hope you're done. And also, guys, the thing is, we have just what we have done is this section, right? For example, nav section also we can do it flex. Okay, so for example, before here I will do it. So this div dot nav, right? Nav. I will put it as flex. Display flex. Okay. Right now it's in default, but it has been set properly. So, and also the same thing I will do it for our login section also, this login sec. Div dot login sec. Okay. And then display flex. Okay. But here, what I will do is you can create a bit of margin here for button later on. So inside this, we have our, let me just cut this and paste it after here. So guys, any idea how I can get a bit of distance between these things? Yeah. How would you do that? First, what you will do is you will take from here, not this, inside login section, right? It is there. Okay. And paste it here. Button, yes, it's margin. Margin is outside the border, right? And then margin, I will say at the top, I don't want any margin, but top and bottom, I don't want any margin for now, but I want it in the sides. So I will say 10px. See, I got it right. And the buttons themselves, I want them, the font basically, whatever it is, I need it to be in Poppins, right? It's in Poppins now. And because I'm using flex here in login section, I will also say uh, what I will do is I want the items to be aligned to the center. Okay. I can also align item. You can say there's so many things, guys. Please check it out later on. Just explore it. And I don't want any borders though, right? So do we have to know all of them? Do we have to know all of them? No, I mean, see, when you say I know CSS, I mean, generally speaking, you should know Flex and Grid very well. Okay, Grid will come later on, but if you say, I know like some of your guys are mainly you're learning React and all, but if you're going to be saying it in your resume, at least be thorough with everything related with Flex. They are not going to ask you each and every property. Okay, that is not really realistic. It is, I mean, they also know, like, at least you should know how you could do it, how you could, manage it, basically. Okay. And so what else, guys? What else? Okay, border. Again, that I will put it as none. There is no border now. Okay. And I'll give back padding. A bit of padding is needed. So I'll give it as 4px. Okay. Everywhere I've given 4px. In the sides, I think we could give more. So we'll give it as 8px, sorry. Right? And then background color would be, I don't know, I'm just experimenting, guys. So beware. Font color would be, alias blue, something like this. Okay, background color, we take the same thing that we have here. Or only login can have it differently. You guys decide, guys, because you already know how this is done. So it's better for you to know, right? So for now, I will change it back to our normal thing. Yeah. So if I check, so this is one extension, okay, that I use. So basically to know the size. And we will match the same size in for our font section also. So done. And guys, see, do you observe that there is a bit of padding, right, in body? So I want to get rid of that. So what I will do is I'll go here and I will say body and no body 0 padding. Padding should be 0. Yeah. And even margin. And this. So basically what we in our padding we can increase it a bit. Okay. So 34 and also 4.5. Yeah. Guys, were you able to do this? So with this, you can put more functions by using. So for example, let's say for these elements, okay. So when I hover on this, I want something to happen here. Okay, I want something to happen here. So let's say let's give a class to this. So for example, class register. This is register and class what do you call it? Log, right? Yeah, hope you guys are able to do all these things, guys. Are you guys able to do this? So, hover, let's say, let's keep one hover functionality. Okay. Uh, let's say here for these elements. Okay. What I will do is I will keep it like this and then I will write hover. So on hover, I want the font color. First of all, the color of the text should go like blue. Okay. And then I want so there is underline. Okay, let's try it out. See, can you see this underline will appear? If you don't need that, there are so many things. Please try, try it out. Dash blue. Okay, that's not showing. This is because of hover, guys. Let's remove text decoration. Text. Let's say let's give a border itself. Okay, we'll give a border as 1px solid. Okay, blue. Can you see? It's appearing, right? Here, margin 1px. Just because I want to see the border, that's all. Able to see this, guys? It is actually supposed to be nav. So, see? Something like this. So, like this, you can make many functionalities. No worries. And a bit of padding is needed, right? It's too less. Okay, guys. Hope till here you're done. Any doubts still here? Anything? You have looked at many things here. Okay, cool. So, you know, till now we were exploring many things like Flex more extensively. We saw how we can use it. We saw, how what are its application. For example, at the top bar, this navigation bar. So we are using multiple things here. We are using nested div, and inside to nested div also to display it properly. We are using Flexbox, right? So we are using Flex, and then we are arranging it and showing it in a proper manner that you would see in a website, right? Also, the websites that you might be using, they are all using in the same way. But the use of CSS in a production level, what happens is that it's a bit more complex than that. But still, at least you should know about all these fundamental stuff, and then you can move on to the complex stuff, right? So yeah, we'll just make one search bar. Okay. So the next part is that is search bar. So for that we will create a separate section. Okay. We will go back to our part here, and then we will write div. Okay. Earlier I forgot. So here in our nav part, okay, we'll put a padding of 1 px. Okay. See, now that you can see the boxes and stuff. If you don't put that, it'll be stretched. Can you see? That is also fine. Whatever works for you, that is fine. You can go with that. I want to show that. Be very good with box model, guys, manipulating box models, and also be very good with flex. Okay. So must know what to do there. So that is that. And next is a search bar. We'll create a very simple search bar. So in this div, we are going to be putting input tag. Okay. So it is an input thing itself, right? And we are going to be using an attribute called as text, because search bar where you put text itself, right? And this is the text. And more things if you want to put it here. And we need a search a button also, right? Search button basically. What I will do is I will use the button and I will say search, right? This is how you would want it to be. Now what we will do is we'll go here, we will edit these kind of stuff. For example, let's say okay, this div, we have to give it a name. We'll say it's a class, search class. Okay. So always make it a habit of naming these classes, guys, class or ID, whatever you are using. And then div dot search. Okay. So first thing is margin. I need margin at the top. Okay. So I will give it as 20 px. It's giving me a margin. And also I want everything to be in the center. So it's in the center, right? And I want the font family to be Poppins. Here, guys, for this button also, no? Search button, right? Where is it? Yeah. And also, we'll give it a background also to differentiate it, or else we wouldn't know, right? What's happening where. So, background color, copy that. And So I'm giving only margin as this, right? That's why it's showing something like that. That's fine. We'll give it as 10% everywhere. 10% is a bit too much, I guess. Fine. Okay, right? Something like this. And then we can increase the padding. Padding, let's say for now 70 px. That's too much. Okay. And once that is done, what you can do is you can call input. Okay. So here I want the width to be let's say 300 px. Yeah, this is how it seems, right? You can increase more. Okay, so say 350 seems right. Okay, and the height of, let's say, 40. Too big. Yeah, and also outline you could give none. There's, I guess there's a particular this guys, what do you call it? So for example, let's say if right now it's not in focus, there's a property. Okay, just Google search it or whatever you do it. Maybe outline color or something. I don't want nothing here, so that we'll come back to that anyways. um so height and width, all these things we understood. And next part is your button. So the button that is there inside search, right? Inside search, whichever button you have, that should be, first of all, font family should be Poppins. Okay, well, Poppins. And also another thing, guys, in search, no, align the items to the center. Okay, align it to the center. And button width should be width should be the same as search, right? That is the proper way. So not width, sorry, height. Yeah, 30px, something like this. And border none. I think here also we can try this out. Yeah, see, there's no border here. But when you click on it, focus, it gives like black, right? That also you can remove by writing input focus, right? Here you put outline as none. See, now it's not appearing here. And also another thing that you can you can do it is for example, placeholder. We have not given any placeholder here for input, so we will write here search something. Okay, that will appear here. And also you can specify the font family also, I think. Just go here. See? Bit of padding also. Let's say 8px. See? Yeah, guys, are you able to do this? And button also needs a bit of padding. So, for example, the padding that we used for earlier for those buttons. So here, this one, it is perfect. We'll maintain the same consistency. See? So if you have a look at the UI, this is something that you see right in real world. This is how websites are there. So, and you can increase the font, whatever you want to do, you can do that. But yeah, got it, guys. The search part. If you want, you can remove the margin everywhere, but yeah, it's totally up to you. So for example, if I remove margin from let's say 1 minute, this margin I will comment it out, this margin I will comment it out. Where else have I used margins? Yeah, here. I think I forgot to put margin here also. See? It will look something like this. But yeah. Where is the search part? Yeah. But yeah, this is how it looks. And also, might look odd, but you can go to your body itself and then give background color as something like this. Yeah, I mean, you will be building your own kind of web page, right? So it's bound to be different, but yeah, you can compare it. I will be sharing it, guys. Anyways, just remind me once before we conclude, because there's not much. Okay, because not many topics have been covered, right? CSS, these are the hands-on ones. So make sure that you're practicing it right now and you're getting all the doubts. Anything that you're getting doubt, how do you get it? Anything like that. So the last thing that I will show you is using shadows. Okay. Using shadows, CSS hands-on. Okay. Did you guys go through shadows, guys? Anyone knows how you use shadows in CSS? Okay, shadow is very simple. Okay. So where can we put shadows here? Here. Okay, let's say when I focus on this, let's say I hover on this, okay, in this button. I want it to turn to, let me just go to that part where I've done the search button part, right? Yeah, I will give background color also. background color, let me give it as this itself with slight blue. Oh, it's white color for now. Okay. Also, I'll put here itself. I'll put as transition. Transition is you put it so that all types of like, let's say whatever hover animation you put, whatever the transition you put, you are setting the time basically in microseconds or seconds also you can put it, but what I will do is I will put it in microseconds. I will say like let's say 500 microseconds. So at this point what it should do is basically it should give me a kind of should take that much time to transition. For example, I'll just copy this and we will go to the navigation part. Okay, is the navigation. In navigation section, whatever the transition that happens, more than that, I guess this one is the hour, right? Here I put hour. So transition here 500. So if we go here, the outline that used to come, see? Can you see that? It's happening in the transition. We have to polish it more, but once I give you the code, you polish it more properly to your what to whatever the fashion you want it to be. But shadow is very simple. Okay. So what I will do is is the search button. I'll just copy this. This is the selector we are going to be working on. And then I will write hover. Okay, let's put it hover itself. On hover, I want that button to have a border, first of all. A border or a shadow or whatever it might be. First, I will set a border, 1px, and then I will say blue. Let it be first solid. I will say solid and blue. Okay, and then I will also set thing called as shadow. Okay, box shadow. So first that you are going to give is, let's say I'll give it as blue. Not blue. Let's give it as first value. Will you first 2px. Okay. Then again we'll give 2px. 0 and 0 black. So when I hover on it, can you see that effect is coming there? But because I've kept it all in 0, right? You are not saying anything properly here. Something like this is happening. Better to keep this in flex basically. So let's keep it in flex itself. So this is input folks search login section. Not login session. I want the search to be what, guys? Flex. And I want it to be, oh sorry, I've given it as flex itself. Display. Okay. And then what we are going to do say is justify content, right? I want it to be between. See, it's still center. Okay. And I guess for input I didn't give any margin, right? So I will give it a margin saying 10px. That must be enough. Yeah, it's enough. See, you can see that, right? That effect happening there. So this is the shadow. Okay, this is the direction in which the shadow should fall. So for example, let's say I will give this as 0. First value is x value, guys. Okay. See, in the x direction, the shadow will fall 2px. So that much distance to the right. You have y-axis, that is, it will be vertical, right? And this is horizontal, x. And I will say a little bit to 2px. So below it will show. Okay. And here, if I increase, say, let's say 4. You see, this is a blend, guys. This needs a blend. We will put this as something like, okay, and I will put it something like this, a darker shade of green. Don't think it's visible at all. Let me make it darker. Can you see it now? I hope it is visible. Guys, are you able to follow what I'm trying to say? So this is the, it's not the spread, what you call it as, it is blend basically. Blur. You can think of it as blur. Okay. So if I increase it, let's say 10px, very lightly you can see. Very lightly, right? And this is the spread, guys. So if I want to explain about spread, I have to put this as 0 first, because this, now it is not blended at all. It's like showing you as it is. 1 minute. Okay. And let's say this will be, now if I write, see guys, if I guess 10px, it will increase the range. So this is the spread, guys. This is the blur. This is x-axis, this is y-axis, this is the blur, and this is the spread. Understood, guys? How much far the range should go? Are you getting me? Are you able to get this, guys? And if I make this into 16, yeah, you can see the spread happening, right? But yeah, this is how it works, guys. And if I include the same thing, if I include the same thing for, okay, if I click on this, see, you get a shadow effect here. So this is how it works. Understood, guys? Shadow effect. You understood about transition. You understood about this. You just need to practice a bit more. Okay, try out. So interesting, right? So try it out. You will be able to ace it. Okay. Okay, guys. I think from whatever the topics that were covered in CSS, I have covered it practically in hands-on class. Hope you have learned many more things, right? I had added certain properties also, certain properties to that also, so that it'll increase your learning also. Google more stuff. I mean, Googling is really good when learning. Just try to find out more stuff. So, for example, let's say if you have a doubt, saying, okay, can we make this letters shadow? Give letters for this shadow, of course. Try it out, right? So, please do that. So, that is there. More than that, I don't think so. If you guys have any doubt, this is the time you can clear it with me. If you don't, we can conclude the session. I'm concluding this early because there isn't, more than this, which will be more repetitive itself. I'll be repeating the same thing again and again, right? I don't want that to happen. So whatever you have learned till now, just practice it. If you write code for your own, web page, it is less confusing. refer to this recording again and you will be able to do it. Uh, Alignment I've shown. So, for example, here at the top, I've aligned this to the left and this to the right. How I did it using Flex, and in general, Flex, how it can be used. You have seen it already, and all these things you have seen. Hope there's no doubt, guys. I want confirmation in chat. If there is anything that you want me to cover, please let me know now itself, practically, because till here, whatever I was aware that has been covered for you, I have covered it. Anything else? I also shared the code file. Please check whether you have received it in chat. Please download it from there. Okay, cool. Yeah. Okay, guys. If there isn't any other doubt, shall I conclude the session then? Okay, guys. Okay, guys. Have a good weekend. Hope you guys enjoyed this session. Doing it practically. Okay. I mean, well, doing it more practically, it's more fun. Okay. So yeah. Hope you guys learned something new today. Yeah. Okay, guys. I will end this session.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a full stack developer course which enable you to learn tech stack from both front end and back end. Through this course, you will gain hands-on experience with the skills and technologies such as SQL, Java, data structure, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, Node.js, and React under the guidance of industrial professionals. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards a career growth with the full stack developer course.
Okay, so I hope you people are well aware about this particular session, right? And if you are willing to have it of HTML today. Okay, so guys, what is the last topic you have learned in HTML? Like the last one. I'm pretty sure like most of the topics are covered. It's just that have you learned regarding nav and as well as header, footer? Can I get a response? Nav bar, footer, and header, etc. Okay. So in this particular today, okay, in this today's session, okay, we will be doing some hands-on. I can make you like practice all the stuff which we have already done. But see, first of all, you are learning React. Okay, I hope I'm correct. And you need to have a basic understanding how a website is structured. Am I right? Okay, for that you need to practice making the websites, not practicing the topics. Okay, so I'll come to the point. We are not practicing anything. We are making a like purely oriented HTML website today. Okay, we are gonna make a purely oriented website today so that you will be understanding how you can structure your website, where you have to place things, how you can use those elements you have learned until now. Okay, so let's get started. So before that, the last question: have you done like practice regarding tables? The last time. Tables. I hope you have like the people have covered right the tables. How you will be designing a table in HTML. Okay, I'll take it as a yes. Okay, so most of you people are afraid to respond I yes. Okay, so this is a folder in which I do have some resources so that we can use in our website building. Okay, so let me open VS Code. Okay, so this is my website, and so sorry, not this is not my website. This is a folder which we are gonna do a website, guys. Okay, so this particular website known as portfolio. How many of you are well aware about portfolio? Portfolio website, guys. Okay, so now we will be learning how you can structure a portfolio website. Okay, after that, whenever you learn CSS, you can style it. Okay, so we are purely like relying on HTML today. We are not gonna do styling. If you want to do styling, I will be explaining you in the later part of the session as well. Okay, so first of all, in the root directory, I'll be creating the HTML file. So I'll be naming it as index.html, and we are gonna use only a single HTML. Okay, and the rules are pretty much simple, guys. Okay, I will be making the website. Okay, I'll be making a purely HTML oriented website, and I'll be giving you some time, and you have to make your own portfolio website and submit it to me. Okay, the rules are pretty much simpler. Okay, I'll be explaining you the structure. Okay, so what is the structure like to make a portfolio website? Okay, after that, you need to do the same. Okay, and submit it to me before leaving the session. Okay, don't worry, it is pretty much simple. Is it clear, guys? Can I get a response from all of you? Try to respond, guys. So now what I'll be doing is I'll be taking a simple structure that is like basic HTML structure, and I will be naming my title as, let's say, portfolio. Okay, save the program, and I will be launching my live server as well. So we will be looking into the elements as well as like let us do this thing side by side thing. Okay, as you can see, the title has been updated. So now what I will be doing is, okay, so inside the head, okay, we are not applying any, what we say, any of these things, stylings. Okay, we are only simply relying on a title. Okay, after that, I will be inside the body, I will be writing some code. Okay, try to concentrate. Okay, I'm not going to explain you each and every tag and their functionalities as it has been already covered. Okay, so meanwhile, whenever you face any kind of tag which you are unaware about it, okay, just let me know, just stop me, just ping me in the chat so that I can stop the session and explain you about that particular tag. So in today's in today's session, we will be doing a website which is relevant to the portfolio. Okay, so don't worry, this is a simple HTML static website. There will be no styling. So it might see clumsy, but whenever you apply some styling after you learn CSS, okay, it will be much more better. Okay, so I will be starting with a header tag so that I can declare my header. Okay, so inside this particular header tag, what I will be doing is, okay, I will be taking a table. Okay, why am I taking a table? Because whatever the thing I want, okay, in this particular header, I want them in a structure because I don't really want to use CSS. So to have my data in a structure, I will be using a table. So in table, what is the next step? We have to create a row tag, that is tr. So inside the row tag, we will be having a data, right? So we are not relying on any kind of headings as of now. We will be relying on td, that is data. I will be giving td. Inside td, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a anchor tag, okay, as a href, okay, as a relative path. I'm gonna give a image which I'm having inside my resources. So resources slash I do have a PFP, profile picture JPG, and if I try to save the program, okay, so yeah, we have to give something, right? So this is my navigation, and instead of giving the path over here, I'll do one thing. Inside it, I'm gonna create a image tag. Inside the image tag, the source will be resources slash PFP. Okay, alternatively, whenever our image, okay, fail to load, okay, I'm gonna give it as this is a image of the portfolio owner. Okay, I'll be saving the program. So this is a simple PHP. Okay, profile picture. In this particular page, you can use your own. Okay, you can use your own profile picture. And as per the href, okay, whenever we click on this particular image, let us try to redirect over GitHub. Your GitHub repo, and try to maintain a GitHub repo, guys. Okay, whatever the project you are doing, try to push your data into a GitHub repo. Try to maintain a good GitHub repo. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is as a href, I'm gonna pass the GitHub URL. As of now, like instead of what we say, original GitHub URL, you can use your own profile URL. Okay, so https GitHub, save it, and whenever we click on this image, hopefully GitHub will open. Yeah, GitHub has been opened. Now what we will be doing is, so whenever, okay, we click on this particular image, okay, so if I click on this image, okay, GitHub is opening in our page. Okay, I want this particular GitHub to open in another tab. Can anyone tell me how can I open a anchor tag. I mean, I can like tag the link in another tab. How can I open a link in another tab? Don't say that you have to press Control plus key, Control plus click. What is the attribute we are all using to open our link in another tag? Sorry, tab. Target, exactly. Target is equals to blank. We will be giving our target as blank. So now if I update this particular attribute, and whenever I click on my profile picture, say GitHub is opening in another tab. Okay, so after that, I would like to give some styling to my image. So why am I giving some stylings to my image? Just because like I want its width and size to be set. Okay, so this is inline styling. I hope most of you people are well aware about it. Okay, so I will be giving styling. Style as I will be keeping my image in the left. So float on left. Okay, that's okay if you are well aware about these things. Okay, you will be getting to know about like these things in earlier parts. So after that, what I'm gonna do is width. I'm gonna set width around let's say 300. Save the program. Yeah, now it is good. Let's stick with 250 actually. It is too much big. Okay, 250. After that, I'm good. Whenever we click on this particular image, okay, so it might take us to somewhere. Okay, let's skip. Yeah, we did that part as well. Okay, and also we have given alt as well. Yeah, now we have successfully done dealing with our profile image. Okay, whenever someone clicks on our image, it will be redirected to our GitHub repos. Okay, GitHub page. So instead of using a simple github.com, you can use your own GitHub URL. So this is pretty much about image. So what about like what we have to do after we successfully dealt with image? So now I'll be getting out of data, but I'll be still in AR because I want to give a heading. Okay, I want to give a heading stating my name. Okay, stating my name. So I will be taking a h1 tag. So name, save it. See, name has been appeared. So now what I will be doing is let us try to have a break. Okay, so h1. After h1, what I will be doing is I will be simply taking a paragraph tag. Inside it, what I will be doing is okay, so we can also do this thing. I will be using italic font. Inside the italic font, you can write your own stuff about yourself. Okay, about yourself. Write about yourself. Okay, simply write about yourself. So your name, about yourself, your profile picture, or else you can keep your profile picture above as well. You can keep your picture above as well. That is totally depend upon you. Okay, so that's it. Now we have successfully done with our header part. So what is our header part contains, guys? Okay, our header part contains, this is our header part. This particular header part contains our image. Okay, our image, and as well as it also contains, okay, let's say about our name, about ourselves as well. Okay, instead of about yourself, like write whatever you want. If you are like let's say in your resume you will be mentioning your objective, right? Like let's say I'm good at this, I'm good at that, etc., etc., co-founder of this particular startup, etc., etc. Okay, so now I will be getting out of table. Okay, so not really, I don't really have to get out of the table. I will be getting out of the, yeah, there is no need for that. So after giving our p tag, what now I will be doing is I will be simply dealing with a nav bar. Inside the nav bar, we will be simply having our uh, unordered list. Eval. Inside this particular unordered list, I will be mentioning something. Okay, I'm not giving you the complete portfolio, guys. Okay, think about it, how you can structure it. Okay, think about it. I'm giving you a heads up. Okay, simply I'm giving you a heads up, and I will be giving you plenty of time. Okay, and I'll be here so that you people can do your own portfolio. Okay, inside your unordered list, I will be taking a list. Inside this particular list, I will be using an anchor tag. Why I'm using an anchor tag, you will be getting to know. So the href will be hash education. Okay, so whenever you click on education, your education page will be loaded for that. Okay, so this goes with education. Say, in the same way, I will be creating multiple lists. Okay, so this will be your sections, guys. These simple things are your sections. Okay, so after that you can mention your internships. Okay, internships or like your experiences. After that you can also mention your, let's say, projects. You can also mention your projects. After that you can also mention your, let's say, connect with me. Okay, connect with me, save it. And I forgot hash here, also here. Okay, simple, right? Okay, so this will be the key things which we are gonna work in the future. Okay, so education, after that internships. So after internships, it's a link, right? So lowercase, projects, same way, connect with me. Okay, as you can see, everything is good so far. So yeah, there is a hash over here. Okay, so everything is good so far. Whenever you click on education, we will make sure that whenever someone clicks on our education, this is our link, right? Our education page will be loaded. Okay, our education page will be loaded. Now we have successfully done creating with these things. I will be getting out of the table. Okay, I will be getting out of the table, and also I will be getting out of header as well. Okay, yeah, I will be getting out of the header as well. Now we will be dealing with the main part, guys. Okay, so I will also mention that uh, header part ends, so that we can have an idea where our header part has been ended. So now what I will be doing is I will be creating a main section inside this particular main section. Okay, inside this particular main section, what I will be doing is I will be creating a section. Okay, so just a second. So inside this particular section, I will be giving the ID as education. Okay, so ID ID will be education. Okay, ID will be education. So inside this section, I will be writing some stuff. Let's say here comes the h2. Okay, I will be using h2 so that I can state this particular section belongs to education. Education. Now if I save my program, see, education has been popped up. Okay, so here is a simple task, guys. Okay, so you have to keep your profile picture above, not like me. Okay, you have to keep your picture above. Okay, in the starting, this is a simple task you have to do. So education, after keeping your title as education, I will be giving, okay, I will be simply giving a table. Okay, inside the table, okay, what I will be doing is creating a row. After creating a row, what I will be doing is I will be creating some headings. Okay, headings follows. Okay, so first of all, your courses. Okay, what is a course? And after that, again, heading will be institute. Okay, and the third heading will be, let's say, year you passed. Okay, after that, this particular heading will be your result. Okay, as you can see, it has been created. Now what I will be doing is, okay, I will be simply giving a border for my table, so that there will be a table. So simple, I haven't given any value, but we got a simple border, right? So if I try to give any kind of value, let's say, let's stick with 1, it will be same. If I increase the value, the table will be different. Okay, 2 looks good. 2 looks good actually. Okay, so now what I will be doing is I will be getting out of the row. Again, I will be creating another row. This particular row contain your details, guys. Okay, this particular row contain your details. So what is the course you have done? Okay, so inside it we have to give the data. So table data. So let's say you have done course of BE. Okay, BE in IT. Okay, after that you also did. Okay, so we will be adding all the necessity things. So let's say, what is the next one? Institute, right? So institute, you can name your university or college. Okay, university or college. After that, you can also create another data, and you can insert your year, let's say 2014. Okay, so after that, I will be giving another data. Okay, let's say, what is the result? Let's stick with 75%. Now, if I save my program, see, it has been created successfully. Okay, it has been created successfully. So now what I will be doing is, I think university spelling is wrong. Okay, so now I will be getting out of this once again. Now, like, I will be copying this thing again, pasting down here. So let's say, yeah, 12th university or college, 12th will be like maybe 2003 years, right? 2010 would be fine. And let's stick with 80. Okay, so this is how you can categorize your education, guys. So whenever you use some styling, you can style it. Okay, after learning CSS. Okay, so this is how the section of education is. Okay, this is only a section of education. Now we're still remaining with internships, projects, and as well as connect with me. Let us try to do with the internships. So I will be opening another section, okay, which will be having ID of internships. So I will be taking this internship and I will, okay, so save on it. So now what I will be doing is inside this particular section, okay, so this is our internship, H2, okay, H2. So let us try to give a line break, guys, bit after education. So before this thing, I will be giving a HR, so that will be a line break. And also in here, I will be giving the break so that we are maintaining equal gaps. Okay, there is an equal gap between our profile picture and as well as education. See, this is the structure. I'm giving simple a structure, guys. This is my header part, contains all the like metadata. Okay, metadata in a sense, you like people are well aware what is meta, right? So it is data of the data. Okay, we will be having the data, simple data, like it's an introduction. Okay, after that, this is our main section. In main section, what we are mentioning, in our main section, we are mentioning our education, internships, projects, and as well as connect with me. So according to your choice, you can modify, guys. I'm not only saying that portfolio website only contain these things. Okay, it contain many things, but it is totally depend upon your imagination. How much you can imagine. Okay, how much like what kind of limits you can exceed. So now this is our section inside H2. So what is our second section? I hope it's internships. So internships, save it. So the internships has been begun. So I will be keeping education and internships, and I will be not separating them. I will be simply separating using a break statement. So now what I will be doing is, so what can I do over here as an internship? I can simply I will be using an unordered list once again. So this particular list, just a second. Exactly, I will be telling you section ID and I thought ki you people are well aware about it. If you give the section ID and href as same, whenever you click on education, it will be redirecting you to the education. See, whenever I click here, it is redirecting me, right? Whenever I click on internship, it is redirecting me to internships. Okay, so ID is a way to give the ownership, guys. Okay, think it is of a think education as a ownership, ID as a ownership. Whenever you give this particular ownership to a href, href will become a owner now. So up, let's say a co-owner. Okay, whenever you click on education, it will be redirecting you to the education. Whenever you click on internship, it will be redirecting to the internship. Okay, haven't you learned this topic in HTML basics? You will be using it for labels, right? Labels and input boxes. So unordered list, and inside this particular unordered list, we are having a list. Inside this particular list, I'm gonna use a article tag. Okay, inside this particular article tag, what I will be doing is, okay, first of all, I will be creating a GitHub link. Okay, I will be creating a GitHub link. So for that, I need to have my project title right. Sorry, internship title right. So why am I giving a GitHub link? There is no need for it, right? Yeah, it's not a project. There is no need for it. If you want to like don't want to mention your company things, you can make your heading. Okay, you can make your heading as a anchor tag and you can redirect it to your details in that particular company. Okay, so or else you can also let's say we are dealing with internship, right? You can also use your LinkedIn profile. Okay, so simply take a H1 tag inside it. Let's say that you are working as a SE in Amazon. Okay, save it. And if you let's say I will be nesting this particular tag with anchor tag. Okay, I will be nesting this particular tag with anchor tag. After nesting, I will be giving this particular thing as HTTPS. Okay, you can simply give your LinkedIn profile so that they can go through all your internships. Okay, so // linkedin.com. Or else you can also give your direct profile of Amazon. Okay, so let's go with Amazon.com. Okay, I'm only giving you simple terms over here, guys. Okay, it is totally depend upon you how you are managing it. Okay, see, as you can see, SE in Amazon. So inside this particular list, okay, inside this particular list, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a sublist, guys. Okay, I'm gonna create a sublist. For that, what I will be doing is it is totally fine for us to keep this thing here only instead of article. Instead of article, I can keep this thing here only, because inside the article we will be writing. Okay, we are gonna write our, like, let's say, internships and etc. Or else we can also do this thing, guys. Okay, I'm gonna undo the things. Okay, so I'm gonna remove it. So inside the article, what I will be doing is I will be taking the p tag. Inside it, I will be using a strong text. So strong text we will be using as a company name. Company name. Let's say you worked at Amazon. Okay, I'm simply splitting the things. Okay, I'm simply splitting the things. Okay, earlier what we did simply wrote a heading stating that you work at some place. But now I'm splitting the things as company name, your designation, and your let's say work over there or your experiences over there, etc. So yeah, this particular p tags. Okay, so inside it, Amazon. Okay, as an let's say software, or else you people are front end developer, front end dev. Save it. See, now it is looking much more good. So internship, a bullet point, Amazon as a front end dev. Okay, so what we will be doing is, okay, so we did this thing. Now I will be taking another unordered list. Okay, list inside a list. We are nesting the list. Okay, so now I will be taking a p tag once again, and I will be using lorem. Save it. And in here you will be having, okay, in here you will be having your things. Let's say instead of p, I can use list so that it will be pointed. Okay, so lorem. Okay, so it will be a list inside a list. List inside a list. So you worked your internship, you worked in Amazon as a front end dev. After that, you write your work experiences or like whatever the thing you deal with. Okay, you can also add another list as well. Okay, so let's stick with two paras. Okay, so lorem, save it. Okay, in the same way, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna simply copy this article part once again, copy it and paste it down here. So instead of Amazon, let's say Google. You also worked as Google as a front end dev. It will be same. Now if I try to save the program, see, okay, you worked as, I think, yeah, there is a missing bullet point. That's okay. Okay, because this thing is not inside. Yeah, that's okay. You can fix it. Okay, see, Amazon as a front end dev, Google as a front end dev. Your internships. Okay, so whatever the internships you did, it will be going under this section. Okay, so we will be giving a break line between internships and education. So HR, save it. Okay, they have been segregated now. So after internships, what is the thing you have to do? After internships, let's say you are working with projects. So now projects, for the projects, what you can do is I'll be coming out of the section. So I will be creating another section of ID projects. save it. So now if you look over here, guys, whenever I click on my education, see my education page is opening. Whenever I click on my internships, see my internships page is opening. Look at the title of them. See, education is in the top now. Whenever I click on internships, internship is in the top now. Okay, it's just we are redirecting. Okay, we are simply redirecting our pages. In the same way, projects will also work. Okay, so let us try to deal with the projects. So I will be taking a heads to. So let's do this thing as projects. I'm really sorry, guys. I do have a bad keyboard today, so that's the reason. So projects. After that, I will be taking a unordered list. Inside this particular unordered list, I will be creating a list. Okay, so inside this particular list, what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna add my projects. So guys, can I get a response from all of you? Are you able to understand the structure? What I'm doing right now? Are you able to understand it? Can I get a response from all of you? Is it interesting or boring? If it is boring, we will be going back and we will be doing some other project as well. Just let me know. Okay, so I will be creating a project section. Inside this particular project section, what I will be doing is, okay, so now you have to mention your projects, guys. And here is a small tip from me. Whenever you do something, okay, don't see that this particular thing is very small and I have only developed a HTML page. So most of people are working as a Angular developer, React developer, etc., etc. Don't think of those things. Okay, it is totally depend upon you, and this is your GitHub. Okay, and whenever you put some efforts on GitHub, let's say from your starting stage, okay, from learning HTML, from learning up to backend, okay, and as well as databases, etc., etc. If you look into your GitHub page, you will be seeing your own path, how much you have developed, okay, from where and from your starting point to your ending point. You can see all the projects, okay, what you have done. So always try to maintain a GitHub. So inside this particular thing, I will be creating an article tag. Inside this particular article tag, we will be creating the let's say h3. Inside this particular h3, we will be maintaining our project number 1, writing our project 1, saving it. Let us look. Yeah, project 1 has been created. Now I will be nesting it with my anchor tag so that I can give my GitHub repo for this particular project. Okay, so https / github.com. Save it. See, project 1 is now your hyperlink. Okay, so now what we will be doing is, after creating our this thing, I will be creating a unordered list. For that, I have to get out of my anchor tag, unordered list. See, I'm using tables a lot and as well as list a lot. This is the reality, guys. Okay, we will be using these things a lot. Okay, without having CSS. Okay, whenever you are having CSS, you don't really have to rely on these things that much, because everything you can like do all these sort of structuring things in CSS very much efficiently compared to HTML. So now inside it, I will be creating a list. So as a list, what I'm going to do is I will be creating a para and I will be writing about my project. Okay, let's stick with Lorem. Let's go with 20 words. Save it. See, this is about my project. This will be my first point. And after that, I will be also writing my second point as well. For that, I need to get out of this list. Again, li, para. So, lorem, let's say 20 again. Okay, sorry. 22. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so whenever you are writing about your project, try to hyperlink, hypertext it, hyperlink, or okay, hyperlink it. After that, mention your points. Simply mention your points about your project, what you did. In the same way, we will be doing this thing once again. Okay, so after that, now you will be mentioning your second project. Okay, now you will be mentioning your second project. For that, we need to create another article. Okay, I will be creating an article. Inside this particular article, now I will be mentioning my another project name, let's say HR. See, I'm still inside my unordered list only. As you can see, I'm still inside my unordered list only. Don't come outside. Okay, so let's say project 2. This will be a project 2, guys. So if you look into this, yeah, project 2 has been created. Now what I'm gonna do is, so instead of dealing with project 2, yeah, if I copy, you people might get confused. So I will be taking a p tag. Inside this particular p tag, I will be mentioning about my project 2. So let's say lorem, we will be following the same thing that 25 is more than enough. Save it. Here comes about the project 2. Okay, so you can have this particular thing edited, guys. Okay, in the same way, we will be also doing this thing. Okay, sorry. X list. Inside this list, we will be pasting it. Okay, it is a point now. So after that, what we will be doing is, so for project number 2, a single point is enough. Whenever I click on projects, project is loading. Okay, it is more than enough. Okay, I'm simply giving you a heads up, guys. Okay, I'm not making a perfect website. Please make a note of it. So now I will be getting out of the main section. Okay, now I will be getting out of the main section. Why am I getting out of the main section? Because I'm not really getting that much thoughts what are the things I can mention inside the main. If you are getting like good ideas, you can do that. So now I will be getting into the footer. Okay, so most of the websites, okay, whenever you look into any kind of websites, guys, okay, you will be finding inside the footer in the sense the bottom of the page, you will be finding their contact details, right? You will be finding their contact details. Now what I will be doing is, I will be getting out of the main. Okay, I will be getting out of the main, and I'm gonna use a tag called footer now. Footer. So inside this particular footer, I will be giving the ID. Okay, ID as what is the ID I given for contact is, okay, contact. Let's say contact. I can simply mention this thing as contact. Connect. Yeah, connect. Connect. Save it. And let us try to look into it. Whenever I click on connect with me, is it scrolling? No, it is not scrolling because there is no text to display. So now what I will be displaying in this particular thing is, first of all, I will be using the h2. Okay, so inside this particular h2, what I will be doing is, just a second, guys, I'll have my water. So let me try to change this thing. It is not actually a right event. So let's go with contact. Save it. Now what I will be doing is h2. Our h2, what is our next h2, guys? So what is the last part we are remaining with? So let's call this thing as connect with me. Save it. I'm gonna call it using ID contact. Save. So is it visible? Yes, it is. Whenever I click on connect with me, yeah, it is loading. So now between the main and this thing, I will be taking 2 breaks and I will be giving a line between them. Okay, simple. Okay, main part. Okay, project, connect with me. A footer part. So inside the footer, we will be dealing with some simple stuff, guys. Okay, so p tag. Inside this particular p tag, what I will be doing is, first I can do this thing. Email colon. I will be taking an anchor tag. Inside it, I will be like, whenever they click on my email address, okay, whenever they click on my email address, they will be reverting, okay, they will be opening a, okay, it will be this option. Whenever they click on my email, they are able to send a message. Okay, they are able to message me on email. For that, mail to, okay, so mail to colon, let's say support @intellipaat.com. Now save it. Okay, so now let's try to look into this. After that, we have to give the email address as well, right? So now what we can do is, we can simply give the same email. Okay, so as you can see, whenever I click on now support@intellipaat.com, my mailbox will be open. See, my mailbox will be open and it has directly jumped into support. Okay, so this is how simple mail to function works, guys. Okay, I hope most of you people are well aware about it. Mail to functions. So instead of giving a text, okay, instead of giving a text, you can also give a image as well. So if you try to use img, and if you give a image of a Gmail, okay, you will be having the image of Gmail, right? That would be a fantastic work. Okay, whenever they click on our image icon, they are able to send us a message in the email. But as of now, let's stick with static pages of HTML. Okay, so email, after email, what are the addresses they can reach us out? So GitHub as well, let us also try to give GitHub. So again, a p tag, GitHub space. Okay, so now I will be using the anchor tag. Inside it, href, I will be giving https colon slash slash github.com. So now what I will be giving is I will be simply giving a name to it. So let's call this particular thing as uh, GitHub. GitHub slash your name. You can also mention your name. Save it. See, GitHub, okay, spelling. Okay, GitHub slash your name. Whenever they click on your GitHub slash your name, your GitHub should be open. Don't open the main page of GitHub. Okay, so after, like, we can also give your phone number as well, guys. For that, I can simply use a href. Okay, let's say our href will be having a function called tell, guys. TEL. I hope you people are well aware about it in input tags. Tell. Okay, tell plus, let's say, 91 and 98. Okay, I hope these are 10 numbers. Yeah, these are 10 numbers. So as of this, I will be taking the p tag. Inside it, I will be mentioning my same number. Okay, so I'm not mentioning the extension, I'm simply mentioning my number. Paste it. If I try to save it, see, my number has been appeared. Okay, so as of now, what I will be doing is phone. Okay, whenever they click on this icon, as you can see, it is asking me to open Skype. Not really sure why. Okay, so yeah, this is all about footer, right? And also we can also mention about us as well, right? So about us, we haven't created. We haven't created about us, right? There is no need of about us. At the end, portfolio is only about us. Okay, so what else things we can add? Yeah, we can also add this thing, guys. So before exiting the footer, what I will be doing is I will be taking the hash. Whenever you mention hash, okay, you will be looking into this. So go to top. Okay, whenever you mention href as hash, save it, and there will be an option called go to top. Whenever I click on it, your page will be reloaded. It looks like you have got into top, but actually it is reloaded. Okay, see, this is a function of go to. Okay, you will be getting your home page. You are going into your home page. So after that, it is in the bottom corner. So what I will be doing is br, 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 save it. Okay, so there is some gap. Okay, there will be a gap. So this is all about our portfolio website, guys. Okay, so I did mention the main things. Okay, what are the things we discussed? Okay, let us have a overall understanding. Okay, so in the starting, okay, we have created a header. Okay, so where this particular header is ending. Okay, so this part. Okay, this particular header part includes your profile picture, about yourself, your name. That's it. This is your introduction. If you want to include other stuff as well, you can also include. Okay, in the main part. Okay, in the main part, what we did is we mentioned our own details. Let's say regarding our education, regarding our internships, what are the projects we did, etc., etc. We did mention them. Okay, after that, okay, we also created a footer. Okay, we also created a footer where we are giving our details. So whenever there is a person, okay, whenever if a person visits our portfolio, he can easily find our contact details. You can also mention your contact details in the top, and using CSS you can push them to the right corner, in the right side corner, but as of now we are not doing it. Okay, so email, GitHub, phone number, and if you press go to top, simple stuff, right? We haven't did anything. Okay, and also you can also mention a form, guys. You can also mention a form. Okay, let's say you can mention the form as their name, their mail ID, and their concern. Okay, if they submit the form, you can write a JavaScript in such a way that whatever the details they mentioned in the consent and their email ID and their name will be redirected to your mail. Okay, in a way that you will be receiving a mail from them. Okay, it's a simple 4-line code, but as of now, that topic is out of scope. So we are not gonna discuss about it. So did you understood whatever the thing we did now? All of you, like 13. Yeah, I need to get 13 responses so that we can proceed with your own portfolios. So that you people can proceed with your own portfolios. The thing, okay, this particular thing, why we are doing is whenever you learn CSS, okay, whenever you learn CSS, and in the future also, you will be learning more stuff, right? Like frameworks, you will be also learning how to style them. You can always depend upon this HTML and you can always update it. Keep on updating it. Okay, once you learn CSS, add styling to this page. Okay, once you learn how to apply the logic to this page. Okay, so that's how you can improve, guys. Okay, here is a small tip. Try to have a website as a goal, guys. So in my days, I do have a website like portfolio. Portfolio is my goal website. So I did a complete portfolio website using static pages, let's say HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. After that, later on, I updated my entire portfolio by using Angular. Okay, at that time, I haven't learned React. Okay, but I'm pretty sure about React, but my main framework was Angular. So I did the same page using Angular and as well as Node, and also I do have a main system and I do also have a database for that. Okay, so that's how you will be learning. Okay, have a website as a goal and you're good to go. So how much time do you require to make a replica? How much time do you require? Or else we are having so much time. So let's stick with that. Okay, so can I get a response? Do you need a source code of it? Should I send in the chat or else would you like to try by yourself? Respond, guys. Do you want source code of this particular thing? I can simply drag and drop the thing if you want it for the reference. Or would you like to do not copy, guys? Okay, just try to have the reference but do not copy. I don't improvise my thing. Okay, I did this thing in a half an hour, right? And you are having 2 hours for it. Improvise it. Just improve, complete. Okay, let's try to make a better HTML page than this particular one. Okay, so I'm gonna send this particular thing. They have not able to send it. Just a second. Yeah, guys, have you learned CSS? Because as per today's session, there is only a mentioning of HTML hands-on. So that's the reason. Guys, I'm repeating it once again. If you do have any kind of queries, you can ping me over the chat, and people who don't have any kind of queries, you can leave the session, guys.
In a front-end developer interview, just after you finish giving your introduction, the interviewer generally starts with a very simple and to-the-point question. What do you know about front-end development? In order to answer this question correctly, you must cover the following points as precisely as possible. And your answer may sound like this. Front-end development refers to the area of web development that focuses on what consumers view on their end. It involves turning back-end developers' code into a graphic interface and ensuring that data is given in a straightforward and easy-to-read style. Without front-end development, all that can be seen on a website or online application are some incomprehensible codes. People with no coding experience can easily understand and use online applications and web pages thanks to the front-end developers. What you see when you visit Canva or Facebook or Google Apps and other website or other web application is the result of collaboration between front-end and back-end engineers. Front-end developers are generally responsible for ensuring that users understand and properly use the web application's graphical interface, among other stuff. Front-end developers must consider whether the web application or website is functional across multiple devices or not, keeping in mind that each machine has a unique operating system and different screen sizes. A user can have a Windows, a MacBook, or an Apple or Android phone. It is the role of the front-end developer to ensure that the applications or websites work regardless of device type or operating systems. Users may prefer distinct web browsers according to the front-end developers. And front-end developers must also carefully design a website that works on majority of web browsers
like Mozilla Firefox, Google Chrome, Safari, Microsoft Edge, or Internet Explorer and Opera, etc. From here on, let's try to move topic by topic so that we cover every important aspect from a front-end developer's perspective. Let's start with HTML related questions. So here our first question is, what is HTML? This is a very easy and very simple question that can be asked in a front-end developer interview. And the answer to this question would be like this. HTML or Hypertext Markup Language is the standard language which is used to create web pages. It generally consists of various elements represented by tags which define the structure and content of a web page. These elements can include headings or paragraphs, images, links, and many more. In simple terms, HTML is the code that web browsers interpret to display texts, images, and other multimedia on websites, allowing you to view and interact with different contents online on the web page. Our next question is, what is the difference between HTML and HTML5? There could be multiple ways to answer this question, but the most precise way to answer this would be something like this. HTML and HTML5 are both markup languages which are used to create web pages, but HTML5 is an updated version with some important improvements as compared to HTML. HTML5 provides native support for audio and video without needing third-party plugins like Flash. So this means that you can easily embed audio and video elements directly into the web pages. Also, HTML5 introduces new elements like article, section, nav, and header tags, which makes it easier to define the structure of a web page. These elements provide better semantics, making it clear what each part of the page represents in a web page. HTML5 have also included a canvas element for drawing graphics and animations directly onto the web page. So it also supports scalable vector graphics, which is SVG, for creating vector-based graphics. HTML5 is also providing technologies like local storage and offline web applications, which allows websites to store data on users' devices and function even without an internet connection. Apart from that, HTML5 also enhances form elements, which makes it simpler to capture user input. Features like date pickers, email validation, and placeholders are natively supported, improving the user's experience while running the web page. HTML5 is designed to be compatible with all modern web browsers and is optimized for mobile devices, which ensures consistent experience across different platforms. So, in simple terms, HTML5 is like an upgraded and more versatile version of HTML, which offers better ways to create interactive and multimedia-rich websites. And also it is the modern standard for web development, which provides more tools and capabilities for developers to create engaging online experiences. Our next question is, what are HTML tags? The answer to this question would be, HTML tags are special codes which are used to define elements on a web page. They are enclosed in angle brackets and they usually come in pairs, which is a opening and a closing tag. The opening tag marks the beginning of an element and the closing tag marks the end. The content between these tags determine how the element appears or functions on the web page. For example, the P tag, which is used to denote a paragraph, or the H tags, which are used to denote the heading levels, are written in pairs. Everything between these tags, which is the opening P tag and the closing P tag written as /P, or the closing heading tag written as /H1 or H2, everything which is written in between these tags will be displayed as a paragraph or as a heading respectively. HTML tags provide instructions to the web browser on how to format and display the contents. It allows developers to create structured and visually appealing contents on the web page. Our next question is, explain the basic structure of an HTML document. The answer to this question would be something like this. A basic HTML document has a very simple structure. At the top, it has a doc type declaration which defines the document type and version of HTML which is being used. It basically tells the web browser that the page is written in HTML5. After that, it has a HTML element which is the root element of the HTML document. It contains all the content on the web page. Inside this HTML element, the head element contains meta information about the document, such as the title, which appears on the browser's title bar or the tab, and links to the external resources like style sheet or scripts are written within this head tag. Also inside this HTML element only, the body element contains the actual content of the web page, like the text, images, or links and other elements. Everything you see on a website is contained within this body element only. As you can see on the example on the right side, the head element contains the title of the page. Then the body contains the heading as h1, and there's a paragraph within the p tag after the heading tag. This basic structure forms the foundation of every HTML document, allowing browsers to properly display the content to the users. Our next question is, what is the purpose of the doc type declaration? The answer to this question would be, the doc type declaration tells the web browser that which version of HTML this web page is using. In simple words, it's like a translator which tells the browser that this page is written in HTML5. This information helps the browser understand how to properly interpret and display the content of the web page. Different versions of HTML have slightly different rules, so the doc type HTML declaration ensures that the browsers which follow the correct set of rules for that specific version, ensuring that the web page is displayed correctly to the users. Our next question is, what is the difference between block level and inline elements? The answer to this question would be, block level elements and inline elements are two different types of HTML elements, and they behave differently in terms of how they are displayed on a web page. Like, block level elements create a block on the web page, which means that they start on a new line and stretch the full width available in their parent container. They typically represent larger structures in documents, such as a paragraph or headings or lists and div elements. Div tag or paragraph tag, heading tags, list tags and table tag, all these are examples of block level elements. Inline elements, on the other hand, do not start on a new line. They only take up as much width as necessary and do not force a new line to begin. The inline elements are used within block level elements to style parts of the contents without breaking the flow of the text. The span tag, anchor tag, strong, img tag, all these comes under the inline elements. The inline elements are often used for styling, like making text bold or italic, or for adding hyperlinks within the text. The next question in our list is, what is semantic HTML? The answer to this question would be, semantic HTML refers to using HTML elements that clearly describes their meaning in the context of a web page's content. In simple terms, it means choosing the appropriate HTML tag that reflects the purpose or meaning of the contents that they are enclosed in. For example, instead of using a generic div tag to create a section of content, you might use the header or nav or article, section or footer tags which convey specific meaning about the content they contained. For example, using heading text from h1 to h6 for headings, or using em tags for emphasizing text and strong for strongly emphasizing the text. By using semantic HTML, you make your web content more meaningful and more understandable, not just to the humans but also to the web browsers and other technologies as well. It basically helps improve accessibility and search engine optimization and overall structure of your web page, which makes it easier for both people and machines to interpret the contents. Our next question is, explain the use of A, which is anchor tag. The answer to this question would be, the A tag in HTML is used to create hyperlinks, commonly known as anchor tags. In simple terms, it's the tag you use when you want to make something clickable on a web page. For example, you can use the A tag to create a link to another web page or another file or even another section of the same web page. When user clicks on text or an image wrapped within this A tag, they are taken to the destination specified in the href attribute of the tag. As you can see on the right side, A is the opening tag indicating the start of the hyperlink, and the href is an attribute that specifies the destination URL. So in place of those three dots within the double quotation, we can have https://www.intellipaat.com, and on clicking on to that particular link, you'll be redirected to the home page of the Intellipaat website. The next question on our list is, what is an HTML form and how do you create one? The answer to this question would be, an HTML form is a section of a web page that contains various elements like text fields, checkboxes, buttons, and more, which allows users to input data and submit it to a server for processing. Forms are commonly used for things like user login or search bars, registration pages, and online surveys. Creating an HTML form involves using several elements, such as the form element, which is the main element that defines the form on the web page. It encloses all the input elements and buttons within the form. Then there are input elements which are used to enter data. For example, input type is equals to text is used for single line text inputs. Input type is equals to password is used for password input. Input type is equals to checkbox is used for checkboxes. Input type is equals to radio is used for radio buttons. The select element combined with the option element makes the drop down menu, and the text area element is used for multi-line text inputs. Similarly, the button element creates a button that which users can click to submit their form. When the users enter a username and clicks on the submit button, the form data is sent to the server specified in this action attribute for processing. Our next question is, what is an HTML entity? The answer to this question would be something like this. In HTML, an entity is a special code used to represent characters that have a specific meaning in web development. Entities are specially useful for characters that have a special function in HTML, like the less than and the greater than, which are used as tags or characters that might not display properly in web browsers, like special symbols or non-English characters. Entities are written using an ampersand followed by a specific code and a semicolon. For example, %LT is used for less than and %AMP is used for denoting ampersand symbol. In simple terms, HTML entities are like secret codes that web developers use to display characters correctly on their web pages. They ensure that special characters or symbols are shown properly in the browser without causing confusion or errors in the HTML codes. Our next question is, explain the meta tag. The answer to this question would be, the meta tag is used to provide metadata about the web page. The common attributes include charset for specifying character encodings and name and content for other metadata. This information is placed inside the head section and is used by search engines and web browsers. Meta tags can provide information like page description, keywords, and authorships, which help search engine understand and index the contents properly. Our next question is, what is the difference between div and span elements? The answer to this question is, the main difference between div and span elements in HTML lies in how they are used to group and style the contents. The div element is a block level container. It is used to group large sections of content on a web page. It creates a block that starts on a new line and takes up the full width available. The div is often used to structure a web page into different sections like headers or footers, sidebars, and so on. It's handy for applying CSS styles and organizing contents into distinct parts of this page using this div tag. The span element, on the other hand, is an inline container. It is used to group smaller portions of content within a line of text. It doesn't create a new line, it only takes up as much width as it is needing. Span is often used to apply CSS styles or JavaScript effects to a specific portion of text within a paragraph or a heading. So div is like a big box that wraps around content, creating distinct sections, while span is like a small box that wraps around a specific piece of text, which allows you to style or manipulate it without affecting the rest of the content on the line. Now our next question is, how can you add comments in HTML? The answer to this question would be, in HTML, comments start with less than exclamation mark followed by 2 hyphens and end with 2 hyphens and a greater than symbol. Anything you write between these symbols will be treated as a comment and will not be displayed on the web page. Comments are useful for documenting your code, explaining complex parts, or temporarily removing a piece of code without deleting it. Now our next question is, what is the purpose of the img tag? The answer to this question would be, the img tag in HTML is used to display images on a web page. In other words, it's like a picture frame for showing photos, illustrations, icons, or any other visual content. As on the right side, you can see that the img tag is containing a src attribute, which specifies the source of the image. It tells the browser where to find this image file. And then it is followed by the alt attribute, which provides alternative text for the image. This text is displayed if the image cannot be loaded or read by the screen readers. Then it is followed by a width and a height attribute, which basically sets the width and height of the image. Then our next question is, what is the importance of validation in HTML? The answer to this question would be, validation in HTML is like having a spell checker for a website. Just like a spell checker helps you to find and fix mistakes in your writing, HTML validation checks your web code and ensures that it follows the correct rules and structures. When your HTML code is valid, all the web browsers interpret your website the same way, ensuring a consistent experience for all the users. People with disabilities who might use specialized devices to access the web can navigate and understand your site better when it is properly structured. Also, search engines can more easily index your content, improving your site's visibility in search results. Valid HTML is more likely to work well with future web technologies, which keeps your website functional as the internet evolves. Our next question is, what is the difference between GET and POST requests? The answer to this question would be, the HTTP method GET and POST are used to request data from a server. The key distinction between the two methods is how they deal with data. GET requests are used to obtain information from a server. In this, the data is sent in the request's URL. GET requests are commonly used to retrieve static data, such as a web page or an image, while POST requests are used to communicate with the server. The data is sent in the request's body. POST requests are commonly used to submit forms such as login or contact forms. Among these two, which method needs to be used depends on the specific task that you are trying to accomplish. Now let's have a look into the important CSS questions. Here, our first question is, what is CSS and what is its primary purpose? The answer to this question is, CSS or Cascading Style Sheet is a language used for describing the look and formatting of a document written in HTML, XML, or any other markup language. In simple terms, CSS is like the designer of a web page. It controls how the web content looks, defining aspects like colors, fonts, spacing, layout, and more. The primary purpose of CSS is to enhance the presentation of web page by separating the structure defined in the HTML from the visual style. By applying CSS rules to HTML elements, web developers can create visually appealing and consistent designs across a website. For example, CSS can make text bold, change background colors, create responsive layouts for different screen sizes, and even add animations, making websites more attractive and user-friendly. Now our next question is, explain the difference between inline, internal, and external CSS. The answer to this question would be, the inline CSS is when you apply styles directly to individual elements using the style attribute. It is useful for making quick style changes for specific elements. However, it can be hard to maintain consistency across a website, especially for larger projects. while internal CSS is when you define styles within the style element in the head section of the HTML document. This method allows for more organization and consistency, making it easier to manage styles across multiple pages of a website. And lastly, the external CSS is when you store styles in a separate .css file and link it to your HTML document. This method makes it easy to manage styles across multiple pages, and it also ensures a consistent look and feel throughout the website. Now our next question is, what is the CSS box model and how does it work? The answer to this question is, the CSS box model is a way web browsers understand and structure elements on a web page. It includes the content area, the padding, the border, and the margin. Here, the content is the actual content of the box, where text or images will appear. Padding is the space between the content and the border. This padding is like an internal cushion around the content. Then the border is a line that surrounds the padding and the content. It gives a visibility to the box or the boundary. And lastly, we have margin, which is like an external buffer zone. Margins add space outside the border, which creates a distance between this box and the other elements on the web page. The width and height of an element are determined by the sum of all of these properties. Now our next question is, how do you center an element horizontally and vertically in CSS? The answer to this question would be, centering an element both horizontally and vertically in CSS can be done using a combination of properties. To center an element horizontally, you can set the left and right margin to auto, which will make the element automatically take up available space equally on both the sides, centering it horizontally within its parent container. Now, centering an element vertically can be a bit trickier, especially if you don't know the exact height of the element. One common way to center vertically is by using the CSS properties display::flex along with align items :center. This will align the child items vertically at the center of the parent container. Combining both the horizontal and vertical centering, you can easily center elements both horizontally and vertically on a web page. Now the next question on our list is, explain the difference between display block, display inline, and display inline block. The answer to this question would be, display block makes an element a block level element, taking up the entire width of its parent and stacking vertically. Display inline makes an element an inline level element, taking up only as much width as necessary and stacking horizontally. While display inline block is a combination where elements behave like inline elements but can have block level priorities and dimensions. Our next question is, how does CSS specificity work and how is it calculated? The answer to this question would be, CSS specificity determines which styles take precedence when there is a conflict. Specificity is calculated based on the number of IDs, classes, and elements in a sector. The more specific selector wins. For example, an ID selector written as #myID is more specific than a class selector, which is written as .myClass. Inline styles are the most specific ones. The next question in our list is, what is the box sizing property and how does it affect the layout? The answer to this question is, the box sizing property defines how the width and height of an element are calculated. The default value is content box, which includes only the content. Setting it to border box includes padding and border in the width and height calculations, making it easier to control element dimensions. Our next question is, how can you create a responsive design in CSS? The answer to this question would be, to create a responsive design, you can use media queries to adjust styles based on screen width. Additionally, you can use relative units like percentages to make elements adapt to different screen sizes. To make the images responsive, you can make their maximum width to 100%. This will ensure that they don't overflow their parent container on smaller screens. CSS Grid and Flexbox are layout techniques that will make it easier to create responsive designs. They allow you to create complex layouts that adjust based on screen sizes. Now, next question is, what are pseudo classes and pseudo elements in CSS? The answer to this question would be, pseudo classes and pseudo elements in CSS allows you to style elements in specific states or parts of an element without adding extra classes or markup to your HTML. Pseudo classes target elements based on their state or user interaction. For example, hover styles an element when the user hovers over it. Active styles an element when it's being clicked, and focus styles an element when it's selected, like when you click inside a form field. Pseudo elements, on the other hand, target specific parts of an element. Commonly used pseudo elements are before and after. They allow you to insert content before or after an element's actual content. Now, next question is, explain the CSS float property and its uses. The answer to this question would be, the CSS float property is used to move an element to the left or right side of its containing element. When an element is floated, it means that it will be pushed to one side and the content that comes after it will wrap around it. Now let's talk about the uses of this float property. Floats can be used to create multi-column layouts where elements float next to each other, simulating a newspaper or magazine kind of style layout. Floats are commonly used for aligning images to the left or right with text wrapping around them. When elements are floated, it can affect the layout of surrounding elements. Therefore, the clear property is used to prevent elements from wrapping around a floated element. For example, if you have a bunch of floated elements inside a container, you might want to clear the floats after them to ensure the container expands to the correct height. In modern CSS layouts, techniques like Flexbox and CSS grid layout have largely replaced the need for these floats. But understanding floats is still important for maintaining the older websites. Now, next question is, how do you achieve cross-browser compatibility with CSS? The answer to this question is, cross-browser compatibility can be achieved by many ways. It can be achieved by using vendor prefixes for specific CSS properties like WebKit or Moz when necessary. It can be achieved by testing your website in multiple browsers and versions to identify and fix the compatibility issues. You can also use feature detection libraries like Modernizer to ensure that unsupported CSS features are gracefully handled. Now our next question is, describe the z-index property and how it affects stacking order. The answer to this question would be, the z-index property in CSS controls the stacking order of elements on a web page. When elements overlap, the z-index property determines which element appears in front of the other elements. Element with the higher z-index value appears in front of elements with lower z-indexes. Elements with the same parent are stacked according to their z-index values, with higher values appearing in front. By default, all elements have a z-index of auto, meaning they follow the order in which they appear in the HTML, and their stacking order is determined by their position in the document. Understanding the z-index property will allow you to control the visual hierarchy of elements on your web page, ensuring that specific elements are displayed above or below the others, creating the desired visual layout. Now the next question on our list is, what is the CSS position property and what are its values? The answer to this question would be, the CSS position property determines how an element is positioned on a web page. The basic values are static, relative, absolute, fixed, and sticky. The static value elements are positioned in the normal flow of the document. This is the default value for the position property. Any element with static position will appear in order they are written in the HTML one after the other. The relative value elements are positioned relative to their normal position in the document flow. When you set position to relative, you can use top, right, bottom, and left properties to move the elements from its normal position. The absolute value elements are positioned relative to their nearest position ancestor element, provided that it is not static. If there is no position ancestor, it's positioned relative to the HTML element. It is useful when you want to place an element precisely inside a specific container, regardless of its normal flow position. The fixed value elements are positioned relative to the browser window, so they stay in the same place even when you scroll the page. They are commonly used for fixed navigation bars or elements that should always be visible on the screen. The sticky value elements are treated as relative positioned until they reach a specified point during scrolling, then they are treated as fixed. These are useful for navigation bars that become fixed after you scroll past them, providing a sticky effect. Now next question is, explain the concept of a CSS sprite and its benefit. The answer to this question would be, a CSS sprite is a technique in web development where multiple images are combined into a single image file. These images are then displayed on a web page using CSS background positioning. This reduces HTTP requests because instead of loading multiple images individually, a single sprite image is downloaded. This speeds up the web loading time, especially on slower internet connections. Now, because there is only one image file to download, the web page loads faster. This is crucial for improving user experiences as visitors don't have to wait as long for the site to display. With fewer images to load, less bandwidth is consumed. This is particularly advantageous for mobile users with limited data plans. The CSS sprite improves the overall website performance by optimizing the image loading. Faster websites contribute to better user satisfaction and can positively impact search engine rankings. It also provides caching benefits, like browsers can cache a single sprite image, which means subsequent visits to the website may not require downloading the sprite again. This further improves loading time for the returning visitors. By using sprites, you simplify your CSS and HTML. You only need to manage one image file and one set of CSS rules, making your code easier to maintain. Now the next question in our list is, what is the cascading in cascading style sheet? The answer to this question would be, cascading in CSS refers to the process of combining multiple style rules and determining which styles should be applied to the elements on a web page. The term cascading comes from the order of priority that these styles follow. Here's how it works. The inline styles are applied directly to an HTML element using the style attribute. These styles have the highest priority and they override the other styles. The internal style is defined in the style tag within the HTML document's head section. These styles are applied to the entire document. And the external style is defined in an external CSS file which is linked to the HTML document. These styles apply globally to the entire website. If multiple conflicting styles target the same element, the browser follows specific rules to determine which one takes the precedence. This is called specificity. Styles with higher specificity, determined by the selectors like IDs, classes, and elements, override styles with lower specificity. If styles have the same specificity, the order in which they appear in the document will matter. Styles defined later in the document override the styles which are defined previously. By understanding this cascading order, web developers can control how styles are applied to elements, ensuring the desired appearance of their web pages. Now our next question is, what is the difference between a class and an ID? The answer to this question would be, the primary distinction between a class and an ID is that a class can be applied to several components on a web page, while an ID can only be applied to one element. Classes are used to group together related items. For example, you could use a class to style all of your web page's headings or headlines, while IDs are used to identify a certain element on a website. For example, you could use an ID to customize your web page's main navigation bar. Now the next question in our list is, how do you create a responsive layout? The answer to this question is, to create a responsive layout, you need to use CSS media queries. You can use media queries to vary the appearance of a website based on the screen size of the device which is being used to view it. For example, if the screen size is smaller than 768 pixels, you could use a media query to modify the layout of a website from 3 columns to 1 column. Like this media query on the right, will apply the CSS inside the curly braces only when the screen size is less than 768 pixels. You can use media queries to adjust any aspect of your website's layout, such as font size, element width, and element visibility. Now let's look into some important JavaScript questions. Here, our first question is, what is JavaScript and how is it different from Java? The answer to this question would be, JavaScript is a versatile programming language that runs in web browsers. It allows you to make web pages interactive and dynamic. Developers use JavaScript to create features like interactive forms, animations, dynamic content updates, and much more on the websites. When you see a web page with a sliding image gallery, a pop-up message, or a form that validates your input, JavaScript is most likely behind these interactive elements. Java, on the other hand, is a powerful general-purpose programming language which is used for building various applications from mobile apps to large-scale enterprise systems. The key difference between JavaScript and Java is that JavaScript is mainly used for enhancing web interactivity and functionality within web browsers only, while Java, on the other hand, is a general-purpose programming language which is widely used for applications not limited to web development only. Moving on to the next question. Explain the difference between null and undefined in JavaScript. The answer to this question would be, null in JavaScript is a special value which indicates the absence of any value or object. Developers often use this null to intentionally represent that a variable or object doesn't have a meaningful value yet, or that it doesn't even exist. While undefined is a default value given to variables that have been declared but have not been assigned any value yet. It indicates that a variable has been declared but hasn't been given a specific value. For example, if you create a variable like var user equals to null, it means that user variable exists but it doesn't have any meaningful value at the moment. On the other hand, if you declare it like var user semicolon and haven't provided it with any value, then it will automatically have the undefined assigned to it. Now the next question is, what is the difference between let, const and var for variable declaration in JavaScript? The answer to this question would be, var is an older way of declaring variables in JavaScript. Variables declared with var have functional scope, which means that they are accessible within the function where they are declared. The variables which are declared with var can be reassigned and updated. These variables are hoisted, which means they are moved to the top of their scope and can be used before the actual declaration. Now coming to let is a modern way of declaring variables. Variables declared with this let keyword have block scope, which means that they are accessible only within the block where they are declared. These variables can be reassigned and updated. Let variables are hoisted within their block scope, so they cannot be used before the declaration statement within the same block. Lastly, const is used to declare variables whose values should not be reassigned. Variables declared with const keyword also have block scope. These variables cannot be reassigned once they are assigned a value. Const is typically used for values that should remain constant throughout the program, like mathematical constants or configuration values. The key differences between these three is, var has function scope while let and const have block scope. Var and let variables can be reassigned, but const variables cannot be reassigned after the initial assignment.
Wow.
Coming to our next question. What are the different data types in JavaScript? The answer to this question is, there are 7 primitive data types in JavaScript. These are number, string, boolean, null, undefined, symbol, and big int. A number can have any integer or floating point value. A sequence of characters is called a string. A boolean can either be a true or false value. The null value is a special value that represents the absence of a value. The undefined value is also a special value that represents a value which has not been assigned yet. A symbol is a unique value that can be used to identify an object, and an integer that is too large to be represented by a regular JavaScript number is considered as big int. In addition to primitive data types, JavaScript also has objects, and these objects are nothing but collections of data and functionality. Moving on to our next question. What are events in JavaScript? The answer to this question is, events in JavaScript are things that happen to HTML elements and are reported to JavaScript by the browser so that code can react to them. User interactions such as pressing a button or moving the mouse, or changes to the browser's state such as page loading or window resizing, can all cause events. When an event occurs, JavaScript receives a notification from the browser. This notification is referred to as an event object. The event object contains event-specific information such as the type of event, the target element, and the browser's current state. You can use the addEventListener function to listen for events. The method addEventListener accepts 2 arguments. First, the kind of event to listen for, and second, a function to be run when the event happens. Now the next question is, what is the difference between double equal and triple equal operators in JavaScript? The answer to this question would be, the double equal operator is called the equality operator. and the triple equal operator is called the strict equality operator. The double equal operator compares the values on both the sides of the operator. It performs type coercion, which means that it can convert the operands to the same type before making the comparison. For example, it would treat the number 5 and the string 5 as equals. On the other hand, the triple equal operators also compares the values on both the sides, but unlike the double equals, it does not perform type coercion. It checks both the values and their types. The values must be of the same type and have the same value to be considered equals. So here, the number 5 and this string 5 will be evaluated to be false because their types are different. Moving on to our next question. What is hoisting in JavaScript? The answer to this question is, hoisting is a JavaScript behavior in which variable and function declarations are moved to the top of their contained scope during the compilation step. This means that no matter where in the code you define a variable or a function, they are handled as if they were declared at the top of their enclosing function or the global scope. There are two main aspects of hoisting: variable hoisting and function hoisting. Variable hoisting occurs when you declare a variable with var. It is hoisted to the top of the function that contains it or to the global scope. However, just the declaration is hoisted, but not the initialization. The variable is created, but its value is set to undefined until it is assigned a value in the code. Function declarations are also hoisted. You can call a function before it appears in the code because the entire function declaration is hoisted to the top of its containing scope. It should be noted that hoisting only applies to declarations and not the initializations. Variables declared using let and const are also hoisted, but unlike var variables, they are not initialized to undefined. Moving on to our next question. Explain closure in JavaScript. The answer to this question is, closures are a function's ability to access and remember the variables and functions from its outer scope, even after the outer function has finished executing. They are a crucial concept in JavaScript for maintaining data privacy and creating modular code. Our next question is, what is the event loop in JavaScript? The answer to this question is, the event loop manages asynchronous tasks, ensuring that your JavaScript code can handle multiple tasks efficiently without slowing down the user interface, which makes your web applications responsive and smooth. Here is how it is done. JavaScript is a single-threaded language, which means that it can only do one thing at a time. However, it often deals with tasks that take time, like fetching data from a server or loading an image. Instead of waiting for each task to finish, JavaScript uses asynchronous operations. It sends tasks that takes time, like fetching data, to background workers, like browser APIs or Node.js runtime, and continues with other tasks without waiting. When these background tasks finishes, they put their result in a queue. This queue is called the event queue. The event loop constantly checks if the main thread is free. If it is, then the event loop picks tasks from the event queue and executes them one by one. You can understand it like this. Imagine you are clicking a button on a web page to load an image. While the image is loading, which is a time-taking task, the event loop allows the rest of the web page to remain responsive. When the image is loaded, it gets displayed without freezing the entire page. Moving on to our next question. How does prototypal inheritance work in JavaScript? The answer to this question is, JavaScript uses prototypal inheritance, where objects can inherit properties and methods from other objects through their prototype chain. Each object has a prototype, and if a property or method is not found on the object itself, JavaScript looks for it in the object's prototype chain. Here's how it works. Every object in JavaScript has a prototype. A prototype is like a parent object from which other objects can inherit properties and methods. When you create a new object, it can inherit properties and methods from other objects. This creates a relationship where the new object is the child and the object it inherits from is the parent. Our next question is, how can you handle asynchronous operations in JavaScript? The answer to this question is, handling asynchronous operations in JavaScript is like managing tasks that take time to complete without freezing the rest of your code. One common way to handle asynchronous tasks is by using callbacks. You provide a function which is basically a callback to be executed once the task is done. Promises provide a more structured way to handle asynchronous tasks. A promise represents the eventual completion or failure of an asynchronous operation and allows you to attach callbacks for success or failure. Async or await is a more recent and convenient way to handle asynchronous tasks. It allows you to write asynchronous code in a synchronous style, making it easier to read and understand. In short, handling asynchronous operations in JavaScript involves callbacks, promises, or async or wait syntaxes. These techniques allow you to perform tasks that take time, like fetching data from a server, without freezing your code, ensuring a smooth and responsive user experience. Moving on to our next question. Explain the concept of this keyword in JavaScript. The answer to this question is, in JavaScript, this is a special keyword that refers to the object it belongs to. The value of this depends on how a function is called. If this is used outside of any function, it refers to the global object, which is usually the Windows object in browsers. When this is used inside an object method, it refers to the object that owns the method. When a function is used as a constructor using the new keyword, this refers to specific instance of the object being created. In event handlers, like those used in DOM elements, this refers to the element that triggered the event. Arrow functions do not have their own this context. They inherit the this value from the surrounding code. So in short, this refers to different objects depending on how a function is called. The global object, the object that owns the method, the specific instance created by a constructor, or the element that triggered an event. Moving on to our next question. What are promises in JavaScript? The answer to this question would be, promises in JavaScript are like promises in real life. A promise in JavaScript represents a value that might not be available yet, but will be resolved in the future. It is a way of saying that I will get you the data you need, but it might take some time. Promises have three states. First, pending, which means the promise is still in progress and hasn't been fulfilled yet. Second, resolved or fulfilled, which means the promise has been successfully resolved with a value. And third is rejected, which means the promise encountered an error or failed to fulfill. You can create a promise when you want to perform an asynchronous operation, like fetching data from a server. In order to handle a promise, you can use .then function to handle the resolved value of the promise and .catch function to handle errors if the promise is rejected. In short, promises in JavaScript provide a structured way to work with asynchronous tasks. They allow you to handle values that might not be available immediately, providing a clear way to deal with both successful and error scenarios when working with asynchronous operations like data fetching, file loading, or API calls. Now moving on to our next question. Describe the callback hell problem in JavaScript and how it can be mitigated. The answer to this question is, callback hell in JavaScript occurs when you have too many nested callbacks inside one another, making your code hard to read and maintain. This situation arises when dealing with multiple asynchronous operations like fetching data, where each operation depends on the result of the previous one. The nesting of callbacks can become confusing and difficult to manage. In order to mitigate the callback hell problem, you must define separate named functions instead of using anonymous or unnamed functions as callbacks. This makes your code more organized and readable. You can also use promises. Promises provide a more structured way to handle asynchronous operations. They can be chained together, avoiding deep nesting and making the code more linear and readable. Async or await is a modern JavaScript feature that allows you to write asynchronous code in a more synchronous style. It makes asynchronous operations look similar to synchronous ones, improving the code readability. By using these techniques, you can avoid the callback hell and write more readable and maintainable codes when dealing with asynchronous operations in JavaScript. Now let's have a look into some important React.js questions. Here our first question is, what is React.js and how does it differ from other JavaScript frameworks? The answer to this question is React is a popular JavaScript library for building user interfaces, especially web applications, with dynamic and interactive content. React allows developers to create reusable user interface components. These components can automatically update and re-render when the data or state changes, making it efficient and fast. React promotes a component-based architecture, which allows developers to break down complex user interfaces into manageable, reusable parts. It efficiently updates the user interface, making it responsive to user interactions. React differs from other JavaScript frameworks because it is highly component based, which means that the user interface is built using individual reusable components. Other frameworks may or may not follow this approach. React uses a virtual DOM, which is a lightweight copy of the actual DOM. When data changes, React first updates the virtual DOM, then efficiently updates the actual DOM, improving the performance. React follows a unidirectional data flow, where data flows in one direction, making it easier to manage and debug. Some other frameworks might use bidirectional data binding, which can lead to complex data synchronization issues. React can be used in various environments, including web development and mobile app development. It is not tied to any specific technology stack, offering developers more flexibility in their choices. The next question in our list is, explain the concept of virtual DOM. The answer to this question is, the virtual DOM in React acts as an efficient middleman. It helps React figure out the best way to update the actual web page by first making changes in a lightweight copy. This approach saves time and resources, making React applications fast and responsive even with dynamic user interactions. Here is how it is done. When you interact with a React application, changes occurs, such as clicking a button or updating some data. React doesn't immediately update the actual DOM. Instead, it first updates the virtual DOM, which is a lightweight copy of the real DOM. React then compares the updated virtual DOM with the original virtual DOM, which is the previous state, to see what changes happened. It then identifies the specific changes in the virtual DOM and figures out the most efficient way to update the real DOM. Instead of updating every little change immediately in the real DOM, React updates only the necessary parts. This process is faster because updating the virtual DOM is quicker than directly manipulating the real DOM. React optimizes the updates, making the application more responsive and efficient. Moving on to our next question. What are the key features of React? Here's the answer to this question. React allows you to build your user interface using components. Each component is like a building block that can have its own structure, behavior, and styles. Components make it easier to manage and reuse the codes. The second key feature of React is its virtual DOM. React uses a virtual DOM to efficiently update the actual web page. Instead of directly manipulating the real DOM every time there's a change, React first updates a lightweight copy, which is the virtual DOM, and then calculates the most efficient way to update the real DOM. This makes React application faster and more responsive. The third key feature is its unidirectional data flow. React follows a one-way data flow. Data in a React application flows in a single direction, making it predictable and easier to understand. This unidirectional flow helps manage state and data efficiency. Another key feature is the JSX or JavaScript XML. React uses JSX, which is a syntax extension that allows you to write HTML-like code directly in JavaScript files. JSX makes it easier to visualize and write components, combining HTML structures with JavaScript functionality. Another key feature of React is its reusable components. You can create complex interfaces by combining smaller, reusable components in React. This modularity makes it simpler to build and maintain large applications. React can be used not only for web development but also for mobile app development through React Native. With React Native, you can write mobile apps for both iOS and Android platforms using React's component-based approach. React has a vast ecosystem and a strong community of developers. There are numerous libraries and tools like React Router and Redux built around React that enhances its capabilities. The active community also means plenty of resources, tutorials, and support for the developers. Moving on to our next question. What is JSX in React and how is it different from HTML? The answer to this question is JSX stands for JavaScript XML. It is a syntax extension for JavaScript commonly used with React. JSX allow you to write HTML-like code directly in your JavaScript files. It looks similar to HTML, but it allows you to include JavaScript expressions inside curly braces. It makes it easier to visualize and write React components. It provides a more readable and concise way to describe the structure of your user interface. It differs from HTML in many ways. JSX allows you to embed JavaScript extensions directly, enabling dynamic content and logic inside your components, while in HTML, you cannot directly write JavaScript expressions. In JSX, you can embed variables and JavaScript expressions using curly braces, making it easy to incorporate dynamic data into your elements. JSX also allows you to use React components directly within the code, making it seamless to work with custom components. Another interesting feature about JSX is it is transpiled into regular JavaScript by tools like Babel. Here, transpiling is the process of converting source code written in one language into another with a similar level of abstraction. JSX allows you to embed JavaScript expressions within the markup, making it dynamic. Moving on to our next question. Explain the component lifecycle in React. The answer to this question is React components have distinct lifecycle phases. First, mounting. When a React component is created, it goes through a stage called mounting. In this stage, the component is created and it can set up its initial state and properties. Here, constructor, render, component did mount, and other methods are involved. After mounting, components go through many stages called updating. During updates, components can change their state, receive new data, and re-render. Methods like should component update, render, and component did updates are part of this stage. Finally, when a component is no longer needed, it reaches the end stage called the unmounting. In this stage, the component is removed from the user interface. The component will unmount method is used for cleanup. Each of these lifecycle stages allow you to manage how your components behave and interact with the user interface. You can set up initial data, respond to changes, and clean up when components are no longer needed. Moving on to our next question. What is the difference between props and state in React? The answer to this question is props, which are short for properties, are how components receive data from their parent components. They are read-only and help pass data from parent to child components. For example, if a parent component has a child component for a button, it can pass the button's label or color as props. On the other hand, state is internal data that a component can maintain and manage. Unlike prop, components can change their own state. For example, if you have a counter component, its current count value can be stored in the component state. The count can change over time due to user interactions. The key difference between props and state is props are used to pass data from parent to child components and are read-only for the child components, while state is internal data that components manage and can change over time, allowing components to be dynamic and interactive. Moving on to the next question. How do you optimize performance in a React application? The answer to this question is there are many ways to optimize performance in a React application, like only re-render components when necessary. Use methods like shouldComponentUpdate or react.memo to prevent unnecessary re-renders. If a component doesn't depend on the state or props change, use pureComponent class or react.memo function to avoid unnecessary re-renders. Keep your render method simple. Complex calculations or operations slow down the rendering process. If needed, perform heavy computations outside the render method and store the result in states or props. Inline functions in render methods can create new function instances every render, impacting the performance. Consider defining functions outside the render method and binding them in the constructor if necessary. When the rendering lists, provide a unique key prop for each item. This helps React identify which items have changed. added, or removed, making updates more efficient. Split your code into smaller chunks, especially if your application is large. Load only the code which is needed for a particular route or component, reducing the initial load time. For deployment, use the production build of React. Production builds are optimized for performance and have minimized file sizes. If you have operations like API calls or input validations that can be expensive, consider using debounce or throttle techniques to limit how often these operations are executed. Optimize images and media files to reduce their size. Use responsive image and lazy loading to load media content only when it's visible to the user. React comes with a built-in profiler tool that helps you identify performance bottlenecks in your components. Use it to identify which components are causing re-renders and optimize accordingly. Optimizing performance is about being mindful of how your components render, update, and interact. By following these simple strategies, you can significantly improve the speed and responsiveness of your React application. Moving on to our next question. What are higher order components or HOCs in React and why they are useful? The answer to this question is HOCs are functions that take a component and return a new component with additional props or behavior. They are useful for code reuse, abstracting common functionality, and separating concerns in your application. Moving on to our next question. Explain the purpose of keys in React list. The answer to this question is keys are used to give React a hint about how to identify elements in a list and track their changes. They help React efficiently update the DOM when elements are added, removed, or reordered in a list. Now our next question is, what is the context API in React and how does it work? The answer to this question is, the context API in React is a way to share data across components without having to pass props through every level of the component tree. It provides a means for components to access a context data without explicitly passing it through intermediate components. In order to make it work, you first create a context using the react.createContext function. This creates a context object with two components, which are provider and consumer. The provider component allows you to wrap the part of your component tree that needs access to the context data. It supplies the data to all its descendants. For class components, you can use the consumer component to access the context data. It uses a function as a child, which is also known as the render prop pattern, to provide the context value. For functional components, you can use the useContext hook to access the context data directly. The provider component at a higher level of the tree passes data down to all its descendants. Any component within this subtree can access the context data without having to pass it explicitly through props. Context API is useful when you have data that many components in your application need, like themes, user authentication status, or language preferences. It simplifies the process of sharing this data across multiple components. Moving on to our next question. How does React Router work and how can you handle routing in a React application? The answer to this question is React Router is a library for routing in React applications. It uses a declarative approach to map components to specific URLs, allowing for navigation and rendering components based on the current route. With React Router, you define these routes using special components like browser route and route. React Router provides components like link or nav link that work like hyperlinks, allowing users to move between different views without the need to reload the entire page. You can also have dynamic parts in your routes using parameters. For example, you might have a route like /users/:id, where :id can be any user ID. React Router allows you to access these parameters in your components. Routers can render components directly or nest other routes. This nesting allows you to create complex page structures by combining smaller components into larger ones. Sometimes you want to show only the first matching route. React Route's switch components help with that. It renders the first route or redirect that matches the current location. In short, React Routers enables you to handle navigation and view rendering in your React applications. It provides a way to create different routes, navigate between them, pass dynamic data, and even nest routes within each other. Moving on to our next question. What is Redux and how does it manage state in React applications? The answer to this question is Redux is a state management library for JavaScript applications primarily used with React. It provides a predictable state container that helps you manage the state of your applications in a centralized and organized manner. Redux stores the entire state of your application in a single JavaScript object called the store. This centralizes the state, making it easier to manage and monitor. To change the state in Redux, you dispatch actions. Actions are plain JavaScript objects describing what happened in the application. For example, an action could be type :increment to indicate that the state needs to be increased. It also has something called reducers, which specify how the application's state changes in response to the actions. Reducers are pure functions that take the current state and an action and then return a new state. They define the logic for handling different types of actions. The store is created by passing a reducer function. It holds the application state, allows you to dispatch actions, and when you dispatch an action, the store calls the reducer to calculate the new state. In a React application, components can connect to the Redux store using the connect function or React hooks like useSelector and useDispatch. Connected components can read data from the store and dispatch actions to update the state. In short, Redux is a state management library that centralizes the application state, making it predictable and manageable. It uses actions, reducers, and a store to handle state changes and allows React components to connect and interact with the state in a structured manner. Now our next question is, what is the purpose of React hooks and how do you use them? The answer to this question is, React hooks are functions that allow you to hook into React states and lifecycle features from function components. Before hooks, these features were only available in class components. This feature was introduced in React version 16.8 to simplify state management and side effects in functional components. React hooks serve many purposes. First, state management. Hooks like useState allow functional components to manage local state without converting them into class components. This simplifies state handling and makes components more concise. Second, side effects. Hooks like useEffect handle side effects in components such as data fetching, subscriptions, or manually changing the DOM. This ensures side effects are managed consistently in functional components. Third, context access. Hooks like useContext allow functional components to access React content without wrapping them with context consumers, making it easier to consume context values. And fourth, custom hooks. Hooks can be used to create custom hooks, which are reusable functions that encapsulate logic. Custom hook promotes code reuse and abstraction of complex logic into manageable pieces. In order to use these hooks, you first have to import the hooks you need from the React library. Then you have to use useState, which will allow you to add state to functional components. It returns an array with the current state value and a function to update it. useEffect runs side effect in your components. It takes a function and optionally a dependency array. The function contains your side effect logic. useContext allows you to access the context value from a functional component without wrapping it with context consumers. You can create custom hooks by encapsulating reusable logic in a function. Custom hooks should start with use keyword to follow the hook naming convention. Moving on to our next question. Explain the concept of conditional rendering in React. The answer to this question is, conditional rendering in React means showing different content or component based on certain conditions. It's like displaying different messages or pictures on your phone screen depending on whether it's daytime or nighttime. In simple words, in React you can use the if statement or ternary operator to check conditions. For example, you can check if a user is logged in or if a variable has a specific value. Based on these conditions, you can decide which components or content to display in your application. For instance, you might show a logout button only when a user is logged in. You can also use if statement inside your JSX to conditionally render parts of your UI. Conditional rendering can also depend on the state of your components. When the state changes, React automatically re-renders your components based on the updated state, allowing you to show or hide content dynamically. In short, conditional rendering in React is about making decisions within your components. You determine what content or components to display based on specific conditions or the state of your application, ensuring a dynamic and interactive user experience. Moving on to our next question. What are controlled and uncontrolled components in React forms? The answer to this question is controlled components are React input elements whose values are controlled by the state of the component. In controlled components, the input fields are bound to a piece of state in the component. When the input value changes, it updates the state, and when the state changes, it updates the input value. For example, if you have an input field for a username, you store the username value in the component state. Whenever the user types, the state updates and the input value reflects this state. While uncontrolled components are React input elements whose values are not directly controlled by React state. In uncontrolled components, the input fields store their own state internally, not in React state. You can still access their values using references after rendering. For example, if you have a form and you just want to access the form data when the form is submitted without managing individual input states in React, you can use uncontrolled components. Moving on to our next question. What are promises in React.js? The answer to this question is a promise in React.js is a way to handle something that will happen in the future, especially when dealing with asynchronous operations like data fetching. A promise is like a placeholder for a value that might not be available yet, such as the data fetched from an API. You make a request for data, a promise is created, and you can continue with other tasks in your code. When the data is successfully fetched, the promise is resolved, and you can handle the data now. If there's an error, the promise is rejected, and you can handle this error again. In short, a promise in React is a way to handle asynchronous tasks without blocking the rest of your code. It represents a future value or event and provides a structured way to handle both successful outcomes as well as errors, making a synchronous program more manageable and predictable. Moving on to our next question. What is prop in React? What is prop function? And what is prop drilling? The answer to this question is, in React, a prop is a read-only property that can be sent from a parent component to its children. These props are used to transfer information between components. Props can be used to send data to a child component of any kind, including strings, numbers, objects, and arrays. A prop function is a function that is provided to a child component as a prop. Prop functions are used to provide parent components control over their child component's behavior. Prop functions can be used to create many different functionalities, including callbacks, event handlers, and form validation. Now, prop drilling refers to the process of sending data from a parent component to its child components, then to the child components of this child component, and so on. This can result in complicated and difficult to maintain code. You can prevent prop drilling by leveraging context, component composition, and state management tools like Redux. Moving on to our next question. What is the difference between functional component and class-based components? The answer to this question is, in React, a functional component is a function that returns a JSX element. Because functional components are pure functions, they always return the same output for the same input. Class components are often more complex and difficult to write than functional components. They are more efficient since there is no overhead associated with establishing and managing a class instance, while a class component is a class that extends the React.component class. Class components can have state and lifecycle methods. Class components are more complex to write than functional components, but they are more powerful. They can be used to create sophisticated features like forms, models, and carousels. Now let's have a look into the important AngularJS questions. Here our first question is, what is AngularJS and how does it differ from the traditional Angular? The answer to this question is, AngularJS is a JavaScript-based open source front-end framework developed by Google for building dynamic web applications. It's often referred to as Angular 1. Angular, on the other hand, is a complete rewrite of AngularJS known as Angular 2 and later versions. The primary difference is that Angular uses TypeScript, has a component-based architecture, and is more performance-oriented. Moving on to our next question. Explain the concept of two-way data binding in AngularJS. The answer to this question is, two-way data binding in AngularJS means that changes in the model JavaScript variables automatically update the view, which is the HTML, and vice versa. It's achieved using directives like ngModel. For example, when you change an input field, the corresponding model value is updated, and when the model changes, the input field's value is updated as well. Moving on to the next question. What is dependency injection in AngularJS? The answer to this question is, the dependency injection in AngularJS is a design pattern and technique that allows components to declare their dependencies and have those dependencies provided to them by an external source, typically the AngularJS framework itself. In simple words, it's a way for components to get the objects or services they need without creating those objects themselves. AngularJS has a built-in dependency injection system. When you declare components like controllers, services, or directives, AngularJS automatically injects the required dependencies based on their names. Moving on to the next question. How can you define routes in AngularJS? The answer to this question would be, in AngularJS, you can define routes using the ng-route module, which provides the route provider service to configure routes. In order to define routes in AngularJS, you first have to make sure that you include the ng-route module in your AngularJS application. You can do this by adding a script tag to include the AngularJS script file and another script tag to include the angularroute.js file. In your AngularJS module configuration, use the route provider service to define routes. You can configure routes by specifying the route URL, the controller to handle the route, and the template or template URL to render when the route is accessed. In the example on the right side, the routes home and about are configured. When a user navigates to these routes, AngularJS will load the respective HTML template and bind them to the specified controllers, which are home controller and about controller. Then you have to create these controllers and their corresponding view templates, which are home.html and about.html. These views will be loaded into the specified div ngView to/div tag in your main HTML file. Then you can use nghref or ngclick directive to create links or buttons that navigate between routes. When a user clicks on these links, AngularJS will load the corresponding route and update the content in the div ngView to/div element based on the route configuration. And that's how you define a configuration route in AngularJS using route provider service. It allows you to create a single page application with different views and navigate between them without reloading the entire page. Moving on to our next question. What is a directive in AngularJS and how do you create a custom directive? The answer to this question is, in AngularJS, a directive is a custom HTML element, attribute, class, or comment that extends the functionality of the HTML. Directives allow you to create reusable components and add behavior to the DOM elements. AngularJS comes with several built-in directives like ngModel, ngRepeat, and ngClick that enhances HTML elements with special behavior. For example, ngModel is used for two-way data binding, ngRepeat is used for looping through arrays, and ngClick is used for handling click events. You can create custom directives to encapsulate complex behavior and reuse it across your application. To create a custom directive, you use the module.directive method. As you can see on the example on the right side, a custom directive named myDirective is defined. It restricts the usage to an element written as restrict E and provides a template that replaces the element with the specified content. Once the custom directive is defined, you can use it in your HTML like any other built-in directive. When AngularJS encounters the myDirective tag, it replaces it with the content defined in the custom directives template. Custom directives can have various options like restrict, which specifies how the directive can be used, template or template URL, which defines the content of the directive, and link, which provides a function to manipulate the DOM. Template URL allows you to specify an external HTML file as the template for your directive. In short, a directive in AngularJS is a way to create reusable and custom behavior for HTML elements. You can create your own directives to encapsulate complex functionality, which will make your application more modular and maintainable. Moving on to our next question. Explain the role of services in AngularJS. The answer to this question is AngularJS services play a crucial role as they provide a way to organize and share code, data, and functionality across different parts of our application. They act as singletons, meaning that there is only one instance of each service in the AngularJS application. Services help in organizing your code. Instead of putting all your functions and data directly in controllers, you can encapsulate specific tasks or data manipulations into services. This promotes a modular and maintainable code structure. Services are highly reusable. You can create a service for tasks like data fetching, validation, logging, or authentication. Once a service is created, it can be injected into multiple controllers, directives, or other services, allowing you to reuse the functionality across different parts of your application. Services act as a central part for sharing data between different components. If multiple controllers or components need to share common data, you can store that data in a service and inject the service into the components that require it. This ensures consistent data across the application. Services facilitate the separation of concerns in your application. Business logic, data manipulation, and communication with APIs can be encapsulated within services, keeping the controllers clean and focused on managing the UI and user interactions. Services are ideal for handling asynchronous operations like making HTTP requests. You can encapsulate API calls within a service, allowing controllers to remain unaware of the underlying implementation details. Services can return promises, making it easier to work with asynchronous data. Services are easily testable as well. Since services are singletons, you can create unit tests to verify the behavior of services independently of the rest of your application. This promotes a more robust and testable code base. Moving on to our next question. What is a controller in AngularJS and how do you define one? The answer to this question is, in AngularJS, a controller is a JavaScript constructor function that is used to augment the AngularJS scope. It plays a fundamental role in connecting the data in your application with the views. Controllers are responsible for defining the behavior of your views, handling users' input, and managing the data that is displayed to the user. You define a controller using the controller function provided by the AngularJS module. You specify the controller's name and the function that represents the controller's behavior. In the example on the right, you can see that myController is the name of the controller and the function takes scope as a parameter. Scope is a special object in AngularJS that provides the glue between the controller and the view. Properties attached to scope are accessible in the associated view. Inside the controller function, you can attach data and functions to the scope object. These properties become available to the view associated with the controller. In this example, the message property is attached to the scope. This can be accessed and utilized in the associated view. In short, a controller in AngularJS is a JavaScript function that manages the data and behavior of a specific part of your application. It connects the data to the views, allowing you to create dynamic and interactive web applications. Controllers are defined using the controller function and associated with views using the ng controller directive. Moving on to the next question. How does the digest cycle work in AngularJS? The answer to this question is, in AngularJS, the digest cycle is a fundamental component related to the two-way data binding mechanism. It is the process through which AngularJS detects changes in the application data and updates the DOM, which is the document object model, to reflect those changes. The digest cycle is what allows AngularJS to keep the view and the model in sync. Its process goes something like this. When an AngularJS application starts, it goes through a process called the initial digest cycle. During this cycle, AngularJS compares the initial state of the scope variable, which is the model, with the initial state of the DOM element, which is the view. Any discrepancies between the model and the view are resolved, ensuring they match. Then AngularJS uses watch to keep track of variable in the scope. Watchers are functions that AngularJS associate with expressions in the templates. These expressions are continuously monitored for changes during each digestion cycle. During the digestion cycle, AngularJS compares the current values of the watched variables, which are the scope properties, with their previous values. If a change is detected, AngularJS knows that the corresponding part of the DOM needs to be updated to reflect the new value. The digest cycle is a loop that runs multiple times until all the watchers no longer detect any changes. In each iteration of the loop, AngularJS checks all the registered watchers. If a watcher detects a change, it updates the corresponding part of the DOM and triggers subsequent watchers, possibly causing more changes. The digestion cycle can also be triggered by AngularJS itself. For example, after an asynchronous operation completes, like an HTTP request or a timer, when these operations finish, AngularJS checks the associated scope variables and updates the view if necessary. AngularJS optimizes performance by limiting the number of digest cycles. If a digest cycle does not result in any changes to the model or the view, AngularJS marks the cycle as stable. Subsequent changes in the model are then batched until the next unstable digest cycle, reducing the number of digest cycles and improving the performance. Moving on to the next question. Explain the concept of scope in AngularJS. The answer to this question is, in AngularJS, a scope is an object that refers to the application model. It acts as a context where variables, which are properties, and functions, which are methods, are stored. Scopes are used to bridge the gap between the HTML and the JavaScript in an AngularJS application. They enable the two-way data binding between the view and the controller. Scopes in AngularJS follow a hierarchical structure similar to the DOM. Each controller in AngularJS has its own scope, and these scopes form a hierarchy corresponding to the nesting of the HTML elements. Variables and functions attached to the scope object can be accessed in the associated view, which is the HTML view, using expressions like variable name or function name. AngularJS automatically binds these expressions to the corresponding properties and methods on the scope. Scopes enable two-way data binding between the view and the model. If a variable in the scope changes, it automatically updates in the view, and vice versa. This means changes in the UI are reflected back in the scope, and changes in the scope are immediately reflected in the UI. In short, scopes in AngularJS are the glue that connects the controllers and the views, enabling data binding and facilitating communication between the application logic and the user interfaces. Moving on to the next question. What are filters in AngularJS? The answer to this question is, in AngularJS, filters are a way to format or transform the data displayed in the view. They can be used to modify the appearance of data before it is rendered to the user. Filters are especially useful when you want to present data in a specific way without modifying the underlying data. Filters are used in AngularJS expressions to format data before displaying it in the view. The basic syntax for using a filter is curly brackets, expression, pipe symbol, filter, argument, then closing curly braces. where expression is the data to be filtered, filter is the name of the filter function, and argument, which is optional, provides additional information for the filter. AngularJS provides several built-in filters for common tasks such as uppercase, lowercase, currency, date, filter, and order by. You can also create custom filters by defining your own filter function in your AngularJS application. Custom filters are useful when you have specific formatting requirements not covered by built-in filters. Filters can also be chained together, allowing you to apply multiple transformations to the data. Moving on to the next question. How do you make an HTTP request in AngularJS? The answer to this question is, in AngularJS, you can make HTTP requests using the $HTTP service, which provides a high-level interface to communicate with remote HTTP servers. In order to make an HTTP request in AngularJS, you need to follow some steps. First, you need to make sure to inject the HTTP service into your controller, service, or factory where you want to make the HTTP request. Use the HTTP services methods like get, post, put, or delete to make the HTTP request. In this example on the right side, the get method is used to make a get request to API/data. The .then function handles the successful response. There could also be a .catch function which will handle the errors. The then function is used to handle the successful responses. The response object contains the data returned from the server along with status headers and other informations. If you want to send data with a post request, you can include the data as the second parameter in the .post method. By utilizing the HTTP services methods, you can easily make HTTP requests in AngularJS applications, allowing your application to interact with remote servers and APIs. Moving on to the next question. What is the purpose of ng-repeat in AngularJS? The answer to this question is, the ng-repeat directive in AngularJS is used to iterate over a collection such as an array or an object and generate HTML content for each item in the collection. It allows you to create dynamic lists or tables in your application by repeating a set of HTML elements for each item in the collection. In the example on the right side, you can see ng-repeat equals to item in items. This creates a list item for each item in the items array. The content of each list item is bound to the name property of the corresponding item in the array. ng-repeat can also iterate over the properties of an object. You can also nest ng-repeat directives to iterate over nested collections. ng-repeat allows you to create dynamic templates, enabling you to display data without having to manually create repetitive HTML elements for each item in your collection. If the collection being iterated changes due to user interactions, API calls, or due to any other reason, the ng-repeat directive automatically updates the view to reflect the changes in the collection. Moving on to the next question. Explain the concept of directives like ngIf,ngshow, and nghide. The answer to this question would be, directives in AngularJS like ngIf,ngshow, and nghide are tools that help you control how elements in your web page are displayed or hidden based on certain conditions. Let's talk about these directives one by one. Starting with ngIf. ngIf conditionally adds or removes an element from the DOM, which is the web page's structure, based on a condition. If the condition is true, the element is shown, and if it is false, the element is removed from the page. Next isngshow. It displays an element if the condition is true and hides if the condition is false. The element is still in the DOM but just not visible. Moving on to nghide. It's like the opposite ofngshow. It hides an element if the condition is true and shows it if the condition is false. In simple words, these directives help you make parts of a web page appear or disappear depending on specific rules, making it dynamic and responsive to user interactions or data changes. Moving on to the next question. What is the AngularJS module and how it is used? The answer to this question is, in AngularJS, a module is a container for different parts of your application, such as controllers, services, directives, filters, and configuration information. It helps in organizing and managing various components of your application by providing a way to declare, configure, and assemble them together. In order to create a module, you need to use the angular.module function. It takes two arguments, the name of the module and an array of dependencies. In the example on the right side, my app is the name of your module, and the opening and closing box brackets indicates that your module has no dependency on other modules. You typically define this in a separate JavaScript file or script block at the beginning of your application. Once you have a module, you can add different components to it, such as controllers, services, and directives. To use your module in an HTML file, you need to indicate the module name using the ng-app. To use your module in an HTML file, you need to indicate the module name using the ng-app directive. You place this directive on an HTML element, typically the body or a root element of your application. In short, an AngularJS module is a container that holds different components of your application. It promotes modularity, encapsulation, and maintainability by providing a structured way to organize and manage your application's features and functionalities. Moving on to the next question. How does AngularJS handle security and what are some best practices? The answer to this question is AngularJS doesn't provide built-in security, but it offers tools to prevent common web vulnerabilities. The best practices include sanitizing user input, using HTTPS, and implementing server-side validation and authentications. Moving on to our next question. Angular is a framework or library. Justify your answer. The answer to this question would be Angular is an application framework. It provides a collection of tools and libraries that serve as a foundation for the development of applications. Frameworks usually include a set of conventions and best practices that can assist developers in writing more efficient and maintainable code, and Angular does exactly the same. On the other hand, libraries are merely collections of reusable code. Libraries can be used to add specific features or capabilities to a program, but they do not provide an entire framework for creating the application, like Angular and other similar frameworks do. Moving on to the next question. What is the difference between a directive and a service in AngularJS? The answer to this question would be directives and services are two fundamental components in AngularJS that serve different purposes. Directives are mostly used to improve the appearance and behavior of HTML components in the user interface. They enable you to extend HTML by adding new tags or properties that AngularJS can recognize and handle. Directives allow you to deal with the document object model directly. They can be used to add behavior to items, manipulate them, or construct new widgets. On the other hand, services are used to encapsulate and provide reusable businesses, logic, or functionality that can be shared between different areas of an AngularJS application. They are effectively singletons, which means that each service has just one instance in an application. Services are frequently injected as dependencies into controllers, directives, and other components. By allowing you to separate the logic for individual features or functionalities, you may promote modularity and separation of concerns in your application. Now let's look into some Tailwind CSS questions. Here our first question is, what is Tailwind CSS? The answer to this question would be, Tailwind CSS is a popular utility-first CSS framework that makes it easier to create user interfaces. It includes a set of pre-designed CSS classes that you may use to determine the style and layout of your HTML elements. Rather than writing custom CSS for each element, Tailwind CSS allows developers to rapidly create responsive and visually consistent designs. Moving on to the next question. How does Tailwind CSS differ from traditional CSS frameworks like Bootstrap? The answer to this question would be, unlike traditional CSS frameworks, Tailwind CSS doesn't come with pre-designed components. Instead, it provides utility classes that you can use to style your own custom components. This gives developers more flexibility and control over the design. Moving on to the next question. How do you install Tailwind CSS in a project? The answer to this question would be, you can install Tailwind CSS using npm or yarn. Run the command npm install Tailwind CSS in your command prompt in order to install the Tailwind CSS. Then create a configuration file and build the CSS by writing npx tailwind CSS init-p command. Moving on to the next question. Explain the concept of utility first approach in Tailwind CSS. The answer to this question is, the utility first approach means that you build your design using small single purpose utility classes.
Okay.
These classes can be combined to create complex designs without writing custom CSS. It promotes a highly responsive and maintainable code base. Moving on to the next question. What is the purpose of the tailwind.config.js file? The answer to this question would be, the tailwind.config.js file in a Tailwind CSS project serves as a configuration file that allows you to customize various aspects of the Tailwind framework. It provides a way to extend, override, or remove default settings and styles. The Tailwind CSS comes with a default configuration that defines color, topography, spacing, breakpoints, and other styles. The tailwind.config.js file allows you to override default configuration values such as colors, font sizes, breakpoints, and more. You can tailor the framework to match your specific design requirements. You can define custom component styles in this tailwind.config.js file. For example, you might want to create custom styles for buttons, cards, or other UI components. Tailwind CSS allows you to add custom utility classes which are not included in the default set. This is particularly useful when you have specific design pattern unique to your project. Moving on to the next question. How can you add custom styles to Tailwind CSS? The answer to this question would be, you can use the @apply directive to apply custom CSS within your utility classes. Additionally, you can extend the default configuration in tailwind.config.js to include your own styles. You can use the theme and extend sections in this file. These sections allow you to customize existing styles or add new styles to your Tailwind CSS framework. The theme section in tailwind.config.js is used to customize the default style provided by Tailwind CSS. For example, you can customize color, spacing, topography, and other aspects of your design system. You can see on the example on the right side, the colors key in the theme section is extended to include custom color definitions. You can similarly extend other properties like font size, spacing, line height, etc. based on your project requirements. By using this theme section in your tailwind.config.js file, you can easily add custom styles to Tailwind CSS, ensuring that your design system aligns with your project's specific requirements. Moving on to the next question. What is JIT or just-in-time mode in Tailwind CSS? The answer to this question is, JIT or just-in-time mode is a feature that compiles only the CSS that is actually used in your project, resulting in significantly smaller file sizes. It is especially useful for large projects with a wide range of utility classes. Moving on to the next question. How can you customize the default color palette in Tailwind CSS? The answer to this question is, in Tailwind CSS, you can customize the default color palette by extending the theme section in the tailwind.config.js file. As you can see in the example on the right side, the colors section is extended inside the themes section, where the customization is done for the color pink. You can also customize other aspects of the color palette such as hover, focus, and active states by extending the theme section further. Moving on to the next question. Explain the purpose of purging CSS in Tailwind CSS. The answer to this question is, purging CSS is the process of removing unused styles from your final CSS file. This significantly reduces the file size, making it more efficient for production users. It's crucial for optimizing performance. Moving on to the next question. How can you apply hover and focus states in Tailwind CSS? The answer to this question is, Tailwind CSS provides special classes like hover and focus that allow you to apply styles on hover and focus respectively. For example, as you can see in the example on the right side, hover BG-blue-500 will change the background color when hovered on it. Moving on to the next question. how do you use responsive variants in Tailwind CSS? The answer to this question would be, in Tailwind CSS, responsive variants allow us to apply different styles to an element based on the size of screen or breakpoints. To use a responsive variant, we simply prefix the utility class with the breakpoint followed by a colon. By default, it includes 4 breakpoints: SM, MD, LG, and XL. SM is used for small screens like phones, MD is used for medium screens like tablets, LG for large screens like laptops, and XL is used for extra large screens like desktops. You can also chain multiple responsive variants to apply different styles at different breakpoints. Our next question is, how do you handle third-party plugin in Tailwind CSS? The answer to this question is, Tailwind CSS has an ecosystem of third-party plugins that can be easily integrated. You can install them using npm and add them to your tailwind.config.js file to extend the framework's functionality. Now the next question in our list is, how can you handle browser compatibility in Tailwind CSS? The answer to this question is, Tailwind CSS generates CSS using PostCSS, which ensures compatibility with modern browsers. However, for older browsers, you may need to use a tool like AutoPrefixer to add necessary vendor prefixes. Moving on to the next question. What are some performance optimization techniques for Tailwind CSS? The answer to this question is, performance optimization includes using JIT mode, purging unused CSS, and minimizing the number of utility classes used. Additionally, minimizing the number of variants and keeping the configuration file lean can improve the performance. Moving on to the next question. Can you use Tailwind CSS with other CSS frameworks or libraries? The answer to this question is yes. Tailwind CSS can be used alongside other CSS frameworks or libraries. However, it's important to manage conflicts between these classes to ensure consistent styling. Now let's have a look into the important Bootstrap questions. Here our first question is, what is Bootstrap and why is it used? The answer to this question is, Bootstrap is a popular front-end framework for developing responsive and mobile-first websites and web applications. It provides a collection of pre-designed HTML, CSS, and JavaScript components such as navigation bars, modals, forms, buttons, and more. Bootstrap simplifies the process of building consistent and visually appealing user interfaces by offering a set of ready-to-use elements and styles. Bootstrap is widely used in web development due to many reasons. First, its responsive design. Bootstrap is built with responsive web design in mind. It ensures that your website or web application looks and functions well on various devices and screen sizes, including desktops, tablets, and smartphones. Bootstrap's grid system and responsive utilities make it easy to create adaptive layouts. Second, consistent design and UI elements. Bootstrap provides a unified and consistent design language across different parts of your application. It offers a wide range of UI components and styles that help maintain a consistent look and feel, making your project visually cohesive. Third reason is the time efficiency. Bootstrap allows developers to save time by providing pre-designed components and styles. Instead of building UI elements from scratch, developers can leverage Bootstrap's components, resulting in faster development cycles and reduced effort in designing and styling the common elements. Fourth is customizability. While Bootstrap provides a default set of style and components, it is highly customizable. Developers can customize the framework by modifying variables, creating their own themes, and adding or removing components based on project requirements. Bootstrap also has a large and active community of developers and designers. This community support includes documentation, tutorials, forums, and third-party themes and plugins. Developers can find resources and solutions for common issues, making it easier to troubleshoot problems and implement complex features. Bootstrap also handles the cross-browser compatibility issues. ensuring that your website or application works consistently across different web browsers. It helps avoid browsers specific quirk and inconsistencies in rendering. In summary, Bootstrap is used because it simplifies and accelerates the web development process. By offering a comprehensive set of responsive components, consistent design, and community support, Bootstrap enables developers to create modern, visually appealing, and user-friendly website and web applications with less effort and time. Moving on to the next question. What is a responsive web design and how does Bootstrap achieve it? The answer to this question is responsive web design is an approach that ensures web applications adapt to different screen sizes and devices. Bootstrap helps achieve this by providing a responsive grid system and CSS classes that automatically adjust the layout and styling based on the device's viewport size. Our next question is, how do you include Bootstrap in a project? The answer to this question is, you can include Bootstrap in a project by adding the Bootstrap CSS and JavaScript files to your HTML document. You can either download Bootstrap from the official website or use a content delivery network or CDN. Additionally, you can use package managers like npm or yarn to install and manage Bootstrap. The next question in our list is, explain the Bootstrap grid system. The answer to this question would be, Bootstrap's grid system is a 12-column layout system that allows for easy and responsive design. You can use classes like colMD6 to define the column width and placement on different screen sizes. It ensures proper alignment and flexibility in creating layouts. Now our next question is, what are Bootstrap components? The answer to this question would be, Bootstrap components are pre-designed UI elements like buttons, forms, navigation bars, and models. They can be easily integrated into your web project by adding specific Bootstrap classes, saving your time and effort in designing these elements from scratch. The next question on our list is, describe the difference between Bootstrap's container and container fluid classes. The answer to this question is, in Bootstrap, both the container and container fluid class are used to create responsive layouts, but they have key differences in terms of width and responsiveness. The container class in Bootstrap creates a fixed width container for your content. The width of the container adjusts based on the screen size, providing a responsive layout. It has maximum widths defined for different screen sizes like SM, MD, LG, and XL to ensure the content doesn't become excessively wide on larger screens. The container class is ideal for designing where you want to maintain a consistent content width across various screen sizes. On the other hand, the container fluid class creates a full width container that spans the entire viewport width. It adjusts its width based on the user's screen size, ensuring that the content stretches to fill the entire available space. Unlike the container class, container fluid does not have maximum widths, allowing it to expand to fit any screen size. The container fluid class is useful when you want your content to take up the full width of the screen, creating a fluid edge-to-edge design. By understanding the difference between container and container fluid, you can choose the appropriate class based on your design requirement to achieve the desired layout for your Bootstrap-based web projects. Moving on to the next question. How can you customize Bootstrap to match a project's specific design? The answer to this question is, you can customize Bootstrap by overriding default styles with your own CSS, modifying the SASS variables, or using the official Bootstrap customizer. This allows you to adapt Bootstrap to your project's unique design requirements. Moving on to the next question. What are Bootstrap themes and how they can be used? The answer to this question is, Bootstrap themes are customized styles and components built on top of Bootstrap. You can use themes to change the visual appearance of your Bootstrap-powered project, ensuring a unique and tailored design. Moving on to the next question. Explain the concept of Bootstrap models and their uses. The answer to this question is, Bootstrap models are dialog boxes that appear on top of the current page. They are commonly used for displaying content or forms without navigating to a new page. Models can be triggered using JavaScript or data attributes. The next question in our list is, how does Bootstrap handles browser compatibility issues? The answer to this question is, Bootstrap is designed to work smoothly across modern browsers. It includes CSS and JavaScript that account for browser-specific quirks and inconsistencies, ensuring a consistent user experience. Moving on to the next question. What is the purpose of Bootstrap's navigation component and how do they work? The answer to this question is, Bootstrap provides navigation component like the navbar, navtabs, and pagination to help users navigate a website. These components offer organized and responsive menus and links that adapt to different screen sizes. Moving on to the next question. Explain the concept of Bootstrap's utility classes. The answer to this question is, Bootstrap offers utility classes for quick styling adjustments. These classes are often prefixed with .u- and allow developers to make changes to text alignment, color, spacing, and other styling aspects without writing custom CSS. Moving on to the next question. How does Bootstrap handle mobile-first design? The answer to this question would be, Bootstrap follows a mobile-first approach, meaning it starts with styling for smaller screens and progressively enhances for larger screens. This ensures that your web application looks good on mobile devices by default. The next question in our list is, what are Bootstrap tooltips and popovers and how are they implemented? The answer to this question is, Bootstrap tooltips and popovers are interactive elements used to display additional information when users hover over or click on an element. They can be easily implemented by using data attributes or JavaScripts. In order to implement the tooltips, add the data-toggle equal tooltip attribute to the element you want to provide a tooltip for. Optionally, set the title attribute to specify the tooltip text. In order to implement popover, add the data-toggle equal popover attribute to the element you want to trigger the popover. Optionally, set the data content attribute to specify the popover content. Moving on to the next question. Can you explain how Bootstrap's responsive class work? The answer to this question would be, Bootstrap's responsive classes like .d-none and .d-md-block allow you to control the visibility and behavior of elements on different screen sizes. You can show or hide elements based on the viewport width, improving the user experience on various devices. Moving on to the next question. What are some new features in Bootstrap 5? The answer to this question would be, Bootstrap 5 is the most recent major version of the popular CSS framework, and it includes a wide range of new features and enhancements. Some of the most noticeable changes in Bootstrap 5 are, Bootstrap 5 comes with a new collection of SVG icons that are more uniform and scalable than the previous ones. The new placeholder component is added, which allows you to construct placeholder elements for text, photos, and other material. The new off-canvas component allows for more flexible creation of side-out menus and other off-screen navigation elements. With the new stack helper, you can build responsive stacks of items that can be stacked vertically on smaller screens and horizontally on bigger ones. Horizontal collapsing is now supported by the collapse component, which might be beneficial for designing accordions and other collapsible elements. The new floating label feature makes it easy to build floating labels from fields. The file input, checks, and radios from controls have been updated to be more consistent and accessible. The accordion component has been changed to make it more accessible and responsive. And Bootstrap 5 now includes built-in support for right to left, that is RTL languages. In addition to these new features, Bootstrap 5 also includes a number of bug fixes and performance improvements.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a full stack developer course which enable you to learn tech stack from both front end and back end. Through this course, you will gain hands-on experience with the skills and technologies such as SQL, Java, data structure, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, Node.js, and React under the guidance of industrial professionals. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards a career growth with the full stack developer course.